Hi, people of stream,
Hi.
that was weird.
Bonjour.
So OBS decided to just like completely die. So if the stream went down, it should be back now. I'm going to double check that it's up right now. Yes, it says that we're live, and I can see myself. I'm pointing at myself.
Oh my god, it's you!
Woo!
I can't believe
Okay,
it's
okay. I had to wait for the delay to like actually show me stop pointing. So, so bit of a delay, but that's fine. Welcome to a very bird chirping filled session of the Cursed One Shellshock.
at least while it's still daytime.
Yes,
They should have pretty fast once it's nighttime.
I'm very excited that it's built-in ambiance, so I'm going to try and make the most of that. And first, of course, as I recombobulate the streams or the icons and where they are, because nothing is combobulated. Whoa!
It fucking wimdy.
It fucking wimdy.
Is the wind noise coming through?
Yeah,
A little bit.
that's okay.
It's okay. It do be fucking windy.
This is literally why I have the on the Twitch. So
Yeah, people can just post that emote over and over. There's finally an excuse.
yeah, exactly. It was being used for all of my Survivor and Fallen Order streams, but now there is a Cursed One's use for the only non-Cursed One's emote that is in our Twitch channel.
Windy.
It fucking wimdy.
Yeah, when I have my noise canceling off so you can hear birds, sometimes it fucking windy. You know?
Unfortunately, it is also a little bit wimdy. That's okay. Wimdy happens.
Yeah.
I love it.
If it gets too loud, let me know and I'll turn noise cancellation back on.
Yeah, sure.
Because I obviously have no idea. So.
Oh yeah, right now I think it's
I don't
pretty
know about
bearable.
audio.
I really don't mind it. So let's get into the question of the day. Is that your cat? Is your cat doing a little meow?
Okay, like my cat's meow when I have the headphones in sounds like somebody yelling, and so I keep thinking it's like the neighbors or something, but it's not. So it's just the cat. It's just the cat.
You know what? I think that has inspired me. So I am going to make the question of the day, because I think we've never actually done this one. Normally I steal from Ride or Die, but I forgot what their question was, and I think it was something like, what's your favorite word? Whatever. Whatever. I'm throwing it out the window. You guys get to be the leaders of questions from now on.
Oh yeah!
So, the question is, who are your pets? Do you have pets? And if so, tell us about your pets. Hell yeah. Let's jump into that right away with me first. I am Eat the Meat. Trust me. I am Dean, the Dungeon Master. I play everybody else, and I think it's only right that after a long while of Hammy not being able to be here for Cursed One sessions, that I go bring Shithead into
Bring him!
Bring him!
I guess while you're doing that, let's see. I'll pick up this kitty. Here you go. Come on. I don't know how much he likes being picked up, so. But here's Cat.
Oh, what a beautiful kitty.
He is a very handsome cat. He just showed up one day. That's what you get when you live in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes you'll just get a cat. They'll just appear.
Hey, baby.
There's more cats inside. Whenever I move inside later, you may see them. I don't know.
He is here.
Amy!
He is
Hi,
here.
Mom.
He is
It's
here.
Cat. The man, the myth, the
absolutely
legend.
legendary figure himself. Hamathy. Hamuel. Ham.
How
He
old
is
is
my-
Hammy now?
He is my 12-year-old Shih Tzu. And
Oh,
he
what a
is
baby.
creature. He is unlike any dog most people have ever seen. In fact, right now he looks more akin to an aardvark. So yeah,
That boy
he
is an anteater.
He is my beloved boy, and he is known for many things, such as being a shithead, eating shit, screaming at the top of his lungs, making the strangest noises known to man, eating people's pants and underwear without any warning, being an overall menace, and making Kiki laugh every time I'm trying to do serious monologues.
That's why he's not allowed in here. It's because I laugh.
Exactly. You are
I'm
banned from Cursed Ones.
too easy to make laugh.
But he is here today. He is giving me many kisses. He's like my evil, like I'm an evil mastermind. I have like my pet that I get to pat evil. But yeah, He is a very good boy. He is very kind to people, even though he is an asshole. And he kissed me when I called him an asshole, which I think says something. Also, he likes to bully other dogs, which is why I can't take him to the dog park. It's very upsetting. I've tried everything to train him not to be a mean. But it's also because he was bullied in his puppy litter as a baby. So now he's spoiled. So, that's my dog. Oh, God. Why does he look like that? And, let's continue on to Gmod War Simulator. Who are you, and tell us about your pets.
Hi, I'm Kiki. I play Lelee, and along with having my I think she's 5 now. I got her when she's 6. I have my 6-year-old mini Australian Shepherd border collie.
I love
mix.
when people are just like, about their dog breeds. Meanwhile, cat people
she's
are just
a mutt.
it's a cat.
It's a cat.
She's a mutt, and part of me thinks that somewhere along the line there was some evolution problems because she acts like a cat. She sits on the couch like a cat. She just it's so funny. If you want a dog that will never leave you alone, get a herding dog.
If you want a dog that will do nothing but lay on the ground and be nasty, then get a Shih Tzu.
Oh, gross, nasty. I also have 2 cats.
Guys,
not in the house.
You guys didn't see it. I'm so sorry. I have to quickly say this. Cammy has this little thing that he does sometime when he wants cats, which is that he will nudge my hand so that I pat him.
My dog does that too.
Yeah. Tell me about your
She grabs you. She grabs you. So I have 2 cats. They live outside. They're not technically legally ours by any documentation means, but we feed them and I pick them up and call them my baby. So
yeah.
There's Prince, who I didn't name. Apparently, according to my brother, he's one of the neighbors' cats that they just don't like. So they just put him outside and then just stopped caring about him enough to not get him fixed. So he's the reason why we have so many stray cats.
You should get him fixed. Just be like,
I've tried. I haven't seen him in weeks. He hasn't been around, and I'm kind of worried that something happened, but he should be okay. He's a very hardy cat. If anything, somebody probably picked him up. He's very friendly.
Okay.
To the point where I can just pick him up and hold him, and he's like, all right.
That's I'm hoping that he's okay.
Yeah, hopefully. And then the other cat I named, she was born under our deck 2 years ago. Her name is Supernova. She's my little baby girl. And I call her Honey Pie sometimes. I don't know if she knows which one is her actual name, because every time I go out to feed, I'm like, oh, hi, Honey Pie. And she's like, okay, hi. Only recently, within the past few months, has she been willing to be pet, or she's still warming up to the idea of being held, because every time I do it, she sits there with her arms out like this. It's like, I don't know what you're doing to me. I don't know what this is. But she doesn't scratch, so I think we're getting somewhere. She's fixed.
Good.
We caught her to get her fixed after she was pregnant for the last time, because we had a lady come over with animal control. Not animal control, Humane Society. And she came in and had oven mitts on, and she just snatched all the kittens.
Oh my god!
Out of air. They were hanging out. She's like, whoop, gone. No more kittens.
Abducted. Oh my god.
Abducted. And then she sat in our. We caught Nova with a raccoon trap, and she sat in our garage for a day till we could get her fixed. And now she's just really attached. So every time I walk outside, she's very upset at the fact that she hasn't gotten fed. And I fed her. There's food in her bowl, and she's like, no, there's not. There's not. You're a liar.
Oh man. For the people of the world who need to hear this, take care of your pets.
Yes,
and if your pet is going to be outside on the streets, get them fixed.
I wouldn't recommend having outdoor cats. Cats can get really hurt by being outdoors.
Yes.
It can also ruin the local ecosystem, but if you desperately have to have your cat outside, if it's a stray cat that you took in, if your kid's stupid allergic and for some reason you got a cat, get them fixed and have a perimeter that they can't leave.
And also get them dewormed.
Yeah, and tell your neighbors about them. Tell your neighbors about the cat. Say, if you see my cat going around If you see it leave this area, let me know so I know where my cat is at all times. This doesn't apply to people who get mousers for barns. Get your mousers fixed and dewormed, but they can be outside.
For all of you guys who have pets that require vaccinations, get them vaccinated.
Get them vaccinated!
Get your pets vaccinated.
We need to get Nova her shots, but we have not been able to get her caught.
Especially getting like the rabies shot. That is very important. Very important.
I have to get that for my major. When I get into research jobs, I have to get my rabies vaccination.
Yes, good. That is our PSA for pet care of the day. Thank you for telling us about your little guys. Morgue, who are you? And tell us about your little guys.
I'm Morgue. I play Arden. So the cat, I lifted him up to show him to the video camera. That cat is named Jules.
Jules.
He is the only non-fixed cat because he just showed up one day. Like sometimes if you live out in the middle of nowhere, somebody will just like dump their cat or something, or they'll like decide to walk really far, and you'll just end up with a cat. Like it'll just appear. And that's basically what happened here. We could probably catch him and bring him into the vet. We just haven't really had the chance yet.
Very fair.
He was pretty friendly. And then the other outside cat is Panther. Basically, they're both mousers for like the yard, I guess, more so than like a specific barn, but like also for the barn. But Panther, he's a black cat, and like one of his ears is kind of crooked because I don't know, he keeps getting in fights. He's very stupid. He runs in the garage when we come home and like sets off the little alert that opens the door again, and he'll like try to go above into like the over top of like the like there's kind of a side porch, and then there's like a little roof, so there's like a little nook there, right? And he'll go up there and then get stuck because he's too stupid to get down, even though there's a very easy way to get down. So he's just kind of an idiot. And then we have 3 inside cats, 2 of which are like kind of white and orange. One of those has like long fur, and that's Smiley. Smiley has short hair, well, shorter, and is Smiley. And then the other one's named Fluffy or sometimes Schwuzzy, you know. And then the last inside cat is another like kind of gray cat, but like with other colors mixed in, you know, cats, right?
Yeah.
And her name is Missy Princess Muffin Cup.
Missy Princess Muffin Cup.
All of these cats were basically just named by like whatever the hell people decided to call them. So the black cat is also sometimes known as Damn It the Cat.
Damn it.
Damn It the Cat. No, Damn It the Cat, all one word. For when he runs into the garage.
Oh,
it's like, damn it, the cat.
Damn it, the cat.
Yeah, exactly.
That just reminds me of like all those, that kind of like, it's a very, I heard your cat meow that time. I heard like a little meow.
Yeah, he's meowing at the inside cats who are like kind of variably in the window, so.
They're all observing this session of D&D.
They kind of just will show up and like look out. Well, they like to look out the window, so.
Yeah. Little guys. Around. You have so many more cats than I thought you did. That is amazing.
We have a lot of cats because, as I said, like we just end up with them. Like the 3 inside cats we basically all got on purpose. The one cat was just like, we didn't have any cats anymore, and like that means that sometimes you start getting mice, especially because we live in the middle of a cornfield. Yeah. And so we're like, okay, yeah, time to get a cat. So we got a cat, as you do.
As you do.
And then my dad was at like a local apple orchard, and he saw the long-haired like white and orange cat, and he was like, oh, because my mom's always kind of wanted a nice long-haired cat.
Yeah.
Turns out mostly just kind of a hassle because that cat does not know how to keep herself clean properly, so her hair gets very tangled. We have to go get her shaved like every few months. We just shave her. She just gets shaved like all except for like her head and her paws and like the end of her tail. It's very funny. It's hilarious.
I love those haircuts.
But yeah. And then Smiley was her sister, so my dad was like, well, I can't just leave the one cat behind. That's just sad. So he grabbed both of them. So we had 3 inside cats. And then Panther, like my dad had like a coworker who got a new dog, and the dog just ended up not getting along with the cat. Like it was bullying the cat. Like she didn't notice right away, but as the dog got older, like it just started to bully the cat. So she was like,
when dogs get
what
older,
do I do?
They just like they go.
Yeah, so she was like, what do? And my dad was like, I mean, the barn could use a mouser, so
give us another cat.
Put him in the barn. So we put him in the barn. I mean, it's not like we don't have space out here. We got like.
I think we should just like get you on. Not even like. I need to write a story based on you that it's just like Morgue in the orchard of cats, and it's just,
like, I don't even like the thing is like personally, I don't even really like pets. Like I'm more of a plant person. Because it's just easier to deal with. I don't mind having cats here because like my dad mostly takes care of them. Like I'll feed
wayward
them,
house of cats.
Yeah, they just kind of show up. Like I mean, the thing is, like again, if you live out in the middle of nowhere, like I feel like if you live in the middle of a field, sometimes the cat will just show up. Like again, because I think sometimes people do dump them. But sometimes you'll have like a neighbor who has cats, and the one cat is just like, nah, I'm not feeling this anymore. And if you have food because you have another cat, then sometimes another cat will be like, yeah, all right, this place seems fine, and then they just kind of move in, and then you have plus one cat, like.
Plus one. I really like the phrasing of just
cat.
plus one cat. I'm just imagining like you wake up with like, and you see a notification above your head that's like family member added plus one cat, and you just go like, oh god damn it, the cat.
That's about right. I mean, it's more like you notice over the course of like a few weeks, you're like, huh, okay, this cat's like showing up pretty regularly.
Huh?
We had
new
another cat. We had another cat that used to show up occasionally, and I think he was actually missing a foot, and he was like kind of black and white, had a little bit longer fur. And he showed up sometimes, like he was just around sometimes, and then eventually he stopped being around. So who knows what happened to that one?
I hope they're okay.
Well, that cat wasn't very friendly, so.
Oh.
Well, he was like scared. He was scared of people, you know.
Okay,
like,
yeah. The Alamo, who are you? And I know who you're gonna talk about. Tell us about your little guy.
Hi, my name is Crime. I play Bennie, and my little.
Tell us about the cloaca again.
Awful, because I was gonna open up with I have two pets. One of them, Stanley. He does not have a cloaca. Stanley is a poodle and he lives with my parents. But my baby, my sweet baby boy, my absolute baby, he's a ball python.
Yeah.
He's a classic ball python named Wiggles. We got him at the animal shelter because someone threw him in a dumpster at 1 month old.
Gross.
Classic.
He is now 5 months old. He lives in my house. He eats mice, and he just loves to vibe. So far, his favorite activities are entering the couch when nobody is looking, wiggling on my partner, and just kind of staring at us. Like, he's got this look on his face, and you know what? Valid. Bros hate.
There's something that my mom's boyfriend, who also did this cut on me, by the way. Holy shit! Like, this is amazing. Non-professional
really
haircut. My god, I got lined up in the back, bro. Like, it is straight like a razor.
Clean as fuck.
Yeah. So shout out to him. Shout out to him. Name drops.
Oh my god, Henry's such a cool name, though. I approve.
Oh yeah, I call him Henri.
Oh,
Henri.
I mean, you do live in Canada.
Exactly. But he has this thing that he says about Hammy, which is he has one face but 1,000 meanings. And I think that's true of every pet. You can just look into the same static face of like your pet and just know what they're thinking.
Oh yeah.
Well, this has been a wonderful look into all of the furry friends of the Cursed Ones. I fucking love hearing about people's pets. You guys are now obligated to send me pictures of your pets sometimes. It is law.
Smile.
You guys will always get pictures of Hammy because I like the way Cece bullies him. Anyways, let's go on to the Cursed Ones recap and let's jump into the session here. So, last session, it was going through, you guessed it, more doors. Mordor. Something like that. There's a reference in there. I
cannot believe this.
Well, actually, it was one door for pretty much the entire session. That being, you guys were in a bit of a split courtroom situation. One side, that being Lelee and a dwarf named Maeldrum, were part of the Dwarven Council, and Arden and Bennie were part of the Dragonborn Council, and they were basically trying to balance getting people on their side or against, like, getting people on their side to stop a war. They were acting as the executioners who had to either execute or spare people, and then also convince people to stop the war, all while the death toll of the civilians kept steadily, scarily rising here and there with different outcomes based on if they sacrificed or saved. So from there was a lot of discussion of like, hey, what is real? Are we actually altering time and reality? What the fuck is happening? And also some questions about the conspiracy behind what happened to start this war, that being the death of Maeldrum, the Colossi of the dwarves. Colossi in this world are the creators of, like, the certain races. Kind of like their gods, but more just, like, straight up myths about Colossi, like Shadow of the Colossus, like, build people with clay and then set them out into the world. So, The Dragonborn supposedly killed Meldrum, but all of the Dragonborn deny having done such things. In fact, you would need to do something very strong and celestial to take down someone like Meldrum, and the Dragonborn have been thoroughly fucked over by their colossi Tiamat being dead. So there wasn't really means or opportunity. So basically everyone called foul. And we're trying to convince these Dragonborns and dwarves that, like, hey guys, there's a conspiracy going on here. Listen to us.
Don't murder each other?
Yeah. Have you considered to choose peace? And eventually they managed to consider peace, and everyone came to a conclusion, but that still left a question in the air with a perhaps obvious answer of who and why. And, well, of course, who is behind everything? Who has always been behind stuff? I think we all know the name. Genesis. That was surely the answer, right? Interestingly enough, the person described to have killed both Tiamat and then perhaps even Meldrum was a cat. A stray cat person. A feline person with, kind of like orange and red bardic garb and this kind of Norwegian forest cat vibe. Just smile.
You can't hear me breathing so heavily.
So the party were like, excuse me? And basically they ended up finishing, like, saving, like, stopping the war on both sides through their amazing political powers of just telling people to stop being fucking evil.
Stop it. Get some help.
Exactly. Stop it.
Have you considered don't?
Have you considered peace as an option? It's an option. Take it.
Don't do that.
Or there will be violence upon you.
Stop it. Stop it, bro. Not
you're
cool.
so sexy. From there, the scene got surprisingly bleak as everything just went gray. Because, once again, the people behind the war were not the Dragonborns and dwarves fighting, it was Eros, Genesis, who really knows?
One of those big...
There were two survivors who regaled their tale of events of what happened, that being Kaine Kintakali, a Dragonborn, and Meldrum, the aforementioned dwarf, and the party asked them a couple of questions about what happened. They got vague answers that they could probably piece together here and there about what exactly happened. Perhaps they need more context. And from there, they promised in the future to do their best to meet up with Kaine again. And at least promise to do...
Dead.
And then at least promise that they would hopefully make sure Meldrum's legacy is remembered. And from there, some doors opened up, and out of the two options, they decided, let's go to the funky Feywild door. So
Woo!
That is going to bring us to where we last left off. That being everyone entering the Feywild door, some papers mysteriously floating up from the ground in the Feywilds. They are kind of in like a fairy circle full of rocks. And with a bunch of, like, lecterns that had these parchments on it, the parchments floated up and started doing some Kubo and the Two Strings origami shit, where they were playing out a scene of a very familiar drow man, that being the figure of Veldrin Voller, as depicted in this origami, and he was kind of mad, and he casted Fireball. Thankfully, all of the party, besides Bennie, managed to avoid the imminent danger of the Fireball. And that brings us to now, with the flames receding and a new door to explore. I think I covered pretty much everything. Per usual, I always forgore because I have like these buffer sessions of doing ride or die in between these.
Entirely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I need to go get my ambiance real quick. Give me the ooh yeah. Don't ask. I'm looking for some dark Feywilds ambiance.
Metaton noises.
Tacoman 181, I have a question. What is your question? Go ahead and shoot. As I set things up here.
Give the question. Don't.
I may have an answer.
Potentially.
It's a 50-50 shot. Do I want this one or do I want that one? Which ambiance do I want?
Twitch.tv/. Wow.
Can I
Light
start?
bulb!
Can I start calling y'all light bulbs?
That's
What's the meaning? I'm very curious, but that does sound pretty cute. We are.
I think it's nice.
Yeah, I mean,
Do you mean like because we give you ideas or something?
Are we just? I'm interested. I want to see
Or
the.
are we
I want to
just
know the
light
reason.
bulbs?
I'm down for you calling me a light bulb, because I'm glowing. I'm radiant.
Guys, it's just like that one thing in Legend of Zelda 2.
Oh,
I want to call y'all light bulbs because every time I see y'all stream, it happens to brighten up my day so much. The dark fantasy music is playing right now, and that makes this like so much funnier. But that's so cute. Thank you.
That's really
Aw,
nice.
that
thank
is so
you.
nice.
That genuinely. Aw.
Man, now you're the light bulb. Really, this card.
You brightened us all up. You're a light bulb too. Oh my gosh. This is like all I've ever wanted to do as like a dungeon master, by the way, is just like make people happy and inspired. So this is like, I'm gonna go cry happy tears about this later. I'm in DM mode right now, so I'm in the game, but oh. Dark fantasy music is where the cuteness shines the brightest. So true. Alright, without further ado, let me start the, I really don't even need this ambiance with the bird noises, because Morgue has us covered with, like, intermittent bird chirping in the background.
Magic, I just create noise.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which one I want to use. Let's use this one. Never mind, it's not actually, it doesn't have music. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'll figure it out, guys. I need the perfect ambiance to set the scene. There we go. Wonderful. This should work out perfectly. I think this will be... Yeah! Yeah! Alright. We're good to go, gamers. Let me turn it up so that stream can hear it. Without further ado, then... I hope it doesn't get way too loud. Alright. Without further ado, allow us to jump into Cursed One's Shellshock, Session 8. And let's see what's happening in these very strange Feywilds, shall we? The Feywild air at day is colorful, bright with every single part of the spectrum visible to the human eye and beyond. Wrapped in druidcraft. Oh my gosh. Okay, I don't know if you've heard this before, but you have a nice voice for storytelling and you make a fantastic DM. I saw that and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't even read this. That's so sweet, thank you. I'm not gonna be able to get through the intro with this because I'm just gonna be here smiling like a dork. Thank you. I actually got that on
these compliments.
I got that
Yes,
I got that on fucking Apex Legends the other day. I had these two people I was queued with and they were like, your voice is built for storytelling. And I was like,
It is. You have such
it's
an
what I do.
It's an easy listening voice.
Thank you, Taco Man, you're so sweet. Aww. The Feywild at day is colorful, bright with every colorful. Oh my gosh, I'm The Feywild at day is colorful, bright with every color visible to the human eye and beyond, wrapped in druidcraft, unable to be born in material soils. It's bubblegum and jelly beans and rainbows. It is at twilight, when the bioluminescent tracks of predators become harder to miss. The flames from a fluorescent, angry fireball swiftly and softly vanish. Silhouettes of paper surrounding you all in a circle of dancing, fey-like movement. You're all in the midst of an octangular crossroads, with 8 paths stretching out in all directions. You're inside a circle of rocks. Some are bioluminescent, some are gemstones. And inside the circle sits 8 lecterns made of the roots of trees, of which the parchments floating around you, one by one, return to their lecterns as the fireball fades. You are left in the twilight-casted Feywild, with the voice of a friend in fear and agony dancing through the colorful whims. As I said, all but one parchment returned to their place. But one of them floats in front of you and hovers there, smelling slightly of cinders and ash. But there's nothing on it. It is blank. It is waiting to be written upon. There are 8 paths. 3 of you guys. Feel free to begin.
Okay, guys,
Well-
I don't think these numbers work.
What do you mean? We all go down one path.
Yeah, but there's 8 paths.
Yeah, I mean, we just gotta pick one, right?
Yeah, but
I suppose.
okay, wait. So
Wait, let me roll
yes.
1d8.
You're just gonna pick a random path. The wind seems to whisper, take the 3rd right path. Taco Man has their bets in on which path is the right one.
7.
7! Alright.
7 is a good number. 7 is like, it's a prime number. I mean, there's
7.
a lot of prime numbers less than 8, though.
Yeah.
But 7 is a good number. It's like a
7
lucky
is
number, I think.
I think I think it also
Yeah, it's
means
like a
death
lucky
in
number.
some
Yeah.
cultures, so who knows?
I mean, I think that's 4.
You're right. I think you're right. I think 7 is the lucky number.
7 is a lucky number, like, in English, at least. Which I think is, I mean, that's the English we speak for this, so...
Yeah, we'll
I
go
mean,
with that. 7,
yeah.
lucky number 7. Nothing can
7
go
feels
wrong.
pretty good.
You know what?
Kind of like, I'm imagining, like, how do you, like, make this decision in canon? Because it's kind of like an octagon, so there's not, like, a north, south, east, west, so I'm guessing Arden just, like, spins around and goes, that one!
Arden, let's see, 8 is... I'm trying to think if there's a good way that you could roll, like, flip a number of coins and get 1 through 8, but I don't think there is, so... So, yeah. Oh, I know, actually there is a way. Well, no, because I think that would technically be... No, never mind. There's not a way to do it randomly. I think Arden just takes, like, a stick, puts it on the ground, and, like, spins it, and then just, like, jumps out of the way. And then just like, oh, okay, I guess we're going down path number 7.
Alright, perfect. Path number 7.
She's like, oh, that is a lucky number.
The stick comes to a stop and slowly kind of careens towards this one path shooting off into the distance. Down this path, the mushrooms have swapped their places with flowers, and the trees with the rocks. Every moment something changes. Trees turn from one species to another, and some individual petals change their hue. Things refuse to stay as they are. They must be changing. That is that path.
Before I tell you what path I want to go down, I heard the birds and I thought it was Animal Crossing. Like, I thought it was the little villagers talking. And I had a moment of, who in the god dang heck is playing Animal... Oh, it's a cat! Oh! God, we're starting a new trend with animals that make Kiki forget to be serious. Alright, I want number 3 because I've been on a Zelda kick, and 3
Number
is the
3.
Triforce.
The Triforce. Number 3 for the Triforce.
The Triforce.
The tree down this path are not trees at all, but they are fungi attempting to look like trees. Their leaves, smaller than fungi, drip with multicolored paint that splatters onto the colorful path forward. The fungi are disguised as birch trees, an enigmatic tree known for their eye-shaped markings that indeed exist on every trunk.
I don't think we should go down that one. Be real with you, Chief.
Laylee, like, points towards the 3rd path, as that's the one they're going down.
Arden just looks at it and is like, that one, the trees all have eyes. Eyes haven't been historically great for us.
Well, I don't have eyes, so I can't see it. So I think I should still do it.
Well, I'm just gonna let you know, the trees are covered in eyes. So, like, not.
Or should I? Do you think I should take
you know
them?
How birch trees have like kind of eyeballs. It's like that. No, like you know, like they have. It's just a pattern in like the bark of the tree, but it's a mushroom. So
Do you
the
think I
mushrooms
should
are
just
pretending to
take?
have eyes. I don't know. It's just considering our track record with things that have eyes. That one doesn't seem too friendly. Not gonna lie.
Do you think I should just take their eyes and give them to myself?
Does it work that way? Wouldn't that give you splinters?
I don't know.
It's like birch tree eyes, so that it's knots that look like eyes.
Yeah, it's knots in the bark, but they look like eyes, which yeah, I don't know. Historically, not great for us.
Well, you don't want me to have fun.
I mean, we
kidding.
can go down it if you want to, but...
I mean, wait, were we all going down the same path, or were we all going down separate?
Oh, I thought we were all going down the same path. I just figured we'd stick together, you know.
Oh, well, you were pointing at one, so I thought that was like, oh, I'm gonna go down this one.
No,
and
I
you're
mean, like, maybe we could all go... I just picked one at random, though, so...
Okay, I'll go with you.
Okay, cool.
I do not think splitting up would be the most ideal in case we run into trouble.
Probably. Listen, I do not have a very big cranium.
Mm-hmm.
You're plenty
I think
smart. You're just
7
tired.
Seven's
Bennie just
great.
pats.
We are in the subconscious. How am I tired when I'm constantly asleep?
Mentally tired.
Yes.
Your brain is still working, so you
Okay.
aren't really resting.
Right.
Fair enough.
All right.
It's
So,
7, number
are you
7.
guys going down lucky number 7?
Guess so?
Yeah.
You make your way down the winding path. With things ever changing the further you go along, you can look at one thing, mark it as a landmark in your mind, and then immediately turn around and it's something completely different. It's disorienting, but you at least have
I'd say
enough
a wild
clarity that you are going on the right path. You at least have a sense that you are still walking in a straight line and not in thousands of loops. It's not long until you reach the end, beginning, something of this path. These paths, they don't lead to anything flashy, but what they do lead to is a small circle. This one is surrounded in flowers, mushrooms, sprouts, weeds. It changes every second, which kind of stays in line with everything else that has been given in this description. In the middle of it, there are 4 pieces of parchment. They are all rested atop one another, but almost every few seconds, they vanish from reality and then return. They seem to just blink in and out. They do not like to stay in one place at once. One of them, they go up in the air and then they float down and then they teleport up again to a random height. It's like they're playing a game. But that is what you come across. 4 parchments.
Hmm.
Well, I can't read them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll look at them.
Sure.
What's on them?
Yeah, let's take a look.
I am going
They
to
like to
have
walk.
you I'm gonna have you roll perception because of just like how quickly they're moving. Unless you just want to attempt to grab one, which is gonna be sleight of hand.
I mean, I'll just try to read them really fast.
Okay, sure. Perception.
Cool, because I mean, you know,
Speed
I can
reading.
do both those things. But speed reading, you know,
Arden just,
this is
like-
a skill I have in real life. I don't know if Arden has it, but I
Let's
think it'd
see.
be funny if she did. Okay, let's see. Well, I rolled a 17 and I add my perception is +8, so I don't know what that. So 25.
Okay, Arden can speed read. Hell yeah. You
Good
very
for her.
quickly, like, during those moments where the paper flips around in ways where you can just
Close your
barely make
eyes.
things out, you quickly, like, you put everything together, you, like, very quickly, like, take everything down into memory. And each of the parchments have a small sigil on it, like some kind of magical arcane sigil. And they have the title of a spell on it. The
Oh.
4 spells are Time Stop, Fly, Telekinesis, and Animate Objects.
We
I'm
don't know.
gonna be real with y'all,
any-
gang. Time stop seems like a really useful spell.
Yeah,
I don't know if we
none
actually
of us
get
are
the spell, but like,
Benny's the only spellcaster, and he's a special spellcaster.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just that one has, like, I don't know. It feels like that's the one that's been the easiest to screw us over with. So I feel like it's a good spell to have. I don't know if grabbing it gives it to us or if it inflicts it upon us. Although I guess if we just have a time stop out here, like, I don't know that it'd be that big of a deal. There's not really anything around, so. Or I mean, I don't think there is. I guess maybe we should check.
Oh no, I just remember getting absolutely murdered literally almost murdered. I almost died, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it was time stop, animate object.
Time stop, animate object, fly, and telekinesis.
Fly and telekinesis. Yeah. So I don't know which one of those you guys think is the best, but I mean, I'd love to be able to fly. I think that'd be pretty sick. Just like fly whenever I want. Like, pretty great. I did fly as an Aarakocra that one time. So
Why would animate object be like to make a rock move? I can make a rock move. I'm good at that.
I mean, you could animate any object. You could animate like if you had a giant carving of a cat, you could make it a cat that walks around. Or like if there were like a big old gargoyle on a building, you could get on the back of the gargoyle, animate it, and maybe it would like fly away to safety. I don't know.
This is why I don't like magic. It doesn't make any sense.
I mean, it makes enough sense.
She says
just
a
does
vampire.
It does stuff, you know? You have a spell, the spell does one specific thing, and you just like... And then it happens.
What is this?
You just like do, like, you say something, and like maybe move your hands, and maybe there's like a thing you gotta use, and then it happens. It's like ingredients, you know? If you ever bake a cake, you gotta have like flour, eggs, milk... You know, cake ingredients, and then once you put them all together, you get a cake, plus heat, you know, and time. But and then you get a cake, and I feel like magic's the same way. You got like some stuff, you got like your inherent like magic-y stuff, and you have like some little wiggly hands. That's like it's like putting it in the oven, and you say some words, and that's like
verbal,
I don't know, adding them eggs. Yeah, and then you have like maybe some actual physical ingredients, you know, and then you get a result at the end, and it's like a cake. But it's like if you have a cake and you put chocolate in the cake, you get a chocolate cake. But if you don't put any chocolate in the cake, then you don't get a chocolate cake. And I think that's maybe how magic is a little bit. Because if you put the right ingredients in, you get a certain result. But if you put the wrong ingredients, then you don't get that result, you get a different result. And maybe a bad one? I don't know. I know there can be like backlash to spells, but I don't know all the details of that because I don't cast them. So
it's hard to describe, but you're getting there.
Yeah. So, you know, it's like baking.
Wild magic is like if you put the oven on just like a completely random setting, you just twist the knob a bunch of times. And... Wild
magic is just like, you were like, this is the shit in my fridge, shove it into like a...
Yeah.
It's like making a stew, but like you just have all the random ingredients in your fridge and you just toss them all in the same stew. Like you're just like, you don't even bother like paying attention.
Warlock magic is like being in a cooking class where someone's giving you some nice new instructions on the cake. Warlocking is the Great British Bake Off.
Yeah, and like, but like, you know, you could do some of the baking yourself, but you got to rely on the ingredients somebody else is providing.
Yeah,
it's like,
I like how there's no NPC that's here. I'm just saying this as the DM.
This is just like thoughts that are like percolating into Arden's head.
She's saying them out loud into Arden.
And she's just saying them out loud. I mean, technically, you know, when you're like SMR, you get like the what is it called? Like the Deva or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like the equivalent to this. This is the only thing that has ever done is just like, oh yeah, you know, it's like it'd be like this. And Arden's just like, I mean, you know, for once you have something good to say, so.
That absolutely happens, by the way. You do, like, hear in the back of your mind, this is so fucking innocuous, but you just hear, like, and warlock magic is something along the lines of perhaps having someone guide your hand into creating a more perfect cake than you would be able to make on your own. And then...
Yeah, Arden's just like, yeah, okay, I'll transfer this rest party. I mean, the other option is that it's the precipice and or the prophecy saying this, which I think would also be pretty funny, but... Directly in Arden's mind, she's like, I don't know why you're doing it this way, but sure.
I say what I must. In a bit.
Them's the break. What other kind of casters are there? A cleric is like, honestly, clerics are just warlocks. It's basically the same thing. Like, I'm sorry. Like, they're
here in your head, true.
True that. Cleric is just warlock, but like different branding, you know? It's like if you get Skippy peanut butter, it's like Skippy peanut butter versus Jiffy peanut butter. It's the same thing, like honest peanut butter.
Lelee and Bennie, As Arden is like going on this tirade, like
I'm really trying to explain magic to Lelee. I guess you don't need to cook that much anymore.
Sharpay tried to do this once and it didn't work. I don't think you're gonna get through to me.
Oh, do you not bake? You ever make a mud pie?
Is that like when you put the stuff in a pan and you put it in the fire and it like?
Yeah, cooking. You know.
While they're talking, Benny's looking at the scrolls.
No, I just light stuff on. I used to just light stuff on fire, but now I just arm,
the
scrolls,
mouth. You were able to decipher what spells are on them. That being time stop, fly, telekinesis, and animate objects.
What would you need all 4 of these for? He's just mumbling. And does he have his
honestly,
wings right
when
now?
you put it that way, I could think of something.
And Benny just is ruffling his wings a bit as he's reading, just doing that dad pace with the scrolls as if they're a newspaper.
I'm like kind of squinting. She's like, "Well, I mean, you're the only magic user, and you can already fly. So I feel like one of the other options would be better. At least I assume you can fly.
What about time stop? That's
time stop. We've been getting pretty fucked up by time stop. I feel like if you're gonna grab a spell out of air and like assuming we get the spell, I don't actually know if that's true. We may just like, I don't know. But I mean, time stop. That's a pretty good spell. So
it's a type of magic I've never used before, but I've seen it used.
It was used on us.
Yeah,
yes,
I mean,
I was about to say.
I don't know if you can like Uno reverse card time stop, but if you can, that'd be pretty handy.
Counterspell. I know Sharpay uses Can you counterspell that?
I can counterspell.
Cool. All right.
Can you counterspell times?
I have no clue.
You literally have to roll a nat 20.
Yeah,
I think you have to roll a 19 or a 20.
It's like a 1 in 100,000 million chance.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I feel like we should go for it. Like I don't know exactly what grabbing one of these will do, but time stop. Like here's the other thing. Like it would just. I mean, if it does affect us, it just stops us for a while, and I don't see anything else around. And my perception just when I'm chilling is pretty good. So.
Yeah, with your absolutely chillin' perception, you are not seeing anything in like the general vicinity moving outside of just these spell scrolls and the general like consistent. Oh, the music got wild all of a sudden. Hello?
Yeehaw!
The music went onto a whole other thing that I don't want to be. And I started, there was like a choral like chanting that was happening for a second. Oh god. All right.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
No.
Is it true? There's choral chanting on my end too, it's just birds doing it.
Yeah. So yeah, there's nothing like in the general vicinity happening. There is kind of just these pieces of parchment floating and kind of blipping in and out of reality.
And just like, well, I mean, I'm pretty good at grabbing things. I can just, and I guess she'll try and grab the time stop one.
Sure. Go ahead and roll sleight of hand.
Woo! Oh, I rolled a 19, and I add 5, so.
All right.
Because my dexterity is 5.
You reach into this kind of circle of these ever-changing mushrooms and plants that are surrounding these spell scrolls. And you feel as you reach into it, the molecules in your body start to almost like you feel change happening as you reach in, but you are quick enough.
Back out, actually.
You are quick enough that you are able to.
And I'm just gonna like immediately hand it to Bennie.
Bennie accepts it into his hands.
You have been given the 9th level spell scroll for time stop. The transmutation spell.
Well, that's pretty sick.
I've been searching since I messaged Lash for another stream with anyone with storytelling it like yours. Everyone is bland and monotone. Oh no. DMing is something that like is a skill that you definitely have to grow in time. And I think that I have a little bit of a benefit of I've done this for a good while, and also I have done acting my whole life. You know?
So true.
Also, everyone here is like stoked to be here.
Yeah, that's
Like,
a big
I
thing.
feel like
Absolutely.
all of us like being a little more enthusiastic
Like,
probably adds a little.
genuinely, my advice for fellow DMs who might watch this stream is make sure that, like, you know how to keep your players excited for, like, every single week. And luck out and have some amazing players. And also just, like, be hyped about what you're doing. Because I'm fucking hyped about my own campaign. I love this shit.
I
Thank
added
you.
Eager, and after like not a month, but after like a little bit of playing, I get on VC one day and we're like, yeah, this is my favorite campaign so far. And I'm like,
And now I have grand players. I have grand players. Eager's Row is running a campaign, and they have players, and I call them my grand
call them
players.
by their Minecraft username.
Oh, all right. So yes, you have the 9th level spell scroll for Time Stop in your hand. Thank you. I have been.
This
There you
is
go, Bennie.
This is
powerful
quite-
now.
quite a potent spell.
Yeah,
Potent.
I mean that's
what they use to describe alcohol.
Yes.
I mean, I do feel like you be tripping a little bit when you're time stop.
Odd. Okay. So, what do we do with this now that we have it?
I mean, I guess we just keep it. I mean, I don't know if we got to keep it into the real world. Remember how we put some spells on like some items? We could put time stop on like a, I don't know, something.
Stick.
Yeah, well, on a stick. Yeah.
Time
I mean, that would
Stop
make it a
on
wand.
stick.
I honestly
stick.
think if we
I
were to
want a
put time
time
stop on
stick.
something, I think it'd be kind of funny to put it on like a clock. Yeah. I mean, but that's almost too easy. I feel like maybe. Put it on like a.
Time stick.
I mean, yeah. Just get like a giant. Oh, you could put it on an arrow because it's.
We could put it on the
like
jar
a
that
hand.
holds the eyes.
That seems a little ill-advised. I don't know if I really want them to just be able to like stop time.
No,
you know,
we
no
stop
offense or
time
whatever,
on
but-
them. We stop time on them.
Okay, but it doesn't last forever. Also, I don't know if there's really like that much of a. It's not like they can do anything right now. They're kind of stuck as eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was responding to something. Are you guys threatening to use Time Stop on the eyeballs?
No,
I mean, I was like, I don't
Haley
think
was
we
like,
should do
oh,
that.
in the jar, maybe, and Arden was like,
Huh? I
No,
was
because
like, if,
my-
no. See, she thought you meant to like put time stop on the like how she was suggesting you put time stop on an item.
Okay.
She was
okay.
like, I don't think we should put that on the jar.
Yeah.
Then they just be able to like stop time, whatever, and
They
that
can
seems
absorb
like
it.
not a good idea.
Yeah. That is
That
really
seems
not a
like
good plan.
ill-advised. I'm just like, I don't know about that
Okay.
one. I don't know
I mean,
about that.
maybe
Too.
if in that case, if we get into another fight with Genesis, we use that and then we wail on him.
We could try to unpossess him while he's stopped. 'cause
That's
we won't be able to
true.
do
I
anything.
forget that he's possessed.
Yeah, I feel like we should try
Let's
to
try
Amazing.
unpossess.
Either way, this is going to be incredibly useful, and I
And
think we should
you-
hold it tightly.
You
Oh.
roll it up, and I'm assuming you are going to place it in a secure spot in your bag of holding.
Oh, absolutely. My
Wonderful.
bag of holding, in
Everyone
which I
in this
hold the
party
items.
canonically has a bag of holding, because I think variant encumbrance. I'm sorry, we're not doing it.
Okay, great.
My I like to think that Arden has that little like frog purse.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Roxanne also. Oh yeah. I literally have it on Arden's artwork. There's that tiny little
Wait.
frog purse.
It's a little frog purse, and
No,
I just
yeah.
figured that's the bag of holding.
Loops, it would make sense that if in the mind we just have a bag of holding.
Oh, yeah. It also does really
Like,
much
just-
make sense because
in the
Plot,
mind.
plot,
But also,
plot convenient bag of
I'd
holding. that
imagine
also-
it's like getting your
Yeah.
first Pokemon starter when you're gonna be
Yeah,
an adventure. It's like go take a bag of holding. I know that they're
Yeah.
very busted, and I know you can do
Dangerous
wild
to go
shit with
alone.
them. But I trust my
But-
players.
Yeah, we've been all given
We've
bags of
been
holding, and we
water
choose to
slide.
be responsible with them because we want to have bags of holding.
Yeah, exactly. Lest they get
We
confiscated.
don't want Dean to introduce the encumbrance variants. We don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, no, you'll be
How
good
would
bag of holding
Arden have
wielders.
Curse-proof gold spears if she didn't have a bag of holding.
Exactly. And Arden needs all 8 of those golden
Although, to be
spears.
fair, I think Hugo has one of the spears. I think he had. I think I gave him one.
Yeah. But
So I have 7.
7 golden
A normal
spears.
amount of spears to
There
have.
could be more. There could be more. Arden needs
I
more spears.
I basically was like, I'm gonna cut you some slack and stop duplicating this object.
You will find another way at some point to get more golden spears, and I can feel it to be true.
If there's ever another opportunity to duplicate objects,
I think having time stop is step 1 in Arden's plan.
actually, I'm gonna
more
be honest. If we can duplicate objects, the spell scroll is the thing to duplicate. Like, if we were in that memory again, I would be like wrapping the spell scroll around the hilt of the spear, like, and tying it in place and being like, all right, gang, let's hope this works out.
Reminder to myself, do not make another room where the party can accidentally infinitely duplicate items. Anyways, so you guys,
No, I think you should
getting us back on track here. You guys pick up the time stop scroll, and from there, where do you guys plan on going? Do you want to continue to investigate the other scrolls in the area? Do you wish to try and grab more, or what's the plan?
they're like still there?
They are.
I don't know. Guys, do you want any other ones?
Give me. Okay, what if I took? Okay, remember that whole like 300-foot water slide, Arden?
Yeah.
I want telekinesis.
You know what? I think you're right. What's your how good is Lily's sleight of hand?
I mean, Lily's a monk. It should be pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I figured if this could just duplicate our hands, and we.
Yeah,
Actually,
1 second. For some reason,
Can Lily tell where they are when
just
if they're floating around in the air?
What is? Oh, is your thing not working anymore? The perception, or your sleight of hand, your sheet? Sorry, I cannot think. Is your sheet working?
It's back. It just my Microsoft Edge closed, so I had to reopen it.
Ah, okay.
Microsoft Edge.
So I have it up now. My sleight of hand is a nice.
Put yourself in Firefox.
Mine is well, it's the only one that I use for PDFs. It's all where
that's fair.
Because I can edit them really easily. My sleight of hand is +5.
Yeah, so we're equivalent here. I just was wondering if, more specifically, like, if Lily would be able to grab a floating scroll out of the air.
You gotta point at it. You gotta
aims Lily.
Aims Lily.
Aim Lily at the scrolls.
Yeah, no, I guess that is the other thing, is that you have to kind of, because it is in the air, you are going to be rolling at disadvantage. Because it's in the air, you don't have
make Lily grab it. Arden's just like, do you want
Lily can give it an attempt. I think Lily will probably like shoot out a hand to try and grab it. Because you're rolling already. Yeah, just be fast, forehead. What'd you get?
I feel like Arden warns Lily.
7.
Arden like warns Lily, hey, like, don't leave your hand in there.
So
I feel like she tries to grab it and she just whiffs.
You go to like grab it. Arden's kind of like trying to describe to you like when it's in front of you, just like the second it kind of floats past Lily's hands, like Arden's like a 3, 2, 1 now kind of situation. That's what I'm imagining. You can totally correct me if that's not what would happen.
No, actually, that is about right.
Perfect. Okay, and from there you quickly go to reach your hand in, but as you do, you once again you whiff it, and the paper slightly gives you just the slightest paper cut. And you flinch from it, because paper cuts suck. Despite the fact that you have taken much more damage in your entire adventure than what you are going to take here, that being 1 singular slashing damage from this paper cut, you just like, your finger just like, you just flinch. You flinch in the air just a little, and that makes your retracting motion slightly delayed. Long enough.
Yippee!
For a familiar sensation to come upon you. Because, Lily, you have been transformed more than anyone else in this party.
God! No!
Back at it again!
You have been
Lily.
You started as a regular elf. You have become a bird. You turned into a vampire. So many things have happened that have altered your physicality that at this point, it is like meeting an old friend when something transforms.
Oh my god.
So, I need you... Actually, wait, no, because this is basically a sleight of hand, and if you fail it, you're gonna... Okay, so, Lily, very instantly, as Lelee
Is it a crocodile?
retracts her hand from this kind of like glowing pillar of these ever-changing mushrooms. Right as Lelee retracts it, Lelee just vanishes.
This is
Lelee,
like a time I turned into a crocodile! Yeah,
Lelee,
what's up?
you hear Arden yell out for you. How do you
What?
want to respond?
Hey!
Okay,
Dad,
you go.
I'm right here!
What actually comes out is
What?
I'm gonna look down at the ground. I guess.
What?
you
Am I a
look down at the
lizard?
ground.
What the hell am I?
You look down at the ground,
Straight up.
and there is just a beautiful little creature on the ground. As there is just a purple mole.
Bennie?
Lelee, you have been polymorphed into a mole.
What?
Uh,
Lelee, you're
I'm
surprisingly
gonna pick
cute.
you up and like put you on my shoulder, I guess, so
You're
we
just
don't like lose you.
You are under the effects of polymorph. So,
Give me my stat block, Doc. Lay
yeah,
on me.
the spell transforms a creature you can see into a new form, and you were already basically failed that. Transformation lasts for the duration 1 hour. Oh god. The new form can be a beast whose challenge rating is equal to or less than the target's. And basically, everything is given to Lelee's new form, except for alignment and personality, including hit points. If you drop to 0 hit points at any point, you will return to Lelee. But for now, congratulations, I will bestow upon you the mole stat block.
Oh. I was just like, I'm gonna put you on my shoulder, I guess.
I'm just imagining little mole Lelee going, yippee!
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna put Mole Lelee on my shoulder, I guess. Lelee gets a ride, Mole edition.
You are getting basically the stat block of a rat. Except give yourself 20 feet of digging speed.
Well, if there's anything underground, we'll be prepared, I guess.
Enjoy.
Her little mole claws folded to a really bad thumbs up.
Should I will say that any use of telekinesis will allow you guys to speak with Lelee, but I do not know if you guys have access to anything telekinesis related. So I am so sorry, Kiki, for you are now a mole.
Telekinesis is like moving things around, though, isn't it?
Oh, telepathy.
Oh, telepathy.
I was like, wait, but
I was reading the wrong thing.
I was like, I understand that she was grabbing for the telekinesis, but
yeah. So Lelee is now a mole. You slowly like pick up the very squishy little creature from the ground and set Lelee on your shoulder.
Okay.
The telekinesis spell scroll is still in there.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to Bennie and be like, Bennie, if there's a hole in a spell scroll, will it still work?
Is the spell writing intact on the scroll?
I mean, I just meant in general. So it depends on if the writing is intact.
I sure hope it will.
Okay.
Give it a try.
Arden's gonna pull an arrow out of her arrow thing and be like, I'm gonna try it with maybe one of the ones we don't care too much about, and I'm gonna try and just shoot a spell scroll out of there, so I don't have to worry about turning into a mole, I guess.
Roll to hit.
That may be a good plan.
Which one do we care the least about?
I love that we have now canonically made moles sound like ooh.
You know what? It's just that's a noise they could make. I don't know if it's a noise they make in real life, but they have like
it's squeaking basically.
Yeah,
but I'm not
it's just
squeaking. So
yeah.
I'm sorry. It's my canon now.
Well, yeah. Moles just make
tries-
squeak adjacent noises.
Yeah, Lelee tries to like
Roll the
make the
hit.
noise that animate object would sound like, but it comes in as
Well, my longbow is plus 11, so I rolled a 21.
Okay,
I rolled a 10, but I got a 21.
here's what I can imagine. If Lelee is trying to communicate animate objects, I think it literally does come out as like.
I mean, I feel like Arden was gonna go for animate objects anyway, because she's not 100% sure. Like, it's not as versatile, maybe.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it might be fun, but it would be fun. So if you do get it, it's like is a win, you know?
Okay, roll to hit animate objects.
Yeah, I rolled a 10, but I had 11, so 21.
Perfect. You take your bow and arrow, you rear it backward, and the arrow sticks against one of the ever-changing trees, kind of in the backlog of this forest area, and it does indeed stay there. You can see the spell scrolls trying to like teleport around. Notably, the glowing on the spell scroll remains, because the
cool.
text kind of glows slightly.
All right, well, I'm gonna walk up, you know, to kind of like grab the sheet and then like pull out the arrow, and I'm gonna apologize to the tree as I do so. Like, sorry.
The second you take the arrow out, the tree morphs and turns into a giant green flower.
Cool. I'll take that as a no hard feelings.
It retracts. It retracts and is then going to turn into a tiny little mushroom, and then is going to shoot up again as a starfruit tree. And one of like the vines is going to go down towards Lelee's height, and a little starfruit is just going to kind of like stare down Lelee, and it tilts its head in curiosity, and the starfruit and the tree kind of shakes a little bit in laughter.
yeah, she did get turned into a mole. That's why I checked the spell scroll out instead of just, you know,
the leaves kind of like rustle, just like in laughter at you.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess Arden will, so I guess I have the spell scroll now?
You do. You have the spell scroll for animate objects.
And just kind of walks over and she's like, oh, I mean, it worked. But I feel kind of bad about stabbing the tree. So I might try to like, but the tree doesn't seem too worried about it. So I guess I'll try it again, but like maybe aim more at the ground this time.
You
try to, like,
see as the giant, like the tree, which was then a flower, which is now a starfruit tree, is going to change its shape, and then you just hear "Wow!" as a giant mole is now in the place of the tree.
I'm just looking at it and it's like, that is incredible.
It's all
That's the best thing I've seen on transmission. She's like, that is the best thing I've seen all day.
It's like tremor sensing with her little mole feet, and she just like, woo, woo, woo.
It's a giant mole.
This is intense mole roleplay happening right now.
Mole play.
The mole then like sniffs you a little bit and is going to like go over to Arden's shoulder where Lelee is planted. They're gonna take their big old star nose, because this is a star nose mole, and they're going to just like plant a little mole kiss on Lelee's head, and then turn back into a little flower.
Arden's like, yeah, we're befriending the forest.
You now have animate objects.
Cool. I was like, I wonder, okay, well, that worked. I wonder, well, yeah, I mean, because only weapon I feel like the arrow is the best way, because it kind of goes in and out fast, you know?
Yeah.
And she's just gonna, I guess I'll might as well go for the same strategy.
Yeah.
This time, a little more confident, I'll go for the telekinesis.
All right, roll to hit.
And I rolled 14 plus 11, so that's 25.
Lands into the ground this time because you're aiming slightly downwards.
Yep, I was like, I'm gonna try and hit it while it's like down here. I guess I don't know exactly how far down to go, but
you shoot it out of the ring, and you are able to scurry around and pick it up. You now have the spell scroll for the transmutation spell telekinesis.
I'm gonna actually
you also have the transmutation spell scroll for animate objects. And
I see.
once you shoot telekinesis out of the area,
Mm-hmm.
The spell scroll for fly, which is the last one in there,
Mm-hmm.
falls to the ground. And I've been describing it as they've been teleporting up basically every time they hit the ground.
Mm-hmm.
This time it stays there.
Oh.
Okay. I guess I'll walk over and like kind of like poke it a little bit.
If you go to poke it, you notice that that sensation of magic has left the circle.
Huh, okay, interesting. All right then. I guess I can pick it up.
And as you go to pick it up, on your shoulder, you feel a sudden increase of pressure as Lelee falls on top of you.
I gotta grab the scroll and like fall forwards as well.
Yeah, you guys fall into a little pile. You guys fall into a little pile on the ground, like kind of like as Arden grips the fly spell scroll.
Oh, it's kind of digging
like,
me in the hole.
Okay. And Arden will be like, yeah, well, but I mean, you get this now, and I'll hand Lelee the telekinesis spell scroll.
It is still glowing. Yeah. So.
Cool.
If I get changed into a mole again because of this, I'm done with magic.
I thought you liked being a mole.
I did. I just meant if I get turned into an edible that's not a mole.
Alright, fair enough. I will make sure that you're no longer a mole next time.
And you said the fly spell scroll is still like lit up as well?
That one is not.
Cool. Alright, well I'm still gonna take it.
Alright, you take the
Just for fun.
deactivated fly spell scroll. Alright. And with that, this path continues to change every other second. But that kind of circle of energy powers down. And all of the changing mushrooms and flowers inside that particular circle stay as they are.
Well, that's a bit sad.
Well,
I
mean, yeah, we just gotta go down the other pathway.
suppose we head in that direction then.
Is the particular tree that I was like that we were chilling with it's still there? And if so,
it's still funkily changing. It's been going up and down. I'd say right now it's a giant sprout of broccoli.
Cool, great. I just like to see it. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'll like say bye to the tree and like wave, and then I suppose we'll head back down the path.
The tree becomes a cactus in one of those like up and down cactus pose, and it kind of like
Incredible.
wiggles around to wave away from you.
I was like, man, this place is great.
The Feywild is amazing.
That was great, actually.
Feywild is
Alright.
so good for my health.
So
Yeah,
true.
we're
You
getting,
guys
like,
need a
stuff
break.
there.
Yeah.
And the break is the Feywild.
Man, so good to be here.
You guys
It
make
is.
your way back down the path towards the area full of lecterns. There is still the floating piece of parchment, floating like just over top of the only lectern that does not have parchment inside of it.
Okay, I'm gonna look on it, I guess.
The parchment
Anything
is
on it?
blank.
Okay.
Okay, still blank. Cool. Did the other parchments have anything on them that were on the other lecterns?
No. And all of
Okay.
those other... I'd say that this lectern has a little bit of a glow to it right now, as if it
Mhm.
is telling you, like, this is the active part of the puzzle. It's game
Arden's like,
design.
"Wait."
It's game design.
Arden kind of looks at it and is like, is there a path directly behind it?
I would like you... Actually, you know what? There is. Do you want to look down it?
Yeah, I'll
Bennie was
go down
also
it, you
gonna
know?
look and give help action.
This
He's
is
gonna
the path
peek.
right next. This was number 6, so right
Uh-huh.
before 7. This path, each plant is made from a raw element. There are flowers made from dancing flames, trees of solid ice, rocks made from water, and water made from stone. Clouds roll
What?
at knee height down the pathway, and purple force magic weaves through the winds.
Arden kind of like looks at the lectern and looks at the path and looks at like the rest of the party and is like, you know, I think we're supposed to go down this one, so I think we should go down it last.
All right. Go to the one directly next to it.
Yeah, I think we should go in path number 5.
You... How to say? This is literally me when I play video games, though. I'm just like, I need to see every possibility.
Have we all played Breath of the Wild, right?
Not yet.
No.
We played Breath of the Wild, but not Tears of the Kingdom.
I will talk specifically about Breath of the Wild. I'm gonna avoid spoilers for the video game because it's courtesy. But Breath of the Wild, I started playing that, and almost immediately, as soon as I got like the captured memories thing, I just didn't do any of the main stuff. I just went up, and I just went to like the
these
middle of
gamers
nowhere.
are side questing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was like, that was pretty great and like kind of fun
because
I missed out on any little tasks. They all look really cool. Like
Person 1 Shellshock Session 8, side questing.
Side questing. We did get three functional spell scrolls out of that last one. So.
The path right next to this elemental one, it's strange. There are no real plants down that path, but instead, your imagination fills in the blanks. As does the imagination of your friends. As you look into the path, the collective thoughts of what it might look like are shared to create an image with a horrendously clashing style that somehow makes sense. There are some of like Lelee's past memories of what trees used to look like in and out. I'm sure there are trees that Arden might remember from like a swing set when they were a child. It's that type.
And there's also maybe some that look like trees out of like books that she would have read, like illustrations of trees.
Absolutely.
Just because I think that'd be nice.
Bennie, what trees
nice
do you
drawings.
bring? What nature do you bring to this scene? From your
What do I
memories
bring
and
to this
thoughts?
scene?
From Bennie's
I bring-
memories, thoughts, and imagination.
He brings back the gorgeous trees that surrounded his home where his son and his wife lived.
Oh.
Hey,
Beautiful.
we all remember. Nice.
Beautiful
And
weeping
the
willows
flowers.
and spruce trees.
Yeah,
The flowers,
flowers.
his wife planted in the front lawn. Fuck.
So cute. Lelee, what do you bring in your imagination that fills in the blanks of this path?
Well, because she can't, like, even though she remembers vaguely what trees look like, because she doesn't have the visual, like, aspect of those anymore, she fills in the gaps. They're very monochrome. Like, they're a singular, like, gray tone, very odd-looking tree. It's like, she's basically describing what a tree looks like from the perspective of tremor sense.
Ooh.
So the leaves are very, they're not multiple different things. It's one big it's like you know, in How to Train Your Dragon 2, the staff that Valka has that has like the beads in it.
Yes.
That's kind of what the trees look like with their leaves. It's just a bunch of rattling, like, odd-looking shapes and very monochrome. She thinks it looks normal. Yeah.
Can I add a little something? Because Tremor Sense gives you like that in-depth detail on the interior, you can actually probably see like the glowing rings of how old the trees are.
Yo, that's
There are little tunnels where ants would have been if it was a real tree.
Yeah, this
Tiny
actually
little
sounds like it
bees.
looks kind of sick. Like
Bookshelves, Bennie's memories of plants, and Lelee's descriptions, the strange shapes that don't exactly look like something you would see, but more so something you would dream up. That is the path that you guys have, I guess, decided to go down.
yeah, Arden's like, this looks really cool. This looks great, actually. Let's go here.
It's a
As-
literal walk through memory lane.
As you make your way through it,
Filmmaker.
you see
We're going on a hike.
some of the books fly over top of you and open up and start telling, like, they start showing, like, these pop-up book stories of ones that Roxanne used to read to Arden. You actually hear a little bit of her voice going, like, once upon a time, before it fades away into the distance.
Surprise! Roxanne is in this one, too.
Roxanne moment! You hear the sounds of like gentle like hands that are planting stuff in the garden alongside the messy, less coordinated hands of a child who is helping them out, trying to plant a garden full of memories together. It sounds like Mary and Dakota in the garden together, having a good time, just planting things together. You hear the tilling of dirt, you hear the little like pats down, and you hear like a tiny like, grow up to be big and strong, okay? From Dakota. As they just gently kiss the dirt.
This is
And
great. This is a
Lelee,
great path to be on.
from your mind, there are occasional descriptions here and there of times that there have been downtime in the party, and there are some whispers in the air of the party mates' voices. You hear like Sharpay going like, some of the leaves here are actually pink, and other voices describing it to you in the wind. And all of that
This is a
leads
great
you,
path. This is just great.
all of that leads you
Yeah.
towards what would Arden put in a fairy circle? Like normally they're mushroom circles, but what would Arden scatter into it? If
Like
there were
put
one?
into it, like if I feel like she's the kind of person who would be like, you know, I bet that the fairies would like some snacks. So
Trail mix.
like she's the kind of person who would like be like out of boredom would like make tiny like little use like random like twigs and stuff to like make little like silverware.
There is a tiny little circle that has these little like chairs and tables made from little twigs and weave together grasses, and they are all set like a fine dining experience, very cottage-y and such, and that is the first layer surrounding this circle. What would Bennie add into the fairy circle? Bennie's mind and imagination.
Mind and imagination. Fairy circles are made out of like flowers and plants, yeah?
Yeah. Like
Okay.
anything that would be like enticing to a fae.
He would probably bring some of the very gentle leaves of the weeping willows and make a little bundle. He would take a little bit of string out of his bag of holding and very carefully like tie together some of the flowers as well.
They give this beautiful like potpourri scent to the circle, and they are used to elegantly kind of set Arden's mini tables and give this like beautiful like decorated aesthetic. What would Leelee's brain bring to the fairy circle?
Brain.
Probably like she remembers ivy really distinctly, lots of ivy. So there's just like the, you know, once again, a mimicry of what ivy would look like under tremor sense. Basically, it's all connected in one single way. It has distinct shapes. It's just like one connected wreath of ivy because that's how she sees ivy. She's like, oh, it's moving, so it's one big block.
It is like a wreath with these little tables with like these beautiful little potpourri on them, and that is the circle that is made up of all of your guys' little imagination. That is so fucking cute. And you guys can hear the sound of like a bustling dinner hall and such. You smell the aroma of like things that Bennie would find comforting, like a good meal, a freshly baked loaf of bread. And along from there, you hear like gently the menu being read out for Lelee. And alongside that, you hear the trimming of hedges and such as the ivy is kind of plucked away and picked at. Sometimes Raven would go work at the gardens and try and get some of the kudzu to just calm down outside because that was covering your temple for the longest time. So you hear the trimming and such of some shears going at it. Inside of the circle, in this beautiful little dining hall that's so cute. I love doing little prompts like this. It's so adorable. There are 4 spell scrolls, like before. That's gonna be the running theme of all of these. There are spell scrolls in a fairy circle, fairy circle, and
Fairy.
these ones are not jumping around as much, but they are blank.
I think you could put a spell on these, maybe.
You definitely could, especially since there's doesn't seem to be anything else on them.
Yeah. Arden's like, well, okay, you're not my mom says you aren't really supposed to go inside of fairy circles because you might not be able to get back out. So
That's
we'll
correct.
probably find some way to get these out that isn't like walking in there. I mean, I know I used arrows earlier, and I guess she'll kind of like look around to figure out like if there's like a patch of dirt that isn't like, you know.
Your
like, stuff on
imagination.
Yeah, well, like so that like she just like kind of looks for like the outside of the. I assume that there's an outside of the fairy circle.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Lelee, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say she slowly pulls her quarterstaff out and goes to start poking him. But
So-
she stops when Arden starts to like look for other stuff. She's like, okay,
Arden's like, I mean, I shot them out with arrows earlier. I feel like that did work. So
fair enough, fair enough. So she's just gonna
maybe-
poke it.
You do hear reverberating from one of those little dining tables. your voice, Arden, but kind of like slightly like pitched very strangely, as if trying to like mimic it or remember it from an old memory, where it just says, I think we could put spells on those. And for just a second, there is a tiny little pulse where it looks like some writing is visible on parchments.
Yeah, I feel like Arden turns to the rest of the party and is like, what? I mean, are there any spells you've ever really wanted to try, Bennie?
I mean, I'm not quite sure off the top of my head. I know a few.
When you say I know a few, you see as one of the parchments lights up the word I, but they spell it I-Y-E, and that seems to be one part of a spell, and then it vanishes. It lights up again.
He shows him, like, look. I, and then points to where it shows up.
Close again. I-Y-E. It seems to be the second word in a spell.
A spell that has something to do with eyes.
I'm just kind of like staring out, like, let me think really hard.
Fire, rock,
Do you think
meteor, melt.
Could it be like one of those riddles or things like
Lelee,
Beauty's
you
the
started,
eye of
like,
the
I was
beholder?
like trying really hard to think about like the spells that were in like her mom's like spell book. I feel like she snooped on it at
Lily's
least
there and
once.
she's like, alright, what are spells I know? Green flame blade.
Nothing shows up.
I guess, can I roll, what would it be? Maybe history to see if I remember any spells that were in my mom's spell book that...
Roll Arcana.
Okay,
Dying.
Arcana. Yeah, that makes sense.
They're the dying.
Let me pull up Roxanne's sheet.
I was like, I mean, I read through my mom's spell book a few times. Maybe one of them, like, because I know she knows that her mom's, like, the class
wizard.
or whatever was divination
Yes.
school, so theoretically, eyeballs, I don't know.
All right. So
Cool.
tell me what you got for that Arcana.
I rolled a 17, and I add 1 from intelligence, so that's 18.
Okay. Oh, I knew it. The stream got a little messed up there for a second. Hang on, gamers. Hold on, gamers.
Holding on tightly.
Gamers, hold on. Check 1, 2. Gamers. Okay. So,
Gamers!
what was that again? Sorry, I got too caught up in gamers.
I got a 18.
18? Perfect. Let me look real quick. I gotta.
I mean, I guess like maybe like also like just any other spells that she remembers that she can just say out loud and see if they show up.
Sorry, I am looking. Eyes.
Well, I hope you wouldn't look at anything else.
I will give you one spell that
Cool.
I'd say comes to the forefront of your mind. Just seemingly just the imaginative energy of this area pushes it to the forefront of your mind. That being clairvoyance.
I was like, I mean, my mom had a spell called clairvoyance.
The spell scroll for clairvoyance lights up, and clairvoyance has now solidified and will not turn into a blank spell scroll again.
Cool.
Well, would you look at that?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I think of is like, I mean, I have some arrows that have like a scrying eye sort of spell on them.
Eye lights up again.
Yeah, Arden's like, but I don't think that's the name of the spell, so.
But
maybe it's like all-seeing eye.
clairvoyance has lit up and is now a spell scroll that has been like fully like planned out. The kind of like interweavings of the spell circle and such, and the like general things that are made to like represent its casting just spread out throughout the page. Clairvoyance.
Yeah, and I feel like most of any other spells that Arden would know would be like not.
From the divination path.
Yeah. I mean, she might know some from like elsewhere, but probably not like very many, so. I don't feel like spells are like the things you just like know. I mean, you know, like burning hands or something, but.
Oh yeah. You were saying some spells that were like Scrying eye, is that what you said for one of them?
Yeah, because there's Arden has some arrows that are like scrying eye arrows or something like that. So
The eye lights up, but it kind of seems to see where you are going. And you actually just see the first letter of the first word is A.
Ah. Okay, so A blank blank blank.
Benny, you see this too.
All-seeing eye? I don't know if that's a phrase. I don't know if it's a spell.
The
Are they
A
all-
lights up again.
Oh.
All.
Nothing else lights up. Just the A.
I.
The I lights up again, but the A still remains.
It's like, what are spell things? I mean, I guess I did just use Arcana eye? No. Arcane eye?
Arcane eye, it lights up, and Arcane eye. That is the second spell that you guys have unlocked. The divination spell Arcane eye.
Cool.
So, you guys have uncovered the divination spell Arcane eye and the divination spell Clairvoyance.
I see.
Arcane eye and Clairvoyance. There are 2 spell scrolls left, which, yeah. You do
I
not
was like,
have
this
any
is kind of
leads
like
on.
Hangman.
It is.
If you just
I
stand
feel
here
like
and talk
up
for a
until
while, I
this
feel like we're
point-
wanting to something.
Up until this point, Lily has like checked out. She knows nothing about magic. But once they do this, she just looks at the other ones and it's like A-E-I-O-U. Y.
I don't think it's literally Hangman.
Oh, I don't even know what Hangman is, man.
Yeah, you know, you draw a
What is
little thing and then you try to guess the word letter by letter. I don't know. It's a thing, I think.
Letter by letter.
I don't know,
the
these-
L is the starting word for one of the papers. It lights up.
L.
I will say that from the little imaginary like fairy circle, you do hear as it like quietly goes like L for Lily to hear.
I was like, okay, so I mean, there's lots of I feel like there's
Levitate?
the other two were divination spells, right?
So
And I
that's
feel like a lot of
probably in the
divination
same
spells are about
theme.
like locating something. So
Locate
maybe
lights
it's
up.
locate.
Locate. Is
Oh,
the first
locate.
part. Is
Okay,
the first
so
word.
locate something. Benny, do you know what spells let you locate with spells? Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's like locate person, maybe, but I
Not
don't know
light
if there's
up.
anything.
Can I make an arcane check?
Yeah, sure. Roll Arcana.
Oh yeah, arcana check. My silly.
You guys can also just throw out guesses even if you don't fully
I
know
only
the
made a
spell.
10. This is so sad. Oh.
I was like, I don't know, locate place, thing, object.
Locate object.
Locate. Locate. Like every time you say locate, the locate lights up.
We are doing our best.
We are trying.
Locate creature.
Locate creature.
spell.
It loads up. It lights up. That's the spell. Locate creature.
Good,
Woo, we did it!
good job, kiddo.
Throw things at the wall.
The
Let's
divination
see, what
spell.
other things that-
Locate creatures.
divination.
Benny gives
Well,
a gentle pat
have we
on the
said the
shoulder
word,
and
like,
just looks very
see?
proud.
Or I'm just like, have we said like the word see yet? Because I know that's divination. It's like seeing things.
Illusion.
No.
I think that's illusion.
No hits yet.
I was like, these ones are like divination. So, and the other wait. The place we were in, we're all like
I almost said
transmutation,
oligarchy.
right? So, I don't know. What are things that one does with divination? I mean, you got like the clairvoyance.
Clairvoyance is one that you already got, but
Oh
you
yeah,
did
yeah.
say a word
yeah.
starting with C, so C lights up on the final paper. You hear C.
I was like, oh,
C,
another C. Oh, I know there's one spell I do know. Orange got all those opportunities. Like, there is comprehend languages.
It unfortunately does not, but comprehend languages
like-
is it gives you an O after C. C-O.
I was like, oh, okay.
No.
Conjure.
Nope.
That's conjuration, I think.
Lily's getting the other types of magic, like the
just like listing the types of magic. Maybe like if you're, I mean, I know we can use like sending, so maybe like contacting something is the thing. And it starts with CNO.
Contact guy.
Contact guy.
Contact guy.
Or maybe I mean.
You guys have said a lot of things with CON, so I will say that it does go CON, but it looks like there's another arch to the
I was like, okay, so
counter spell.
Communicate? I don't know, maybe you communicate with something?
Counter spell.
It goes to COMMUN.
Communicate?
Commune.
I mean,
did someone say commune?
I said commune.
Okay.
I said communicate.
Yeah. It lights up as the divination spell commune.
Woo!
You guys have unlocked all of these spells, that being Arcane Eye, Commune, Locate Creature, and Clairvoyance. All divination spells.
I was like, I don't know, what of these do you think? Because I think maybe the last one we get won't work, so maybe we should try and, you know, like, get all the other ones first. I don't know if there's one that I mean, I'm not really that magic-y, so... Whew. You know, it's getting kind of chilly out here. I'm gonna...
Valid. I like everyone
I
like everyone just going, like, head empty the second that Arden's like, which one do we want? Everyone's like...
Which ones do we want? Like, which one do we think... Or, I mean, which one don't we want? Maybe is the more apt way of putting it.
What does commune do?
I mean, I think it lets you commune with things. I mean, probably, like, I don't know, plants and animals and maybe people? I don't know.
I will say, there is writing on all of these spell scrolls that basically give a synopsis of what they do.
Cool.
So for commune, you contact your deity or a divine proxy and ask up to 3 questions that can be answered with yes or no.
Oh, my deity's in the tree. She's asleep right now.
Oh, so that one's probably not very useful, huh?
No.
Do any of us have a deity that we want to contact?
Bennie?
Yeah.
Bennie, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you contacted a deity, who would it be?
But it just says your deity, so I think you'd have to have one to be able to contact one.
But like he said, as what if you're the deity? What if you are the god in your own mind?
I do not see myself as my own god.
I mean, I see myself as like, pretty important to myself. I mean, I don't know. I guess technically, if you don't have any other gods, then I mean, you are technically the god of your body. You do things, and that's how you keep alive.
Yeah,
so
my body is my temple. Whatever. What if we contacted one of the letter gods? We've done that before. But again,
like it says your god. I don't know if any of those are.
I say no on the commune, but it would be really funny if we did. One of us needs to start worshiping one of the letter gods just so we can get that, and then we can, you know, in the future.
That was a little dishonest.
I guess I used to worship my, well.
Oh, yeah, I don't think we want to contact him. Although, I mean, when you're asking questions, we could just ask him questions like, hey, why do you suck?
The sentence that just came into my mind, oh no.
I mean, you should always try to treat your partner like you worship them. You know, be nice to them.
I mean, I feel like worship might be a little strong, though. You're supposed to treat them nice, but I don't think you are supposed to, like, you know.
I don't want to bring up the interests of my past lover.
You know what? That's fair. I think it's part of the best thing you don't learn.
He has like a red face right now. Do not call me.
Hey, listen.
Okay, well, I guess we know which one we don't really have any use for.
I was a dumb teenager elf when I was at the temple. Yeah, some of them were prudish, but I had my fair share of ladies in the confessional booth, if you know what I mean.
Arden just looks at us like, I mean, we were all in a confession booth together earlier. Okay.
Bennie gets what I meant. Arden, we will have this talk when you are older.
When you are older, my dear.
Wait, you
Also,
mean it as,
when
you mean
your
it as like
mother
a
is here.
euphemism?
When your mother is here, when your mother can do this, I can't do this.
I've had sex ed. I'm almost old enough to start my period, so...
Roxanne has absolutely given Arden like very comprehensive and like sex ed. Yeah.
I was like, also like, I don't know, I spend time around my mom, so it'd be kind of weird if I didn't know what sex was.
I never get my period. Okay, yeah, it was a euphemism.
I'm probably gonna get one, like, but I think I do so much activity that my body's like, whoa, we gotta wait on and spend all the energy on that. Maybe,
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know the rules there.
We don't have to get into it.
I'm just imagining Bennie going into the marketplace and getting a bunch of period products for the party. Real sad hours.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Arden has some. Like, she just seems like the kind of person who would be prepared.
Arden is.
But when Arden runs out, then you'll be like, "I'll go get them for you. I don't mind."
Arden's got like a little rock of like cleaning. I feel like that'd be a thing that people would have. You know, like a little rock just goes
pussies in the table.
I was gonna say Bennie in the marketplace ringing up Sharpay. Okay, girl.
Pussies
everywhere.
To be fair, I feel like all the stuff Arden has is like the reusable stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
responsible queen using
I mean,
your
also
cup.
just be
I love
easier.
that.
Then she would have to carry as much with her. She just has to take some rags or something that's like.
Back on track. I do love this though.
Okay,
because I think this stuff should be normalized more, but back on track to campaign.
Back on track.
We will get to Arden's first period in another session.
No more euphemisms.
I don't think that would happen in the dreamscape.
Oh, all right. Once again, we have Arcane Eye, Commune, Locate Creature, and Clairvoyance.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess I can like shoot them out of there then, unless we want to try and grab them. I mean, it might be fine.
What does Arcane Eye do?
Oh,
no,
I think it gives you an eyeball and you like it's like an eyeball and you like put it somewhere, I think.
Yep.
Okay. That would not be.
It's a spell used for.
You use it for snooping.
Snooping.
It actually does. Like, even people who do have blindness and are blind can
really?
like, see temporarily through Arcane Eye.
Woohoo!
That'd be a hell of an experience.
I don't need it.
Yeah.
If you had never seen before and like you use this and you're like, whoa,
no,
shit, what does any of this mean?
For people who have never experienced it though, I would say like probably no.
I do think it'd be funny if there's something you did see, but they were just like, you wouldn't know what the hell was happening at all.
Yeah, you're just like, what the fuck?
It'd be a completely useless spell for anyone who has never been able to see. Because you just look through and be like, what is any of this mean?
Arcane Eye would not be a cure to blindness, because I don't think that there is a cure to blindness in
It doesn't last long enough.
Also, frankly, like it's not a permanent spell anyway.
Yeah,
like
it's just like a disability.
You don't
aid.
need a cure.
Yeah, what would you do? Cast that every 2 seconds? And it's
so true.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is what Arcane Eye does. It does a magical sensor. It is invisible, and you can receive visual information from the eye.
Mm-hmm.
Tremor Sense is a great mobility aid for blindness, and as a character fact, Lelee does use her cane as like a seat, like a stat, like a blind staff sometimes, because it makes the vibrations that she needs.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's like, Arcane Eye's kind of useless. Commune might be good because I have a god. I don't know if Eros has a god, but I have one. She's in a tree right now, but she might be out of it soon.
Okay. I mean, we can go for that if you don't want the Arcane Eye. My mom used Arcane Eye when I went on my first adventure because she wanted to be able to make sure I was doing okay, and it wasn't going to take that long. So she just kind of like stuck it on me so she could keep an eye on me. And she told me about it after.
Also good, but like, what creatures would we be trying to locate?
I mean, a creature could be anything. We could locate Eros if he disappears.
We were both on the same wave.
One would be the best.
Okay, so we've got locate creature for number 1 spot. I think we should put number 2 as I'm not flipping you off. As
I'm not
clairvoyance. No, I heard the ding.
Yeah, no, that was. Oh yeah, I guess I'm inside now. I should probably turn off the. I realized I'd forgotten to get my food, so I just reheated it.
The darkness.
I realized I forgot to get my food earlier, so I reheated it, and now I'm gonna go eat it in like a room, and I'll turn on a light when I'm in that room.
Yeah.
But for now, I don't need a light on it. I'm in my kitchen. It's not that dark.
I'll take it back. My ranking is locate creature, commune, arcane eye, clairvoyant.
Okay,
4 of
cool.
them.
All right.
All right. Well, I guess I'll try and get them in that order.
I mean, we can also look at like
my
the
dice
PNG.
again.
These ones, by the way, are not moving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
they're just on the ground.
Wait, are they on dirt?
You
They're
could
on
maybe.
dirt.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe we could just pick it up. It's like, I mean, the other one. I feel like the gimmick here was figuring out what they were. So we might not actually have anything to worry about. I don't know.
Well, you know,
Okay.
I'll be the I'm
Alright.
the world's best guinea pig, and she just reaches in.
Lelee, world's best guinea pig. You reach in,
You mean world's best mole?
you pat around, you grab. Are you just grabbing them all at this point? You don't feel any different.
Yeah.
You just grab them all and you just.
Yeah, I mean, I would point out the ones we want most first, I guess. But I don't know. Like, if you
manage
care.
You manage to grab all of the spell scrolls,
Mhm.
and you just you yank them from the pile,
Going.
and nothing else happens. Arden was right. The gimmick was figuring them out.
No mole.
There we go. There's a light on now.
No,
I don't know if that's in flight to actually see me, but probably.
And the Lord said, "Let there be light."
so true.
It's like when I open
next
my
part of
window
the
and-
puzzle is guessing the Bible verse.
Oh, God.
Hey! Somebody
Get
get
in
radical
here.
in
You
here.
can't, you can't do that to me.
Yeah.
I've technically read a Bible once,
Nice.
but it was a
A
children's
Bible.
Bible, and I think my uncle gave it to me with like, you know, oh yeah, might as well introduce the child to God. But I was like, oh, it's like cool. It's like you know, like I'd read like Greek mythology books before, and I was like, oh, this is
I'll
like
be
the same
right back.
deal.
It's like, yeah.
I was like, oh, okay,
All
we got,
right.
like similar stories.
So you now have all of the spell scrolls for Arcane Eye, Commune, Locate Creature, and Clairvoyance.
Cool. All right. Well, I mean, Lily's holding all of them, so I guess you add it to your sheet. I don't know.
Yeah. Add it to your sheet, Lelee, as I'm assuming you guys wanna meander
Single
on
use,
back.
Yeah,
Yep,
sure.
single use. You turn
Is it all
around-
4 or just 2 of them?
All 4.
Nice.
Yeah.
You meander around, head back to the octagon where the parchment on the glowing pedestal is hovering. Waiting.
I feel like it's getting mad at us now.
Nah.
I'm sorry. I'm like,
the paper
ready.
The paper, does not do anything for it as paper. It cannot express emotion. Where do you want to go?
Do we want to keep just going in order and go down number 4?
Yeah. Wait, was that the one that we
in
were
order, but
supposed to go down?
anywhere besides the one
Yeah, I mean, like, just not the one we're supposed to, because we want to explore the whole area first.
True.
This place is cool.
Yeah, you guys can, the one that you want to go to 4 is the one with the eyes on the tree.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was number 3.
That was number 4.
Oh.
Did I
'Cause
misread?
I know-
Wait.
Because you would, because it was about it was like the Triforce that you wanted to know about earlier.
Right.
So I thought that was number 3.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I made
Yeah,
7
just-
paths instead of 8.
Okay, so
Oh.
so what I'm hearing is that 3 and 4 are just one really wide path.
Yeah, it is
2 roads.
okay. You know what?
Yellow.
2 roads, it goes to the same spot to keep up the 8 symbolism. I walk
Cool.
to Burger King. Oh my god. So I tried to put this one, like, ambiance thing on loop.
But will
but
that
it
work with
keeps-
your like different like schools of magic thing though? Then.
Just pretend it's this one, but copy pasted. They're literally the same. Except
Cool.
the no duplicate spell scrolls.
All right, cool.
No
cool.
doubles.
Oh my god. Let's
Well, I
just
was
have
wondering because
let's
like
have one path.
they all seem to be representing different different schools of magic. I can't remember how many schools of magic there are though.
I think there's 7.
Are there 7? Okay.
You know what? Okay, actually, you know what? I found a way to save my blunder.
You can always switch 8 to be number 3 or something. I mean,
The
you haven't gone down path 8, so.
yeah, let's switch. Okay. No, it does work. I forgot to scroll down on my document. Okay, no. I was right. Okay, I was like, surely I would have prepared for this, and I did. I was smart about it. Smart.
You knew we'd go everywhere we weren't supposed to.
No, I planned for my fuck up about the number of spell classes. Okay, so yeah, so I guess number 4 would have been the one that you just went down if we're adding 8 to the end. So I think that does make the eyeball one 3.
Who?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am back.
Okay,
Go
so welcome back. Do you guys want to go down the spooky eyeball path?
I would, yes.
In your quest to avoid
I guess we'll go path.
In my quest to
So I'm
avoid
trying to
doing
keep
what
track
I'm
of which
supposed
ones
to.
we've gone down so that we don't, like, I don't know, mess it up.
You've gone down gay altar boy Bennie. I can't get over that.
Okay, altar boy Bennie.
You guys have gone down divination, and you guys have gone down transmutation.
Oh, so I transformed into a mole.
Yes, that's why you were transformed into a mole.
I transformed into a mole.
You
Mole
make your
man.
way down this path. The path where fungi pretend to be trees.
So we're going down
Weeds.
3.
Yes.
They're just fun guys.
There's these multicolor paints splattered onto the path forward. It smells. It kind of has like that chemically scent of paint. And alongside that, there's like these spores in the air here and there. You think you can see and hear sounds that should not be in this realm. You hear for a second, less like the voices before, which sounded like a memory. You hear almost the fabricated mockery of the voices of friends that you've met along the way. You hear heels against the ground. You hear growls. This all leads to another one of the fairy circles. And there are, once again, 4 spell scrolls. And these ones you can indeed read the names of. They are all floating, just in a perfect line throughout the spell, like that spans the width of the circle. Yeah? Oh, I can also read to you what the spells are. I'm a fool. Arcanist's magic aura, phantasmal force, major image, and creation.
Ah, so this one is illusion.
This is cool.
Creation sounds
Alright,
cool.
guys.
And
Yeah.
also somewhat
I want
self-explanatory.
creation. I want to create.
And you said they were in a,
They're in a fairy circle.
yeah. And is there anything else in there with them, or are they just...
Not that you can see.
Okay, Arden's gonna poke it with a stick, because this is illusion, so... Or the equivalent of a stick, I don't know. Maybe I'll use one of those gold...
What are you poking? Are you poking the, like, the base of the, like, what exactly are you poking?
Just in, like, just like there's a circle, and just, like, seeing how far, like, into the circle it goes, just, like, gently, like, moving forwards, you know?
You slowly bring it forwards. I want you to roll to hit at disadvantage.
Inside. I set my things down. Okay, there it is. God. Not a thought in my head. Okay. Cool. That's a 4.
4.
And a 13. So, well, I roll 4, but if I'm
You have
rolling to
your-
hit, I add 10. So
That hits.
that'd be a 14. Yeah.
You poke the stick forward, and you feel it press against something that definitely isn't air.
There's something in there. I'll be like, hello?
It's the sounds of winds.
Okay. Well, I mean...
And then in the distance, you also hear, there's nothing in there, there's nothing in there, there's nothing in there, there's nothing in there.
Oh.
Arden just turns to the rest of the party, like, oh, like, there's totally something in there. She's like, but, I mean, I think that's okay, because all the pieces of paper are just, you know, on... Oh, hello, kitty. Are on the... This is Smiley.
Smiley!
On the ground. Are on the ground, so I guess she'll just, like, you know, use the stick and just, like, try to nudge them out, I guess. And I'll just start with,
Creation?
Yeah, that one.
You take the stick, and you try to nudge.
Mm-hmm. See if it's real, you know.
You're nudging at the paper.
Mm-hmm.
It does seem to be real.
Okay, cool.
But as you're getting it to the edge of the fairy circle,
Mm-hmm.
I want you to roll contested athletics with me as something tries to grab your staff and yank it away from pressing the paper further.
Cool. Contested athletics. I am not good at athletics. I rolled a 15, and I don't add anything to that, so...
I rolled a 17. It just, like,
Yay.
lifts up and just, like, you see your staff get lifted up into the air. And
I was like, well, I guess that's why I just used a random stick.
Oh, a stick. And it is going to chuck
Yeah,
the
I mean,
stick
I
at
haven't
you.
hit a stick this whole time, so...
You're right. That is a 10 to hit, which I do not think hits you.
Yeah, it doesn't. I just,
So-
like, step to the side. Actually,
stick-
wait. I gotta check something real quick, because you know how you can catch things out of the air and throw them back as a monk?
Deflect missiles with the
Deflect
stick!
missiles! You can do that. You can absolutely do that.
Deflect
Okay, it's a
missiles.
reaction to deflect or catch a missile when you are hit by a ranged weapon attack. So I'm not being hit, so I guess I don't
no.
catch it.
The stick just goes like and flies away off into one of the mushroom trees.
I'm just like, her just kind of looks in the circle. She's like, it's a bit rude.
Yeah?
All right, well,
Let's see. There's dirt here, right?
She doesn't.
There's like dirt around.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna like scoop a bunch of dirt off the ground, and toss it into the circle.
Right.
If somebody's there and invisible, theoretically, it will land on them.
You take some dirt, pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Throw it inside, and dirt sprays across this almost shapeless form that kind of just looks like wind taken shape, taken more physical depth. It has these sunken kind of eyes and like smooth features besides that. The dirt slides off.
What?
There is something inside the circle.
Aaron's like, haha. This is how
Did
you.
Lily
This is how
tremor
you.
sense and see this, or
Yeah,
is it
I
just
feel like Lily-
invisible to her?
It was floating, but I think it's going to drop to the ground now.
Ah, there's a guy in there.
You indeed feel like the twisting of motion that leads up to this figure.
Aaron's like, yeah. I mean, if you want to, I don't know. Maybe you'd be the best one at grabbing things out of there.
What else is in the circle? Like, is it
That's where the
stuff
spell
touching the
scrolls are.
ground?
Yeah, that's the.
Yeah, they are.
I can point you to the. And Odin will like. I guess you did say I got the creation spell pretty close
You
to the
got it
edge,
pretty
right?
close to the edge, yeah.
So she'll be like, the
there
one that's
dirt
really
in the
close to the
circle?
edge over there,
There
and
is
like
dirt
kind
in
of
the
like.
circle.
It's like,
Lily
Is
is
it
going to
something-
crush him.
I mean, you could also just
No.
like you could also use the mold earth to just move things out of the circle.
that's what I'm. Yeah, that's it.
Ooh.
I'm literally. It's loose dirt or loose earth. Loose earth is dirt.
Mhm.
So Lily's just gonna like look at it, kind of tilt her head. She's just gonna
Perseverance lesson of the day. Loose earth
Person-
is dirt.
dirt. She's
Dirt.
going to dirt.
Dort.
She's just gonna get into stance. She's just gonna very loose stance. It is just gonna pull them towards her out of the circle. She's just gonna start with creation because it's right.
Yeah. I think so it is going to try and grab it as it's going out. So what is... Oh, yeah, contested, like, sleight of hands with me.
I said dirty 20.
Dirty 20? That's a 3.
Oh,
You hear
give me a
as...
free.
You hear as, like, the wind's just, like... And you see as a tiny little, like, hand presses into the dirt and starts, like, crawling itself and dragging over towards the parchment, but you just very quickly just flick your hand to the side and carry the scroll out of the circle. Creation has been given to you.
Anybody else want this?
Sure.
I feel like me carrying this, like, she's just gonna hand it over. She's like, you can just take it, because I'm scared
okay.
of what I would.
That seems fair, and Arden will just, like, put it with other spell scrolls.
The
one working spell scroll and the deactivated spell scroll.
The noise of this illusory kind of, like, ethereal wind begins to pick up as you hear, like, a against the sides of the fairy circle, because this thing is trapped inside of it. And none of you can see it because it is currently covered by an illusion. But, Lelee, you can feel as the circle just crushes whatever is inside.
Oh.
And the rest of those spell scrolls in there are just, like, flattened. That is what Bennie and Arden see. As the magic breaks on the spell circle, and all of the other spell scrolls lose their effect. You guys have been picking very well which ones you actually choose, so you've managed to get them all out in a very particular order, but this one... Unfortunately, all of the other spells are lost in this decision. This is another part of the puzzle, but you guys are not doing the puzzle right now, so...
I didn't even know there was a puzzle. I just thought we had a limit on how many we could take. Like, it was some kind of, like...
maybe we should just be... I was like, maybe we really should just be, like, pulling them all out at once, as fast as possible.
I'm good at
doing that. I feel like that worked last time. Yeah, I feel like that worked really well. I think next time we do this, we should totally do that again.
We should turn into moles.
I mean, there's worse things. It seemed like it stopped having effect when the circle stopped having effect, so...
Yeah.
Congrats, you have creation!
Creation!
You can pick up the rest of the scrolls if you just want to have them for keepsake, or see if they can be reactivated, but yeah. So you can write down these spell scrolls. Oh, they're already in chat. Arcanist, Magic Aura, Phantasmal Force, Major Image, and Creation. Okay. What path next?
Not the one we have to go down.
I guess we can go down number 3 now.
I think with how you're ruling it, that one was kind of number 3 and 4, but I think we did something with it. That's number 3 now. But you can go to number 2. 2, yeah.
2!
Metal shines from the path, with the leaves of pine being made of platinum, and flower petals doused in a shade of copper. Invisible hands press against a protective bubble that surrounds the path, unable to pass through as much as they try. That is the path before you.
Let's go.
That's pretty cool, yeah. Let's go.
You guys enter into this forest of metal that shines out from around you. And, as always, you make your way to a circle. This one is made from a bunch of little pieces of different types of metals that are kind of done in like a gold pile that the center has been dug out. And this one is less of a circle, it's in the shape of like a shield, a classic shield.
Ooh.
And inside, there are 4 boxes of metal, about the size of spell scrolls.
what if we just
Can you
what if
hold
we
Earth
just
to
take the
open them?
boxes? Can we just take the boxes?
I don't know.
Like you could just take all the boxes and then leave.
I mean, I don't know why not. I guess can.
Okay, wait, what if I break one open?
Yeah, sure. I mean, why not?
Oh. Alright, she's gonna pull out her quarterstaff.
Oh, I thought you were
Crack
gonna.
down
Okay,
the
cool.
first one she sees.
Okay. The first one you see, I want you to roll a d4 to see which one it is.
I really hope that we do this puzzle right, despite me not knowing that it was a puzzle.
This is so funny because you guys, like, there is an actual puzzle here, but you guys haven't gotten to the meat of it yet. You're just like doing the mechanics around it, and it'll all like it's so good.
Yeah, Arden's thought is that you yank them all out at once, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That too.
What was that? Sorry.
Two.
Oh, for the thing it was. Okay.
Two.
I need to very quickly look something up because I know it's here.
Two.
Two. I know which one it is. I just need to see which one that would be.
Ha ha ha! One. Oh, what the hell? My voice pitched up. That was
Hey, you rolled a 2, and we're in path 2, right? So that's kind of
Okay.
nice.
Wonderful. Roll to hit.
Okay. That's gonna be where's my that's a 7.
That's a 7. You take your quarterstaff, you wind it up, and it just sounds like a gong. As you slam down onto it, there's just this metal ringing sound that just like gong goes off. And you feel like that kind of like rattling kind of sensation up your body as it kind of reverberates all that energy back into your body.
Oh, it's like when you I don't know if you guys have played, there's like this concept in baseball where there's a specific spot on the bat you have to hit the ball, and if you hit anywhere too far up or too far back, it like shakes your arms to the point where it's almost painful. Which is why batters, you wear batting gloves, because it stops the effect. And if you don't wear batting, your hands literally just, you hit it and it vibrates. Hurt. That's why you wear batting gloves. So that's what this is. It's just like a very bad break.
Yeah, no, it is just like that reverberating sensation that just feels icky. So
It is icky.
it is very icky. So that is what happens when you attack this particular metal.
What if I just kick it? No, I'm not gonna kick it.
I think you should.
I think you would break your toes. Can I look at the boxes a little closer? Like, is there a latch or anything on them?
The one that Lelee hit, there is no. Latch. I thought you said lash, as in did Lelee live?
Oh no, like a latch or open. How open?
There are keyholes on all of them.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll look around and see if there's any keys.
Roll perception.
Cool.
I like how Arden's like, I wonder how we open them, and Lelee's like,
bonk, bonk.
Open. It's like when you're in Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild,
15.
and you're hitting the metal boxes with
15?
your stick.
Okay. 15. You see that some of the little bits of gold pieces and copper pieces within the pile are actually shaped with a little bit of notches at the end of them.
Oh, like all of them are, or just
Some
4?
of them. Like, there's just like a couple of them scattered here and there. I'd say that you find 4 with little like grooves and notches in them.
Cool. And like, I mean, we could probably unlock these. I guess we'll find out if anything happens if I go in there. And she'll kind of like stick her hand over the edge first. Like, you know how you would like test like a hot object, you like get your hand closed, and you're like, what's gonna happen?
You get your hand close to the edge of it.
Uh-huh.
There's no immediate sensation that washes over you as you approach like the threshold of entering this spell, like fairy.
I'll like dip my fingers in.
You. And you're holding the coin, right?
One of the key?
Yeah, one of the key coins.
I mean, they're probably in my other hand, honestly.
Okay. You stick a finger and it bounces off. It is just like a force field.
Okay, cool. I guess I'll I mean, I'm a little surprised Lelee got the water staff through that, but
Yeah.
I'll just stick my hand. I guess I'll try and stick the keys in there, just generally. Just like handed keys, all 4 keys, just like up against them.
You are able to like bring the key close to the door, or to the wall, and the key slides in. Your hand stays on the outside.
Cool. Well, I put all 4 keys up against it, so I don't know if that does
all
anything.
of them fall in.
Cool. I'm just
you know what?
Roll,
roll me a flat d20 to see if, out of pure luck, one of them falls into one of the keyholes and opens it, just straight up.
I rolled an 11.
An 11, unfortunately, does not.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm just like looks at her. She's like, "So you remember how we did the thing with mold earth and the pins on the thingy earlier?" And she like kind of like holds up the kind of like pulls out the weird like the blood thingy from before, because I put that in my bag. Remember how we like did the pins in this thing?
Orb. Yeah, the box.
Yeah, I still have it. I kept it so that Lelee could have blood mochi whenever she wanted. But anyway, so she's like, remember how we did the thing with the earth and the pins here? Do you think you could do that in the keyholes in there? Because I kind of.
Yep.
Yeah. Because I kind of.
All right.
I kind of dropped all the keys in there.
I think it's funny because Dirt is a lot more versatile. She can just make it go up the side of the box and just stuff into there, pat it until it fills the hole. It's great.
You just like see as the Dirt picks up these keys, and
oh yeah, I guess you could do that too. I thought we were just gonna shove the Dirt in the keyhole directly.
Oh, I mean,
just all of them. Just shove it in all the keyholes.
Dirt in the keyhole.
You know what?
These
Fuck
all
yeah,
at once.
Lelee. You just like Dirt fills up all of these keyholes, and what are you doing with them? Are you attempting to lockpick with the Dirt?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
I will explain that locks have pins
she
in them.
smushes
so
her ear against the ground as she does this to see if she can hear it.
Roll me sleight of hand, which is like also known as a lockpicking check, pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice roll. What is my sleight? 22.
22? You open them all up by the power of Dirt.
The power of Dirt. God,
and all of these metal boxes just like open up to reveal these spell scrolls. Counterspell, absorb elements, glyph of warding, and stone skin.
Arden's like, I think we should try to remove all of them all at once.
Okay. Lelee is going to do her fun little mold earth and line them all up in a row so that when they pull them out, they all come out at the same time.
That is in shield shape, so it has a straight edge even.
It does. It straight up does.
She's gonna line them up and she's gonna wait for Arden's cue and then she's gonna yank them forward.
3, 2, 1.
They all keep their glow. You have successfully retrieved all of those spell scrolls.
Woo!
Holy shit, good job.
You guys like all fucking high five one another. If you guys high five, then you have to roll that curse save for Leelee's curse.
No, she waits for you to high five her, so she just has to roll the wizard save.
Okay, only Lelee does that.
Arden's like, my saving throws are really good.
What is a saving throw? I got a nat 20 for it, so...
This is a very powerful high five, and it has the crispiest sound to it. In fact, this high five is so truly powerful that you guys had you've brought along some of those spell scrolls that no longer have energy in them, right? You know what? You see as the major image spell scroll lights up again from the sheer power of this high five.
It's like the wisdom save like rebounded the power of the curse, and the curse like went into the spell scroll.
Yeah, no, exactly. So you guys just like give a smashing high five, enough to charge up a spell scroll.
Holy shit!
I want absorb elements. You guys can have the rest.
Okay, cool.
Alright.
Honestly, I feel like maybe we should we just give a bunch of them to Benny.
All right.
Honestly,
happy
Benny has counterspell though, so I guess Arden will keep counterspell just because like
Arden
Benny
I'd
has
be happy to
counterspell?
carry them.
Or did Benny have
you-
counterspell?
Yeah, Benny.
Okay, yeah. So then it makes more sense, I guess, for Arden to have it.
So Benny, you can write down on your sheet that you have the spell scrolls for Glyph of Warding and Stone Skin.
Alright, Glyph of Warding and Stone Skin. And unfortunately, I do have to go because my landlord is here, and I'm so sorry, you guys.
Take
That's
care.
fine. You can.
I love you
Staying in
both.
the background while
All
we
three
are
of you
incredible
so much.
dexterity to yoink.
Yeah.
You guys are fantastic.
Take
Don't
care.
die while I'm gone. I'm
we
begging.
won't. I
I'm
hope.
begging.
Well,
Alright.
Bye.
Bye.
It's poetic in a way because the Ride or Die session that we last had also ended up with 3 players.
Okay, so what I'm thinking, right, is that Benny walks back to the area. For some reason, after he gets the scrolls, he doesn't wait for us to come with him as we're still talking. He walks back and just like, opens the door and walks down.
Where's that
He's
image
like,
of the guy?
I need to take a break.
Where's the
So
image?
Benny really needs to go like
Wait.
Where's
That's
the,
a really
the adios?
important
This is
Literally,
Benny.
the adios wormhole meme.
That's what he does. That's what he does. He just does that. The
Yeah,
Discord
Discord
sound.
disconnect sound effect. Hang on. I'm setting a very important image. Benny just does
Okay.
this.
he trips and falls into the foliage and just like it's so embarrassed that he just lays there like doesn't go back on.
Literally, I think that Benny, like, he genuinely just has like some like fucking side pain come up, and he just decides to go sit down. His old bones. He says
Really?
adios.
Oh man,
My
I gotta
tummy hurts.
take a minute.
Yep.
Wait,
He takes
wait,
10.
I need
He's getting an ache. So yeah,
Yeah.
Benny heads off to basically he's gonna
Give him-
secure the
give him some
perimeter.
trail mix.
He makes
We
sure
give
that
him some trail mix.
no fuckery is happening as you guys are coaxing out these spell scrolls.
I mean, that's not a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that
Opening
door.
up the spell scrolls.
He will just
You
go
make-
like
Sounds like-
the spell scrolls.
he's gonna make sure the puzzle doesn't change while you guys are doing your side questing. Yep.
Keep an eye on that floating paper.
Still wants you guys to go down this path.
And we are not.
All right.
Do this out of order.
You have.
I guess that means we're going down path 1.
Yeah, path 1.
We are here.
The plants are dead down this alleyway, with
Oh,
rocks
no.
taking up their stead and reaching out to hold their branches up. But despite this, the leaves remain. They're made from like this green spectral energy and cling to bark made from bone matter. It's a little woo and down this path.
Ooh, spooky, like necromancy. That's cool.
Arden, as like these ghostly whispers like go past you and like the visages of skulls kind of like float and appear in the distance, you delightedly exclaim how happy you are. And you actually see as one of like the skeletons that appears in like a moment of like ghostly spectral energy kind of just like has like a smile, and they're just like, wow. As the skeleton just it's like classic it's like classic Halloween levels of like kind of ghouls and ghosts, as you see a little sheet ghost also just like float
Oh
past
god,
and such.
I love ghosts.
Yeah, just floats past.
Man.
It's not an actual like specter, but they just go like whoo.
Yeah.
Lily and
I
Arden
mean,
are
consider.
so,
I mean,
like,
the last door we're in, like the necromancer lady, was so nice.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
necromancer.
I'm saying,
Lily-
necromancy's cool. Necromancy's kind of.
necromancy.
There are there's also like this kind of like slow, almost like jazzy music playing here. What is that one Minecraft music disc where it's like that slow jazz, like where
Stall.
it's like the no, not stall.
Stall.
It's like the slightly like
Huh?
spooky-ish one.
13? No, 13 is the one that sounds creepy.
Oh.
Do. I swear, Minecraft
We're listening to Trombone Shorty now.
music disc. There's like a specific disc I am thinking of.
Yeah. I admittedly, when you said that, my first thought was just Trombone Shorty, which admittedly is maybe a little more upbeat than that, by which I mean faster, but some of it is pretty,
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know.
Hang on.
What do you
No,
mean?
it's not that one. Not
Not
blocks.
C418.
Well, C4. No, it's not.
Sorry,
13.
I was just thinking.
It's not chirp. It's not far. I will figure this out. It's Melahi.
Ah, okay.
Hi. Yeah.
Melahi, yeah. That one.
Sorry, I don't have all the discs memorized, so.
That's okay. It's the one with like the white and the purple stripes. Anyways.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna play it on stream because that is exactly the vibe I want to have for this.
Cool.
Because why not? I think we deserve it as a treat.
Yeah, for a bit.
Listen along.
I thought you were talking about the beginning of Ward because it has the like dude, like funeral sound.
Yeah, no, this is the vibe though, Melahi. So you guys hear as like this kind of like slow, like jazzy music is kind of playing out throughout this path. As like generally a bunch of these little like creepy little creatures are just like skittering around and stuff. It is very much like a child's take on necromancy. It's for the aesthetics, quite frankly.
It's for the aesthetics. I mean, and that's all you need. So.
And as you kind of make your way towards the fairy circle, you see that it is just like a bunch of these little, like, skeletal hands that are tapping along to this beat. It is actually like them tapping on each other that is making this music. So like these little hands are just like.
I'm gonna join in. I'm gonna play some jazz with them.
Yeah, you just gotta like get on the ground and roll performance.
I mean, I do remember. I was on the drums for that one time when we did the music. Remember?
Yeah.
I forget what it is. I have one of Wilfred's instruments. Lily's gonna try. She's gonna do her goddamn best.
Roll performance, you guys.
The performance. What do you add to performance? Is it charisma? I think it's charisma.
This is like not the initial puzzle for this whole segment, but if you guys roll performance enough, who knows what spell scrolls you might be given.
Okay. Charisma.
Dude, that's not a bad roll.
So I got a 17 total.
17?
I got an 18!
Hey, man, we're in sync.
You guys, like,
we're
keep up the music to, like, a perfect degree. Oh, why did the music stop? Anyways.
We are besties with these skeleton hands.
So I think, Lelee, one of the items from Wilfred that you had, I'm trying to remember which one it was.
In my notes, I just cannot see it. Where did it go? I think it was it was a stringed one. I know it was a stringed one.
Harp?
Anstreth harp.
Anstreth harp. Yeah, so you have like a harp and you kind of join in on it and you're playing in like that minor key. It takes you a second, like a ding 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 ding. Until you actually start getting the notes, because you've never played it before, but once you get like the main 3 notes.
I mean, technically, I think Lily played it when we did the Battle of the Bands.
True.
Pretty sure you
so
played
I think Lily, you were able to quickly kind of get into that rhythm. And Arden, I think that you managed to just find like probably like something kind of round and flat.
Grab some stuff. Like I just grabbed some stuff out of my bag. It's, you know, oh hey, here's another cat.
Anything can be a percussion set if you bang it at the correct level.
Exactly. She just like gets an array of things in front of her that will make noise and then just whack them all. Like the water can or.
The skeletal hands just start tapping along with you and kind of like clattering against one another, just rattling and such. And they are really feeling what you guys are giving. And so one of the hands stops tapping and skitters into the circle and is going to pick up between its 2 fingers and then use the other ones to scatter over to Lelee. And then they flip their hand around and they hold out Vampiric Touch to you, Lelee.
Yeah! Oh my god!
Yeah!
And she's
That's what Lelee should have.
Get a power head, just like, oh, it's really nice to play
and
with.
And then another hand, like, contemplates Arden. Like, they kind of just, like, touch to the side a little bit and just tap the air a little bit. Like, seemingly they're trying to figure out what would work best for you of what they have. They just, like, skitter backwards a little bit and then crawl into the middle of it and start tapping their finger a little bit indecisively. And they'll give you... They scoop it up from the ground and hand you Danse Macabre.
You know what? That does feel correct.
Yeah. And
don't know what it does, but you know, it feels right.
There are 2 other little necromancy spell scrolls inside of there. that being Contagion and Circle of Death. But these hands have been so nice to give you guys the vampire.
Yeah, frankly, I don't want to risk them not working anymore. That'd be so sad. Honestly, if Arden could, she'd be like, Arden's like, you want to like join us? Want to come on our little adventure with us?
Is that what you asked?
Honestly, yeah. I'm like, you want to come with?
Yeah. I've never heard of skeletons being familiars, but dude, we can make it happen.
Roll.
They don't do anything on our quest. They just play jazz in the background.
Roll persuasion. Roll persuasion at advantage because you've already charmed them.
Nice.
They are the reason why we have ambiance.
Yeah, they're literally the ambiance.
My higher roll is a 17, and persuasion is just Christmas, so that'd be an 18 total.
You have my camera on, right? I just want to make sure you can see my hand acting as I play it out.
Uh-huh.
Contemplation.
Contemplation.
They slowly step into the circle.
Uh-huh.
Pick up both of the spell scrolls.
Uh-huh.
And at the same time, so that they don't lose their potency, chuck them out of the spell circle.
Okay.
As they land, all of the hands, like, kind of flinch a little bit and they're worried. But since they're thrown out at the same time, keep their potency, and all of the hands just...
Yeah! Woo! Woo! I was just gonna like offer them like a hand so that they could like crawl up onto her shoulders, I guess. Yeah!
I would like you to add to your inventory
musical hands.
5 jazz-playing skeletal hands.
Did you say 5?
There are 5 music-playing skeletal hands.
We have to name them. We have to name them.
We definitely
have to they come with us.
Congratulations on your 5.
These are our besties now.
Okay, we've got Panda, Hanson. What's another hand poet?
Handsome.
Hans.
Pawns.
Henrietta.
Henrietta. And...
That was not the intended solution to this area, but I am so happy that that is the one that you guys came up with.
Harlan.
So
Harlan, those are all good names.
All of these skeletal
I don't think we're gonna remember these.
All of these skeletal hands, as an action, can
play jazz.
Can play jazz. Quite literally, that's all they can do. They can play smooth jazz.
That is more than enough, frankly.
And
they're also just like on Arden, which I think adds a certain something to her just everything.
They have the stat blocks of crawling claws, but they have no attacks. All they can do is play jazz.
Play jazz. I mean, look, here's the thing: if we ever get into a battle with the bands again, we are winning.
True. Okay, they give anyone who is joining into their music a advantage on charisma. Any charisma checks, saving throws, etc. So if you deploy them and they start playing jazz, they give a radius of charisma advantage. So write that down.
Jazz. Let's see what.
Jazz hands. Jazz hands.
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. These are now our buddies. They are now our guys.
We're gonna meet back up with Bennie, and Bennie's gonna be like, "What? How did
we're going to show up back at Writer Diet with a bunch of skeletal hands and spell scrolls? Like, hey guys,
hey guys."
The new challenge is extracting them from the realm of memory.
We are gonna find a way. Like, I don't. Wait.
We have Somni.
No, we have the perfect thing for this. Do it. No, we have the perfect thing for this. You know, one of the spell scrolls is creation. I feel like this should count. I feel like we should be able to combine creation and animate objects somehow and just like yoink them into the real world.
So put them in your inventory as the jazz hands ×5. You can deploy them, and in a 10-foot radius, so 20-foot diameter of the jazz hands, where they play jazz, you get advantage on charisma checks, saving throws, anything charisma based. Those are the jazz hands.
God, if this was Terraria, I feel like it'd be one of those things where they offer like a radius of healing. Not in D, but like in Terraria, you know, like when you stand around a campfire, they like
Yeah.
it's comforting. So
No,
like it
they
heals
give
you.
a
It's like- it's
radius.
like- it's a
They
very
give a
comforting
radius of
sound.
very smooth jazz. Okay, here. If
Yeah!
anyone ever goes on a date in this
Radius!
campaign, deploy the jazz hands.
Okay!
I feel like every
We
time
have
we
your
take a
wedding
long
band!
rest, I feel like every time we take a long rest, the entire party is just gonna like jazz out with the jazz hands. Like
As
that's
it-
just gonna be like
This is
we're just gonna get
amazing.
really, really good at jazz. I feel like this is just
Lee and Sonambulist are just like, oh man, I hope that they are not dying in there. Arden and Lelee are starting the Jazz Hands jazz band.
yeah, we sure are.
I'll
Lily's like
dance,
strumming
dance,
away on
dance
her
with those hands above my head.
God.
The jazz
Fucking
hands
stoked.
have joined your inventory.
I
God.
bet if we wait, okay, this is like for I need to write this down for future reference. But Lily, to protect from the sun, wide brimmed hat with the hands hanging from it like Impa, her hat from
real,
Wild.
real,
Know what I'm talking
real.
Yeah,
The
hat
jazz.
head.
Okay,
Hot.
this is
We,
this is
although I will say, very important question: do the jazz hands need to make a wisdom saving throw if they crawl on Lily?
no, they don't.
they-
They don't.
Yes.
They have no
Perfect.
brains. They are just hands that play
Incredible.
jazz.
Incredible.
All that is going through their consciousness is a list of
Is
jazz,
jazz.
songs.
Oh my God, incredible! I feel like we're now walking down the path and we're all just like kind of jamming out. Like
Oh,
we're playing
just
some
playing
jazz.
some
in the
jazz.
coop.
Absolutely.
Dude.
You guys just like very easily breeze through those spell scrolls. You hear some of the rattlings of bones, and one of like the skeletons that kind of just like appears as like a visage for a moment goes, wait, they smoked it that way? And then immediately turns into like rattling noises.
Can they do that?
Yeah, literally. Is this allowed?
Is this allowed?
But the jazz hands.
We befriended the jazz hands.
But the jazz
This is just
hands
proof that
keep
necromancy
on
is the best,
jazzing.
actually. God.
But the jazz
Yo.
hands just keep on jazzing. There are like, I'd say that there's like 2 on Arden's shoulder, and 1 on like Arden's head, and then 2 on Lily's shoulders, because there's 5 of them. And they're all just like playing their little band and such. Just
Hell yes.
tapping
This
away.
just makes me think of
We
more
get back into the
characters
center and like Benny's waiting there and we're just like hi. Like as we walk
Arden
past and he's
gets
just like
braids held up by a skeleton hand as a rubber band.
Bennie, who has a unfortunate tummy ache, has sat on the
Aw.
ground, and one of the jazz hands, the
Just
one on
like-
Arden's head, is going to crawl down Arden's body and is going to go over to Bennie and offer some smooth jazz in these trying times.
incredible.
To which Bennie is going
MVP.
to bring out his hurdy-gurdy and is going to slowly...
Oh my God, yes.
Ready?
Yes, it's happening.
It's
Smooth.
happening. It's jazzing.
So, when it comes to paths, I believe that there are 2 left. That being the one you have there are 3 left, actually. But I will talk about the 3rd one when it comes up. But the 2 that are just, like, visible to be a long pathway. There is the one that you are implied to go down. That being the one with all of the elements. And then there
number
is,
6. And there's 8.
7. This would be 7.
Se-
Because we changed
We
the
already
order
went- we
around a
went-
bit. We changed the order a bit because
okay,
I forgot
so-
like how things work. So
So
here, let me
So
write down the ones that you have been like 2. So number 1.
I mean, I've written down which ones we've been in. We've been in transmutation, divination,
Necromancy.
illusion, abjuration, and necromancy. So,
Yeah,
but I'm
I'll
not
put
sure
them
what.
in,
What
like,
I was just
the-
keeping track of what the numbers were. So
I'm
I don't know if there's any
right-
purpose in doing that, but I am doing it.
I'll put down the numbers as to what they are.
Cool.
Divination.
That way I can fix my notes. Won't be like Arden lives in the Berenstein Bears universe or
The
whatever.
Berenstein Bears universe.
You know, like where for her the numbers were just slightly different.
All right. So 5 and 7 are the 5, 7, and 8. Which there is a pathway, like a little like spigot of the pathway that seems to head towards where 8 should theoretically be, but there's no actual path leading into there. So from what you can see, it's just 7 and 5. And
Okay.
7 is the one that is not the main path.
Okay. We go to 7 now.
Cool.
7
And that one was...
is the most cluttered path, as more and more and more begin to clog the space. The flora clogs and grows up one another, an intense hive mind that keeps growing and looping into more and more patterns. Some branches become summoning circles, which cause more trees to grow. It's an endless spiral of expansion down path number 7.
Ooh, that's really cool. Yeah, I'm so down to go there.
All right. With jazz at your backs, you
Jazz!
make your way down the next path. To give some further ambiance, the jazz hands, as you start heading down this very cluttered path, are going to change up their melody just a little bit to a different track of jazz. They are going to give you another soundtrack as you go down. That's something a little bit more... They try and give you something that sounds more open and wide to make sure this claustrophobic, like, enclosed space is not as claustrophobic as it seems. They try and give you guys that comfort in their jazz as they play you guys along. They bring you forward with their music.
I'm just like, oh, don't worry too much, jazz hands. We did sleep in a confessional booth with like 3 people. So wait, no, there were 5 of us in there, weren't there? It was all 5 of us. All 5 of us. I mean, we'll be all right. You don't need to worry too much. But thanks.
They nod. they give like a little, and then they're instead going to change their thing to like more fantasy jazz-ish.
Yeah.
All right. Should I just look at fantasy jazz ambiance?
Why not?
I feel like I need to. Ooh.
This is what's happening. We have canon ambiance now.
You guys. You do.
What's the word for when it's in text? There's a word for that, isn't there? Like music that's in text. It's
diegetic.
Diegetic. Yeah, that's the word.
All right.
The music is all diegetic now.
Yes, exactly. It's all
Except
from
just
the jazz
imagine
hands.
it played on skeleton hands.
Exactly, and that is how this campaign was meant to be heard. I need to make a custom soundtrack for my campaign that is just a bunch of my classic D&D songs.
That would save us from copyright strikes.
True. All music from now on.
We create a new
played
band
by
called the Jazz
skeleton
Hands.
By the Jazz Hands. Okay.
By the Jazz Hands.
And it's a little bit of a squeeze to get through this path, but nothing that you guys can't get through. I would have made Bennie likely roll for it, because Bennie is a little bit bigger with like the wingspan, but you guys make it through with no real problem. Just a couple of squeezes here and there. The Jazz Hands tuck themselves in. And eventually you make it towards the path, or the circle rather. But with everything else growing near endlessly, that includes this circle, because it is just a mass of trees encasing. You can't even see through it. It is just like a large kind of bark shield. You can't see anything inside of it. There are no holes, but it is definitely the circle, with how there are some like, there's an overabundance of like moss and flora at the edge that still gives it that fairy circle feel. And it seems to go up like redwood height. It goes up right to the sky.
Yo.
Are there any openings in the trees?
No. They're clamped together.
Well, I mean, we both have a climb speed, right?
Are we going up, I guess?
Sure, might as well. Up the tree.
Up the
As
tree.
monks, we have a climb speed.
Yeah, no. I was, once again,
The
you
power
guys
of monk.
continue to bamboozle me by, when I throw a baseball at you guys,
We eat the ball. We don't even not hit. We just grab it and
lacrosse.
Exactly. So, if you guys both have climb speed, then I don't need to have you roll anything, because...
Yeah, we can just
More,
So,
more, you know
power of
the
monk.
monk thing that says, what was it?
it should be 30
was on
feet
my-
of climb speed, I think.
Yeah, it was on my sheet. I can't find it. What the
Here,
hell?
let me
No, but it's where
scroll
like
to
we
it.
can climb up vertical surfaces as if it were regular
yeah,
ground.
no, you guys can straight up do that.
Yeah,
And
you
Lily
gain the
has
ability to
spider
move
climbs,
along
though.
vertical surfaces and across liquids on your turn without falling during the move. That's unarmored movement at ninth level. So
Yeah. I just don't know why it's not on my sheet. I need
So,
to stop.
as you
Anyways.
guys kind of like, I guess, begin to walk up the side of this, it's going to be a pretty long walk considering the height of the tree itself.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're technically walking, but at the same time, I feel like that does kind of fuck. So
They're just walking.
The jazz hands
anyway, the jazz hands.
are going to pause for a second. There's like a bony record scratch.
Now just a minute. I feel like both of us, like as we approached, we just like looked at each other, nodded, and just like
both of the jazz hands, who are like both the ones on Lelee's shoulder and then both the ones on Arden's shoulder, look at each other. There's an unspoken bony agreement between them both. And they're going to start playing what I can only describe as as they are going to start playing racing music.
Oh, let's Lily, let's race.
Would you guys like to race up this tree?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
Like take a look at each other. Let's go.
What is that song even called? Does anyone know the?
I don't know. I mean, there's Ride of the Valkyries, but I don't think that's that song. I think that's a different one.
Racing music classic. What is it called?
What is it called?
Is it
Fanfare?
William Tell Overture? Is it this one?
Oh, that's it. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Is it this one? Let me hear it. It's going through like Microsoft PowerPoint shit.
God.
No, but this is absolutely the one I'm playing. Let's fucking go.
What is it?
No, it is this one. It is this one. Okay, roll me. Acrobatics, both of you.
Oh, monk challenge.
Monk
It all comes down to
challenge.
roll. My roll is pretty good.
My roll's pretty good too.
I got a 27. What did you get?
I get a 17 plus 10, so I'm
27!
I also got a 17, so what about the 27?
You guys, with the power of music behind your guys' steps, you guys like very quickly break out into a run. There is an unspoken agreement that it is time to race. And so as you guys start picking up your speed, kind of like eyeing each other down as you do, you guys just start skittering up the tree as quickly as possible, breaking into a sprint at your top monk movement. Is there any like bickering happening between the two? Is there any like gestures or anything?
I think honestly, at least for Arden, she's just fucking stoked.
Oh,
He's like, yeah, let's
yeah.
go.
Just
Speed.
you guys are just like completely quiet with one another, but you are just zooming up the tree, like the occasional glance or so of like friendly competition. And you guys are perfectly matched. As you see up in the distance, it's getting pretty close towards the top of that tree. There is another push to see if someone can actually come out on top, because you've been running at perfect speed. Someone will go a little bit ahead, and then they'll fall behind just a little bit to catch their
I'm
breath for
imagining the
just a
both of us
second.
just running straight off the edge and then just using the whole monk, like reducing your fall damage.
As you guys start running up, the jazz hands are playing quicker and quicker and quicker with every second, trying to cheer their individual racer on. I'm going to give you guys both a D10 point of inspiration, a bardic inspiration from the jazz hands, and I need you guys to roll another acrobatics check. It is your choice if you want to use the inspiration or not.
It would feel almost kind of rude not to, so I am kind of crossing my fingers that we...
roll, but
I am kind of crossing my fingers that we get the exact same roll again, just because I think it'd be really funny.
that is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20?
That is...
I got
Let's see,
an 8 for the
okay.
D20, a 2
Let's
for the
see,
D10, and then plus.
I have a 4 on the D20, and the D10 is a 6.
6.
Oh, that you... I understand.
Okay, you guys keep running, and you guys skitter up to the top, and you guys are just booking it as quickly as possible in perfect lockstep with one another the entire time. It seems like there should be one more push, but as you reach the top, you guys turn around hoping that one of you perhaps will have fallen behind a little bit, but you reach the top at the exact same time. But wait.
This is just proves that we're just like
But wait.
Share the brain cell.
There is one more jump to get to the top branch.
I very much doubt we're gonna get the same one this
You
time.
don't need to get to the top branch to get over and into the magic circle, but the top branch would technically finish the race.
Oh, we gotta finish the race.
The jazz hands have finished their overture, but as they see this top branch,
it's like
I am going to play Ride of the Valkyries.
I'm staring at you. We gotta try and roll the same number. We can actually try, but I feel like we are trying for it.
Okay. I
don't think the chances are too low, but it'd be really
I want you guys
funny.
to roll acrobatics, and I want you guys to DM me what you get. Do not say it out loud.
So it is.
I think it'd be really funny. I know we're gonna get the same roll again because that's like improbable.
That seems impossible. Yeah, here we are.
I literally took an AP stats test today. I know it's probable.
I know the probability of that happening twice is very low. I guess technically just happening twice isn't nearly as bad as happening 3 times in a row. I feel like.
The jazz hands are going to give you guys bardic inspiration if you want to roll that as well.
Yeah, why not, man?
Yeah, I mean, it feels polite.
Got a 9. I got a 9 for D10.
I got an 8 on the D10.
Depending on how this goes,
my head.
this could be really funny.
This could be so funny.
You guys both rear backwards against the wood, eyeing that final branch. That's what you need to get to. It doesn't matter at this point if you get the spell scrolls. What matters is putting on a damn good show. You both leap from the side bark of the tree with a difference of 3.
Man.
Lelee, you have the height advantage by a few centimeters. And that is unfortunately enough for you to grab the branch, but with your weight, it bends down a bit. And though you grab it first, Arden, you reach your hand up and you grab onto the branch as both of you hang victoriously from the top branch of the tree.
Arden just looks at me and is like, I think we win. I'm not sure what we won, but I think we won.
Yeah, I don't know what this was for, but we did it and we won.
You win a DM point of inspiration.
Yeah.
As the jazz hands start, like, they both kind of join pairs and they clap.
Woo, thanks. I will say, it's very funny on my sheet, I still have 1 bardic inspiration here. I think this is from ages ago, though, so I'm pretty sure it doesn't still apply.
So yeah, no, the bardic inspiration doesn't, but you guys have DM inspiration now.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny. I was like looking at the spot where I put that. I'm like, man, how long has this been here?
You guys are now dangling about 400 feet off the ground on a tiny little branch.
I was like, so...
I don't think we thought this through, or...
No, I think we thought this through great. Let's see. Well... let me check something real quick. I feel like there was something... I don't think there is. I was like, I mean, I guess we just, like, walk back down?
That is the thing we can do. We can literally just go to the back to the wall and just walk back down.
Yeah, like, just drop down.
I'd say that you guys, like, nudge to the side of the tree so that Lelee, like, you can put your feet on, and then you can help Arden back over.
Like, it's like when you're swimming, what we call it alligator crawling. because
Yeah.
you grab on
Well,
the
here's the
side, it's
thing.
where
We
you
can
like
drop.
shuffle your arms
We have
over.
the slow fall thing means you can reduce any falling damage you take by an amount equal to 5 times your monk level. So we can just drop down to a section and then like grab on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just like you know how like in climbing you do like the to come down you kind of drop like that. I feel like that maybe is what we're doing. That's what we do to get down the tree a little faster.
So you guys are going into the interior this time as to get the
Yes.
scrolls. All
We
right.
just grab all of them and then just like put them all in a stack and shove them all out over the edge all.
Ooh, good idea. Okay, so you guys just kind of like slowly kind of parkour down the side of this place. You can honestly fucking wall jump this like a video game or something, or just like slide down it kind of. But you guys make your descent together. There's still like a little bit of friendly competition to it, but not, and like falling down is not exactly something you can race particularly well without incurring the wrath of death. But you are able to reach the bottom where there are 4 spell scrolls for Unseen Servant, Vortex Warp, Scatter, and Dimension Door, which are all
like
conjuration spells.
Woo. I was like, I think maybe the best way to do this would just be, and she kind of like grabs them and like rolls them all into each other, like you know, you put things on top of each other and you roll them all into like one thing.
You make a spell ball.
I mean, it's like not like crumpling them, but just like you know how like if it's a scroll, like it rolls up, right? Like it just
yeah. So you can like
so
fold them
all
into
inside each other. So you just do it to all of them. So they're all just like one tube, one singular spell tube.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm like, I'm just kind of like, I think this will work.
You roll them into a spell tube, and as you do, the trees around this area, you hear a rumbling in the ground as they begin to lower.
I'm just like, oh.
What's the ground made out of?
It's made from dirt.
Where are they going?
They are slowly going into the ground, and they are turning into roots, which are instead stretching out to the forest around the area and growing that up to be bigger instead of around this particular spot.
Neat.
Oh.
So,
and
as they do, they start swirling around, and you can kind of see, if you were to look up, and Lelee, you can feel it in the ground, as they make the images of a friendly little competition between friends. You see the knots of the tree show each little, like, big moment of the race where you guys were pushing past one another. And as the trees descend to a point where you guys are able to cleanly exit, hanging over top of the magic circle is just a overarching branch with little tree knot versions of you guys hanging on with one another.
Oh,
that's pretty great.
And you guys have the spell scrolls for that path, which brings us to by the way, that was the conjuration path, number 7. Conjuration. Where? That brings us to number 5. Because the other is just, it has the start of a
there was technically a number 8.
There is a little path that leads off into just, like, dense forestry that has nothing carved out further into it.
Arden just looks at Lelee as like, I mean, Benny's still not feeling well, so maybe we should explore this first. I feel like we should take Benny with us on the plot relevant.
I mean, like, his tummy's really aching, man. I don't know how much we're gonna be able to do with it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's worth a shot. We can look around
Benny
a little
is old
first.
man snoring, and you guys hear it as you guys come out to the center of it. This man has been exhausted. It's been going through his memories, and it's clearly done like a little bit of a toll on him.
Yeah.
Benny gets a short rest time.
So he is doing the dad thing where you actually see that some of the trees from the path that you guys were just in, Conjuration, have made him a little dad like chair, and he's reclined backwards with the one of the hands just like acting as a one of the jazz hands acting as a face mask for him and playing him drumming a little lullaby as he dad snores.
I'm like, let me get a picture of this real quick. She's gonna like doodle it in her notebook.
Oh, yep. you sit down and you like quickly like whip out a little pencil or a quill and such, and you just doodle down Bennie in that little chair.
Nice.
The paper that is floating over so it takes like a good 15, like 20 minutes for you to get a good sketch. And the whole time that paper is just hovering there. And once again, papers cannot give emotion, but
it is impatient. It is done with
I
us.
looks at the paper and like she gets kind of like a little mischievous smile. And she's like, Lelee, Lelee, you know we gotta go down the other path first.
We gotta go down the other pathway.
Yeah.
We gotta go down the other pathway. All right.
There might not be anything there, but to be fair, I think a little hike is not a terrible idea.
Yeah, well, and Benny's tummy hurts, so if we come back and Benny's tummy still hurts, then we'll go down. But right now,
Yeah.
we're gonna give him.
We're gonna give him.
She's lying. She's lying. They're doing this just to make the paper upset.
a wind passes through the
sometimes
Feywild, and it gently rattles the paper in the air.
Sometimes, look, Arden is 14, and Lelee is an agent of chaos.
I love this though.
Yeah.
This is so cute. This is just Arden and Lelee having a play date in the
Right?
Feywild.
It's so good.
Arden may technically be lawful, but like she is also 14. So
Yeah. I'm just imagining knife.
so
I'm
lawful at
literally just
14.
imagining like the knife cat image, but it's a paper being held up to Lelee and Arden just going like,
Oh, true.
All right. So everything else had a distinctive look to it. But this final little like minuscule path, it just looks like regular Feywild trees.
Nice. So we're basically just going on a nice little hike.
Yeah. And I'd say you do.
Cool.
It is a relatively short path, about like 4-minute walk. But it is pretty nice. There are actually a couple of sparks in the air that are frozen in place. It's almost like the long, like, overshot residue of some sort of fire, but it's too far to affect where this is now.
Well, if they're frozen in place, Arden is definitely gonna poke one.
You poke one, and it slightly singes you, but not enough to do damage.
But
then
Arden's
it
like,
just-
oh.
It flickers away, and then it burns out.
She was kind of hoping she could catch them.
They're kind of like fireflies in a way, just like little like trailing embers.
Yeah.
All of the trees in this path, the closer you get to the end of it, the more the trees are bent towards that main circle.
Ah.
And it's less like they're bent towards it, or like something at the end of the path pushed them and knocked them all slightly
Ooh.
over.
Well, I'm very curious now.
And the closer you get, the last few trees lining the path, one side of them, that side facing away from the circle, is scorched. As if a giant fire just blew through that area and burnt it. But at the end of the path, it's just trees. It's just trees.
Okay, well, this definitely makes me want to like investigate a mystery,
I'm
so
gonna-
to speak. So
Yeah, I'm gonna tremor sense. That's not
Ooh,
just
all right,
tree.
guys, go
Yeah.
ahead and investigate for me.
we love to investigate.
So my investigation is notoriously horrific.
Yes.
I mean, mine's only
Low
+1, which
intelligence, Lelee.
7.
ain't good either. Okay,
You
let's
guys
see.
have good stats for chaos, not good stats for.
Yeah, I mean, it's like if I need to be wise about something, I'm great. But
Yeah.
if I need to be intelligent, then so I rolled a 15, so I had 1, so I get a 16.
Okay, 16. With a 7,
Not
Lelee,
bad.
you do feel basically like that strange disconnect where there's a bunch of these trees and they've been like scorched from one side, but the side where the scorching would have come from is just undamaged trees. Arden, You see some of the sparks in the air are like basically like a sheet over top of that final back line of trees that are not scorched.
Huh.
And they're purple.
Horrible.
They seem to be almost oscillating, like rotating a bit, but it's like something just ended. Like a spell just ended, and these are the sparks flying off of it. Something is closed here. Something was open here, and now it's closed.
I think, Lelee, I think there was like a portal here or something.
She's slowly going to pull out Dimension Door, hold it up, and like think of it for a second, and then she's gonna put it away. I don't know how these work. I don't know if it's like right.
I don't know. It's like there's like a sheet of like purple sparks, like a spell ended. Like, you know, you had like a door open and then you close the door. Or something like that. I mean, maybe not a door, but, well, I don't know. That's just kind of what it feels like since, I mean, that would explain why everything on one side.
Hold on. When we get the spell descriptions, I'm opening the spell descriptions on D&D with Dot. Yeah. Okay, so it's not teleportation. Okay.
And it did blast those trees. I mean, I'm wondering if, like, you know, if you had like a big old fire and then you had a hole in reality and the fire was on the other side of the hole and it was like a one-way hole, then you could end up with this kind of pattern. Because then everything behind it would be fine.
Didn't we get fireballed earlier?
Yeah, we did. But I feel like that was when we were back there. So I feel like it'd be kind of weird for unless somebody opened, but I mean, I guess there wasn't really any burning damage there where we were. So maybe somebody opened a portal behind us to catch the fireball and spray it all over here instead. Seems like a bit of an odd choice, though.
I have
a lot of
no
hassle
idea.
for not that much
You said that
reward.
there are still sparks?
Yeah, well, they're like frozen in the air. Like there's been sparks this whole time, like just little ones.
Another quick detail to the burn marks on the side of the tree. The burns have very specifically burnt patterns of spells. Arcane circles. So like it is burnt, but there's also like charring that very specifically makes circles that are very arcane in how they are structured.
Oh. And like there's like arcane circles, like spells on the trees, burnt in. Maybe I could like copy some and we can ask Bennie about it later.
You could absolutely rub it like onto a paper.
Yeah, I might as well. I mean, I've got paper.
She's gonna hold her hand up and with the spark, well, obviously she's gonna ask Arden to like direct her to them. But she does have control flame. So she's going to like pull the fire out and hold it above her palm a little bit to see if that like works or does anything.
You take the spark and it hovers just slightly like a pupil over your hand. Arden, you are etching into the paper.
Oops.
But as you're trying to take it like a wood rubbing, you probably like use some sort of like water thing to at least make sure it's not like gonna sear the paper.
Yeah. I mean, that would also work, kind of.
Actually true, but as you press it on, you see these wonderfully like beautiful rings of spell circles and such that are very intricate and detailed. But as you rub them on, like, it's weird because if you move the paper and then put it back on, the rubbing comes out different than what it actually looks like. The rubbing
Weird, okay.
is a bunch of octograms with either 8 or infinity inside of them. Depends on how you orient your book and how you draw it. If you move to another rubbing, there is about 2 places where you're able to take more accurate rubbings of what is underneath there.
I mean, I feel like if they come off weird, I mean, I'll probably still try maybe some other ones, but I'll just try and like draw them.
Yeah, you can also like draw them next to like the actual rubbing. Like you have a few pages where it's like the actual rubbing, which comes out as like these octograms with either 8s or infinities in them. And then the actual spell circle. The other one, when you press it down and you rub over it, it comes out circular, like the spells, but it has Roman numerals around it, and 2 hands. And as you draw it onto your paper, like, the crayon or pen or ink or whatever you're using actually goes like... It is a moving clock. It like, animates your ink and makes it move.
What time is it?
That's so cool.
It's just, like, constantly moving.
Huh.
So, and then also you can draw next to that the other spells that it actually is, but it seems that, in a way, you have extracted the magic signature of who casted these spells.
Well.
Beldrin Voller!
And Lily, you have a little spark in your hand. What do you want to do with it?
Hi. You said it's like a pupil. My immediate instinct is like, it's looking at me. How you doing? I'm assuming it's not animate.
Do you know? For sure?
We don't know for sure. Might as well address it as though it is intelligent. That just feels
We've
polite.
got the jazz hands. We might as well have Fireboy from the game Lava Man, whatever.
The board game Lava Man.
You mean the Flash game Fireboy and Water Girl?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, and then I couldn't figure
There's
it
a
out.
board game somewhere in Sunder, and because it takes place,
I mean, alternatively,
Sunder is full of volcanoes and water, so they came up with like this little board game called Fireboy and Water Girl.
Water Girl. I hope they also have a very popular play for children, which is Shark Boy and Lava Girl.
They absolutely do, and they also have these little play sets where it's called Papa's Pizzeria. These are not canon. I'm putting my foot down at Flash games. I'm stomping my canonical foot down.
Alright, well,
Flash games are just like
fantasy.
the only Flash game you ever had is like you have sparks like this, and you like basically playing games with sparklers. That's Flash games in this universe.
You know what? Fuck yeah. I like that. That's actually canon.
Flash games exist, but they aren't what you think they are.
Flash games exist, but they are literally just games you play with magical sparklers that when you activate the sparklers, a little character will show up. Then people make up little games to play with them. Anyways.
Yep.
Okay. Lily knows how fire moves.
Happiest cat alive.
She's very in tune with it because she's terrified of it. So a lot of the times when someone is scared of something, you learn a lot about it to become less scared, which is like kind of her like, Kitty! Oh, baby!
Cat takes center stage.
Good.
So the way that this fire is moving is very odd to her. So she's like, hello.
It's a spark.
Are you? Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm like it's not alive.
So as you like slightly move it, it does like flame up a little bit.
I think
almost threateningly, like it actively like towards your face, but doesn't hit you.
Oh hey, she like holds it away. It's like, oh okay, if you are sentient, that's very mean. Stop it.
It is going to start like it expands a little bit.
I can't. Okay.
You can feel it. You can feel the difference in like as you're controlling it.
Yeah, Lily's just audibly deliberating. Okay. I'm talking to a flame, but one little f for yes, 2 little f or none at all for no. You understand me?
It's just actively growing in your hand.
Ah!
You want to throw it?
She's like Toss his pen and just throw it like, "Ah!"
You just like
I thought
toss
I
it
was
on the
being
ground.
smart about.
You just toss it on the ground. It makes that exact same octagram as Arden's rubbings was. It burns that into the ground.
Oh, magic.
It worked, kind of. What do we do now?
I don't know. I mean, I guess we can ask Benny about it a bit. We know that this is. You said this is Valdrin Volar's symbol.
Yeah, well, I can't see it, but this.
I mean, Arden would have
It's
like described
Veldrin
it.
themed.
Yeah.
He said it looked like a clock. That's his whole thing. He got stuck in a time loop for 40 years.
Oh.
I was there for
right.
not two of the days. I was there for a lot of the considerable amount of the days. I died. So like, wait a second. I'm having an epic pony.
Huh?
It's an epiphany. I'm having an epiphany.
An epic pony.
An epic
like,
Bennie.
huh?
Okay. Lily's like, she just like, oh my god. We are in the Feywild.
Yeah.
This is a teleportation thingy.
Yeah.
These are memories from the past.
Uh-huh.
Veldrin Volar moved the elves from the Elf Island to the Feywild using a teleportation thingy.
Okay, but would the teleportation thing have like lit a bunch of trees on fire? Oh wait, no, I guess it's magic.
know.
Well, I guess it's more like magic embers.
It was
and
also
stuff,
actively being attacked when it was.
Oh.
I wouldn't know. I wasn't there. I was a little baby in the ocean.
I see.
In the
away.
ocean.
In the ocean.
In the ocean. That's fun fact. That's why I'm not like with the other elves. I was a basket baby.
Ah. I see.
I was stolen from my parents by a robot and then was put on the ocean and just.
Huh. I mean, that seems normal, I guess. I don't know.
That seems normal.
It is for this campaign. It's very normal.
It is. It's the most normal way that we've had children made.
I don't know. I think I was gonna say I think my mom made children the most
Don't
normal way,
lie to
but-
yourself, Arden.
But actually, I mean, I think she might have.
I don't think Arden's told anyone how, like...
She has not.
Yeah.
But she's also like, yeah, but I don't know. I mean, I was gonna say my mom's made me the most normal way, but I don't know that for sure.
Wait, what happens if I touch the circle?
I don't know. I mean, I was kind of touching them earlier when I was doing the rubbings, so.
But yeah, but not activated.
As
Got
your hand
fire.
approaches the circle, like, it's hot. Do you want to touch it?
Oh, never mind. No, I don't want to touch it. I didn't know if it like just activated the circle and then the fire dissipated, or if it like was still on fire.
It's still hot.
Okay. Fuck. Baby. Well, I can't think of anything else to do in this specific area.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, we got a nice hike. We maybe got some secret
you
lore
hear
or
whispering
something.
through the winds. It's a surprise tool that you will use later.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
I was like, yeah, I mean, I feel like this could be handy later for like, I don't know, puzzle things or something.
If this is a puzzle, I feel bad that she's on Lily's like, man, if this is a puzzle, I feel bad for the person that made this puzzle.
I was like, Arden just kind of shrugged. She's like, I mean, I don't know.
The
I feel
subconscious
like
miserably whips and nays.
No.
I was like, I mean, I don't know. We had a lot of fun. I think we got quite a bit of good things out of this.
Oh, I just mean because I don't think we're doing what we're supposed to.
Oh, well, no, probably not, but...
The universe does not care. It is delighted that you guys are having fun with this.
I was like, I don't know. I think maybe come up with like weirder and weirder answers is actually the true answer to any puzzle.
This is true.
Well, I guess we should probably head back, and like investigate the thing that I think it wanted us to.
Alright.
I am not mad about this, by the way. This is amazing. I could not be more delighted on how this went. I think this is objectively the better way to do this.
I mean, we did end up with the jazz hands, the most powerful jazz quintet you've ever heard in your life.
Exactly. And like, where would you guys be without the jazz hands?
We would be everything would be so much sadder. We wouldn't realize it, but everything would be so much sadder.
There'd be so much less jazz. Oh, another kitty.
Yeah, there's a lot of cats. This is if I hang out downstairs, this is just what happens.
Good. All right. As previously described, down this path is plants made from raw elements, flowers from dancing flames, trees made from ice, rocks made from water, and water made from stone. There are clouds that are knee-height that are rolling through the pathway, and these kind of purple force magic weaves through the winds. You finally walk down its path.
I was like, well, you know, I won't lie. This one is really pretty, so I am pretty excited to walk down it.
There's like these beautiful, like kind of crystalline, like ice structures that kind of jet out from places next to these blue fire pits.
Cool.
It's just like a perfect mixture of every element. Lelee, you kind of feel a connection with this place as an element wielder yourself. But as you make it to the end, there is indeed one final circle for you guys to best. Around it are a bunch of little, like, motes of energy. There are tiny balls of water next to pebbles, next to flames, next to clouds that create this circle. And in the middle, there are 4 spells. Chain Lightning, Lightning Bolt, Fireball, and Sunburst.
I'm just kind of turns to Lelee and he's like, Lelee, this is like right up your alley, right?
I am in fact elemental.
Alright. Can you just like, you know,
Yes.
yeet things all at once really fast, or?
Did you say eat or yeet? Very specific differences.
Yeet. You just gotta fling them, you know?
Alright, what all am I working with? Because I've only got like 3. I've got control earth, not control, mold earth, control flame, and control water. And oh, I also have warding wind. I've got those 3. 4. That's 4. That's 4.
Let's see. You said they were all inside of like moats.
Basically, the circle is made from these tiny balls that are kind of like balls that are interconnected, like a chain of beads, and it goes like, there are some rocks, there are some little clouds, there are some small balls of fire, and there is some water.
The clouds count as water?
They're kind of air in this case. It's like,
yeah, but Arden's asking Lelee.
Yeah, true.
Lelee, are clouds? They're technically made out of water, right? Do they count
They're
as
made
water?
out of water?
Yeah, it's like the water on the ground, and it gets hot. You know how like if you have hot water, it kind of lets off steam, and the steam looks like clouds? Oh, have you never seen like water boil?
No, the steam is thinner.
Yeah, but it's kind of similar, and apparently stuff like steam goes up into the air, and then it becomes the clouds, and then the clouds, because there's so much water, it'll all turn into like bigger droplets, and when they get big enough, then they fall.
No, I think you're actually like lying to me, Arden.
No,
I think you're lying to me. No,
I mean, try it.
I've never seen it happen.
No, but I mean, you've been in fog before, right? Have you interacted with fog?
To ask. I can't remember.
I feel like we would have been in fog at some point.
To be fair, I can't exactly tell when I've been in fog.
Well, but I mean, like, you can kind of feel it in the air. You can feel fog and mist in the air. It's like wet.
Fog on the boat?
Yeah, I think so. It's like the air is really wet. Like, you ever be somewhere and like the air is really wet? It's like really humid, and so the air feels really wet.
I lived in Wiltshire was arid. How do I not know this? It was foggy all the time back where I'm from. It was,
Yeah? Yeah, I mean, like, if you, like, wave your hand on it, it feels wet, right? Like the air's really wet. And fog is just clouds, but, like, right on the ground.
What?
Yeah, like, if you see a fog on the ground and you're not in the fog, it looks just like clouds.
So
Because
it's
it is
not-
clouds.
But it's air.
Well, yeah, but it's air with water in it.
No.
You know what humidity is, right?
I want you to roll me persuasion. We're gonna
Contested persuasion. trying to convince Lelee that fog is clouds. The water can be in the air.
What did you get?
My persuasion is +1, and if I roll,
I got-
that is.
I got 21.
Yeah, I did not do better than that. I only added 1. I would have to roll a nat 20.
Wait, let me make sure. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it made my persuasion against
21.
your ins? No. Actually, what would you be using? Would it just be like a flat intelligence roll?
Hold on.
You don't-
Or was it be a wisdom save?
Wisdom save against the
Arden's trying to,
but
Arden's
but
trying to convince me
I
of
heard
it.
the persuasion roll. However, I will say, Arden, the bafflement on the jazz hands is plentiful. As Lelee says what they say, they're like taken aback that you actually think this, and so they're going to they're gonna play jazz only when Arden speaks. And then jazz music stops every time Lelee says some dumb shit. And so Arden, I want you to roll at advantage because they are gonna give you charisma advantage because that's what the jazz hands do.
12, so let's see. Well, this time, thanks to the jazz hands, I still don't get better than 21, but I did get a 16. Because my persuasion is charisma. I only have a +1 to charisma.
The jazz hands are weird champing you.
I feel like Arden is like, look, the jazz hands clearly agree. We can go ask Bennie. Before we even get done with this, we can go back and ask Bennie.
Arden, I just think you're wrong.
Yeah, but you trust me, right?
Yeah, but you're
Aren't
also
we friends?
14.
Yeah, and I think how much school did you go to?
I went to seminary. Does that count?
Did they teach you about did they teach you about the water cycle and trees and stuff?
Well, I was Arden. For all intents and purposes, I was raised within a cult.
Oh, see, I had school, and in school they teach you about stuff like the water cycle and how
No,
trees
but I just
grow.
think school's dumb. Listen, schools, you don't need school. Ignore it. You don't need
they definitely. I mean, to be fair, I did do a lot of
Lelee
school with
plans
this.
on opening a school in Wolvenshire.
I was like, look,
She's here and she's
I
like, yeah, school's so stupid.
was like, I mean, to be fair, mostly I was homeschooled because we kept going places, because it was more fun that way, I guess.
The
But I,
Roxanne
saw some of
conspiracy. The Roxanne conspiracy to convince Arden that fog is water and air.
Arden's like, but I saw fog happen. Have you ever seen a waterfall? I feel like where you lived there was by a waterfall.
Literally lived by a waterfall.
I was like, have you ever seen at the bottom of a waterfall mist comes up from it?
Yeah.
It's water.
Duh.
That's water. Yeah. What do you think
No, it
happens
goes back
to
into
it?
the water.
No, it goes in the air.
It goes back in.
It can be in the
Alright.
air.
Listen.
And that's it's like the same stuff the fog is made out of. If you touch it, it
No,
feels the
because
same.
you know why? I'm allergic to water, and if water's in the air, why am I not burning?
It's not that much water, but you would burn in the rain, right?
Yeah, it does. So why am I
Because that's
not
large
burning
bits
now?
of water. They're so big that they fall. I guess if a piece of water is really small, then it's too small to be effective. Honestly, though, maybe it's secretly sunburning you, but you haven't noticed because you can't see.
I can't.
You ever feel a bit sunburned after you walk through a really foggy area? Have you ever been sunburned, actually? Other than the, vampire version of sunburn? So maybe you wouldn't notice it. And to be fair, once you're
actually,
healthy enough,
real quick, I think Lelee has been sunburnt nearly her whole life because she lived in Wolvenshire, which is a very hot climate, and sunscreen is not exactly a thing that exists.
She doesn't notice it. And
she doesn't notice it because she's had sunburn her whole life.
I was like, I mean, have you ever? You've had sunburn before, right? I mean, you must have.
I don't know what that is.
It's like when you're out in the sun and you get red because the sun hits you so much. Hey, remember we were at that temple for the sun and those people were like standing out in the sun so much that their skin like was bubbling up and stuff?
I couldn't see that.
Well, that was happening because the sun does that to you.
No, because I think you're lying. Because I was outside all the time when I was a kid.
Okay, but the sun definitely burns you. I have to be careful because, like, if I'm out in the sun for too long, you gotta make sure you, like, my mom always tells me, like, make sure I cover my ears and things because otherwise they'll get burnt.
I just thought of something. Oh my god, holy shit. Sorry, hang on. I just have to very quickly bring up this point. Lelee.
Yeah.
It was... Though, Lelee is not aware of this. I don't believe. In previous sessions with a previous player, there were certain visions regarding Lelee's parents. One of them was an Eladrin, which are elves that change based on the climate. So, Lelee is half Eladrin. So, Lelee theoretically would be... Her body would naturally acclimatize to the sun. So she wouldn't be, like, dangerously sunburned.
She doesn't notice! Oh
Legit.
My god, your brain is massive and oh my god.
I'm just like, if you're out in the sun for too long and it burns you. I mean, I promise you when we went to the temple, all the people there were like, I mean, not to I mean, I don't want to be like mean, but it was kind of gross. Like, their skin was kind of bubbled up and like had like blisters and stuff on it because they've been in the sun so much that like it was like making their skin all bubbly, like they'd been like burnt, like actually burnt, and not just sunburned.
I've never been burnt. I mean, like my friends at the temple, when they were outside too long, they'd get all like red or something, but I never got red.
Really?
So I just think you're lying.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe
weird.
What? Am I magical?
I was gonna say like maybe like I don't know, maybe you just are really adaptive then. Maybe that's why the water doesn't affect you because your body's like, oh, water, and then it's like I don't know, doing something.
Well, no, because like the water thing is.
I don't know how you wouldn't be immune to like a little bit of water in here. To be fair, it's also not very much. Like if you said you were in Wolvenshire, right? Isn't it really dry there?
I haven't been a vampire for very long. It's only been like a year. Like
oh, okay. Well, that might also explain it then.
I went to a circus and she stole my heart and then she like made me a vampire. It was very weird.
That is pretty weird. I don't think you're supposed to steal people's organs. I think that's probably like pretty rude.
That was like her whole thing.
Really?
She stole organs. You were there. No, you weren't.
I was definitely not there. I mean,
you were there.
I don't think
after
I was.
That. You were in the... I remember now. Yep.
Yeah.
It was in the same location. You just weren't at the carnival.
Yeah, because that's Wolvenshire, right? Or wait, no.
No, that was in Threadwire.
Threadwire. Sorry, wrong town.
That was where we. Oh, you weren't there for Nate. You know the dimension. But we don't have to talk about.
Okay. Well, anyway, you've been in like places that are really dry, right? Like deserts. Have you also been in places that are really dry?
The rest of the session is going to be the debate of the century between Arden and Lelee.
This is just...
and I'm here for it. I'm just like, the girls are debating.
We're like standing here like before the last part of the puzzle just debating.
Yeah, it's literally right in fucking front of you guys. You made it all this way.
The paper is mad.
I'm just like, look, but okay, so have you ever been, you've been dry places. Have you also been places that are really wet? Like swamps and things? Yeah, it feels different, doesn't it? Like the air feels different. The air definitely feels wetter.
So when you were on the Boreen, when you were in the Lelee, when you were on the Boreen, on the whaling ship, there was a whole segment where I was talking about how thick the fog was.
Okay.
and how the air was
she's
very
like,
wet.
Yeah, it was like a cloud on the ground.
Yeah. That's fog.
Yeah, but
And it felt wet, didn't it?
yeah.
I love Lelee. I love Lelee. She's so dumb.
Our immediate
okay,
next line is, "Yeah, but it's not a cloud."
But it is. It is a cloud. Well, okay, technically,
Yeah.
see, here's the thing. Semantics-wise, you're correct. Because the clouds
What
have
is
to be
this
up in the sky to be clouds. It's like a debate thing. It's like a debate thing, don't worry about it. So like, if you have the clouds, right, on the ground, then it's called fog. But if you put the same, so it's like the same stuff. It's like how if you have like a leaf and a bunch of sticks and leaves, but it's like all rounded on the ground, it's a bush. But if you have a bunch of sticks and leaves and it's at the end of a trunk, it's a tree, right? It's like that's the difference between fog and clouds. One of them is just like the same thing, but it's white on the ground, and the other one's the same thing, but it's up in the air because they're just in different places. It'd be like if
What does it
you
say
were standing here on the ground, or if you were up in the air, you're still the same person. You're just in different places.
Well, but how does it stay in the air?
Because
it's water. Isn't it heavy?
No, it isn't. Because it's teeny, tiny bits of water, like really small.
Tiny?
It's like, you know how if you have like dandelion seeds and you throw them in the air, they kind of stay in the air because they're like really light compared to stuff. They can like catch things and sort of float. I don't know, like if you see like the mist at the bottom of waterfalls, it like goes up, right? Like it goes up into the air. It's the same thing. It just goes up really high because the air has like layers. Like if you're closer to the ground, it's warmer.
What do you mean it has layers?
Like if you're at the ground, like it's warmer. But if you went up to the top of a mountain, there's snow up there because it's colder, right? So then the clouds could be way up in the air because it's colder up there, which has something to do with like. I mean, sort of, I guess. I don't know. It's like...
Oh, it's because when it gets up there, so the fog, it goes up.
I need to reiterate that the puzzle is right in front of you.
Oh, we're busy, sorry.
She's there, she's like, all right, the fog goes up, and then it freezes. And then it stays there until the sun melts it. Then it becomes rain again.
Well, no, not really. It's more like, you know how, like, heat rises?
No! What do you mean?
Technically, cold air weighs more than hot air. Did you know that cold air technically weighs more than hot air does?
It weighs?
Yeah, air has weight. It has a weight. Air weighs. It has weight. It just isn't very much.
What?
Yeah, if you went out into like space, like where there's no air, well, you die. So, kind of a good point.
No air.
But it's like,
is it the ocean?
Yeah, it's you go so far away from where we are that the air just runs out. I guess. They sent like a little magical like balloon thingy up there, and I was like, they were like, oh, there's no air.
Balloon?
Yeah, like you put like air, you put like they just I don't know, it was like a magic thing. They sent it up really, really high. I don't know what their goal was. I don't think this was their goal, but they sent it up really high and they were like, there's no air.
Is this just the I need to Google some. Is this just the
These two have the best dynamic and cursed ones.
Is this what that ESA is? You know, EASA? Etho Aeronautics and Space Administration.
Yeah, those guys. See, the thing is, this one wizard or something, I don't know who it was, really. Because I don't remember, but...
No one's gone to like space!
But there's nobody physically has gone to space.
You know what? Fuck it. Veldrin has tried. Veldrin has canonically used fly and has tried to go out of atmosphere. So somewhere somewhere out there is a journal where it's Veldrin Roller tries to go into space. And that is the only record of space travel in Cursed Ones.
there was one
Arden
member
just,
of
they like had like a thingy, and they just like it was the little thing, and it would like tell you stuff. You know how like you can have the arcane eye, and it like you put an eyeball somewhere else. They were kind of want to do something like that, and they tried sending it really far away because I think they were trying to see like a lot of stuff all at once, right? Like they were like, oh, if I go up really high, I can see like the whole country, and it'll make me really good at like planning where I put my troops or something. I don't know, but they tried to go up really high, and they were like, wow, there's not really air up here.
I genuinely need to put a more pin in this because I cannot say anything, but not true. Space.
If you go to the top of the mountain,
this is
they said there was less air at the top of the mountain.
This is not what I expected to have to stop you guys on, but space is something that is already planned out how it works.
And it has air?
No, I cannot say anything.
It doesn't have air.
I can't say, okay, it doesn't have air, which is true. Nobody has sent a probe up there though. Like that is all I can. I need to put a pin in that. That is the only thing I need to put a canonical pin in. But the rest of this is great.
All right. Restarting that particular I was like, look, I don't know. They just think that there's probably no air in space because they went up to like the top of a mountain and there's less air up at the top of a really tall mountain than there is on the ground. So they were like, oh,
Arden.
I guess there isn't any air if you go up really, really high. So that means in like space, there's no air. So
this is like the plot of a kid's book I read in the hospital in Threadwire, where it was like this kid goes up into the star. It's called, I'm not going to make it canon, actually. I'm just going to let it lay. And I was going to say The Little Prince, and I'm like, wait a second.
You know what? Honestly, I love The Little Prince so much that you're allowed to make some sort of no.
I was like, I that is really cool.
I think that
there's no air in space.
I think that there are some playful stories that have been made about people either going up to the sun or going to the moon, because that is like a major part of the world's religion being the sun. So I think there's definitely been like novelizations of what could possibly be up there. Most people tend to think it is a utopia, but a lot of other people think that it is where the gods rest in space.
And Arden's like, look, they said in the science that there was less air on top of a mountain, and it's also colder.
But yes,
so that must mean
in actual scholarly documents, people have tried to fly as high as they possibly can, and they have passed out.
Yeah, there's like they try to go up really high, and then they conk out because there's no air, and they also said it gets really cold, but that's why there's like snow on top of mountains. So theoretically, if you kept going like even further, then there'd be no air, and it'd be like super cold, like the most cold. Like I don't know how cold, but like really cold.
Clouds are frozen. And
they aren't frozen though. They're
turn, and she's gonna start walking down the path.
I guess that's closer to the truth than what you were working with before.
No, you're at the end of the path. No. There's no more. Are you walking back?
No. I mean the one that we're supposed to go down. The one that we're.
You're at the end. You've been at the end. You've been there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, Lily just tries to keep walking straight in the same direction, just like into the floor.
Arden just grabs her by the.
Yeah, no, exactly.
You
literally
can't go in there. I don't think it's a good idea to go that far off the path.
She knows when she's lost an argument.
Lily has conceded.
Lily has conceded. Arden knows more about science. Roxanne was like, I'm gonna give my kids the best education possible, and then really went and like hunted down scholarly articles. She would, though.
She brought
Roxanne, surprisingly knowledgeable about science.
Exactly, especially considering.
I like to imagine that Roxanne was like looking this up like specifically for this purpose, and was just like, "Holy shit!" And it was like, "Hey kids, guess what?"
Yeah, exactly.
Space is cold and there's no air.
Oh my god. So Lily has resigned to her fate. And is slowly
Space
but
is
surely,
cold and there's no air.
Perhaps she does not understand what the fuck was being said to her. Perhaps Lily is still no thoughts head empty. But Lily knows when a point has been made.
Lily knows that if we need to do something about this in the future, to just turn to Arden.
In front of you, you guys turn around, and all of the spell scrolls are in your hands. No.
That'd be kind of funny. Like our debate, like impressed the fucking circle so much.
Wait. I think I'm gonna roll something real quick.
Whatever
jazz
was like waiting
hands-
for us in the circle was just like,
The jazz hands have been hard at work.
oh my god! Jazz Hands MVP!
The jazz hands,
I love it.
throughout the midst of this debate, at first they were cheering on Arden, then they just started, like, not being able to even keep up with where everything
They're like,
was
we don't
going.
even know what's going on anymore.
So at some point they all skittered down from you guys, and they're on the ground with a couple of sticks, and they are crudely trying to make a fire. And you hear like their smooth jazz from beneath your feet once the adrenaline of the argument, not even the argument, the debate, has winded down. You hear the smooth jazz, where in time they are trying to make a fire, but unfortunately it's not giving them enough torque to actually get anything started. But they're at least making a little bit of smoke and a little bit of heat. They're trying to start a fire down there, and you do actually see, as some of those tiny little orbs and such that are making like this circle, the fire ones are starting to shrink a little bit.
Oh.
Once you guys notice, like, what's going on with the jazz hands, they stop, and they put down all their fire equipment, and they, one by one, crawl up your arms, while jazzing it up the whole way up.
Incredible. And I mean, Arden just like kind of gives him a nod and then like goes to start the fire for real. She's like, I got fire starting stuff, but thanks for getting this started, you know?
Roll survival. Start me a fire. Oh, sorry. Sorry if you guys at any point felt
No, we are the
rushed
funniest
during
motherfuckers
that.
alive.
Yeah, I'm genuinely
watching this. I hope you're enjoying yourself.
Oh, I'm genuinely having a wonderful time. If I ever seem like unenthused, it's because I'm going through my notes again, and I'm trying to make sure like how I can, at least make sure you guys get to a stopping point.
Yeah. Okay. 16 for survival.
16. You manage to take over for the jazz hands as they jazz you up on your way, and you quickly start to kind of like slightly in rhythm with them, make a little fire, but with enough torque this time to actually start one, as a little crackles up into the air, and those tiny little beads of fire vanish. And you actually see as a little shimmering light of flame just goes over the fireball scroll, and it seems like some magic around it breaks.
Well, I think we should just do them all one by one first.
All right.
I'm gonna dig a little hole in the ground.
Dig a little hole.
Yeah, to put water in.
Okay. Arden, you just like take your little hands and you dig a little hole.
Yeah, I dig a little hole. I turn to Lelee and I'm like, hey, you have that like jar thingy that makes liquids. Does it make water too, or just blood?
Yeah, it makes water.
Okay, can you pour some water in this hole?
Yeah.
All right. You take out the jug. You take out the jug, recalibrate it to water. You pour it into the hole.
Yeah, we now have a little tiny
little motes of water vanish, and a little crackle of electricity goes up chain lightning as breaks.
Cool. And then Arden will, I guess she'll take a piece of paper and like fold it into a fan shape. You know how like you can do like the accordion fold and hold the bottom so you get like a nice little fan.
Oh yeah, I think Lelee
And
also
just,
has
like,
warding wind if needed.
Might be better. And then Arden just is like, flick it back and forth as fast as possible.
Just trying to make a little wind. Roll strength.
And that's a 16.
All right.
I don't have to do any math for that.
Ugh. Name a moment.
All right. What was that for the fanning? Sorry.
16.
16. So you managed to like kind of
God,
put the fan.
shot.
Ooh. Do the fan as quickly as possible. You're just. Is this making noise? It is!
Probably a little bit.
I can't.
is.
Woo!
That makes so much.
I made a
That's
little
so
noise
cool.
with my mouth, honestly.
I think mine is making noise though. Yeah,
I can't do that.
it's making
If it is,
wind.
it's not-
I am so sorry for the people in Twitch chat who just had to hear me fanning into my mic. But because that probably made the worst sound known to man. But you do at least manage to whip up enough of a wind for those tiny little balls of air to and lightning bolt. Some air swirls around it and then disperses.
Arden turns to Lelee and is like, alright, you have the mold earth. I trust you. You got this.
Will in fact mold the earth.
You
Mold that earth.
put your foot onto the ground, turn it a little bit. What do you mold it into? What are you doing with it? How do you mold that earth?
Arden, what do you think? I can't really tell.
You should make a tiny statue of yourself. Or you could also make a little statue of the jazz hands too, but or both.
She's gonna like do her best to do
Roll
little
performance.
jazz.
Roll performance. I hope you get a nat 20.
This would be so funny.
Not a nat 20, however.
Oh,
It is a 16, so it's not a bad roll.
it is a very competent set of jazz hands that you managed to
Incredible.
sculpt from the stone in the ground. They are very tiny. Some of the fingers are a little bit wonky, not in the AI art way, but in the actual artists find it hard to draw hands kind of way.
And
But
also in the you aren't actually looking at it, you're just doing it based on tremor sense.
exactly. So
Yeah.
there's a few imperfections, but that's what makes it yours.
It sure
The
is.
little rocks crumble. And Sunburst has some soot and like rock and rubble fall from it. And now all of the papers are just floating there.
Cool. Alright, well, I'm just gonna try and grab like kind of all of them at once, I guess.
Perfect.
Just
You sweep your arm
By
around and
memory.
you grab them all up and
Yep.
you look at them. They've kept their magic.
Perfect. I will hand them to Lily and tell her which one is which as I hand them over.
Right. Chain lightning, lightning bolt, fireball, and sunburst.
Woo! You're the
Nice.
elements.
You've done it.
You
You've done
are
it.
the elements.
With that, you can make your trek, finally, back down the path towards the circle of lecterns around you all,
Oh man. This piece of paper.
with the parchment floating above the lectern. It is now
Interesting.
time to figure out the fucking puzzle.
Woo!
Woo!
Woo! It's all been building up to this.
It's all building up to this.
I need to put
We put this off for
intense
so
I need to put
long.
very intense music for this.
We have put this off for so long. So long. It's literally been 2.5 hours. Technically, it's been not the first half hour, but we weren't really doing much roleplay then. We were just talking.
All right. Are you guys
I
ready
know.
to do some fucking puzzling?
Yeah. Yeah.
In front of you is
Yeah.
that single lectern with a parchment floating over top of it. And it's basically like the lectern stand is heading towards that zone of abjuration, which you guys just came out of. Behind you, the rest of the papers make a slight crackling noise that reminds you of when you first stepped into this door, and a grand burst of flame imparted upon all of you.
Duck and cover!
It does not actually do anything, it's just the wispy remnants of the noise.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I'll look at the parchments.
All right. The parchments that are throughout the room, that are all kind of on their lecterns, are all blank. but
Okay.
they have the same size and shape as the spell scrolls that you have collected throughout the journey.
Okay.
They just have nothing on them yet.
All right, cool. And they're all just like chilling?
Yep.
I guess my first thought is to try and write the name of the type of magic in all of them.
You write down just on abjuration. Do you want to start by writing it on there?
I'll just like write down abjuration just because I feel like that way.
The parchment is floating over the lectern, but you can like grab it and drag it down to the lectern to write on it. You write abjuration. And in a little a fire, it vanishes from the page, and the page floats back up.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll look at the abjuration scrolls then, and like kind of just like see if they have anything in common.
The scrolls from the abjuration zone were chain lightning, lightning bolt, fireball, and sunburst.
Yeah, I meant more in like they don't just have the name of the spell on it, right? They have like a symbol.
They do have a symbol, yes.
Okay, because I wanted to see if there's anything in common with those symbols.
They all have like the same base to them. Magic of the same class has the same base. So I would say for this one, it's kind of like a jagged like star shape. That then kind of branches out into different elements like based on what it's actually casting.
Okay, I think I'll try and draw the base on there then.
All right. You once again pull it down, and this time you scribble on the base shape as best as you can, kind of eyeballing it.
Yeah, and like I do write a lot, so I feel like Arden's not terrible at it. There's a ruler somewhere.
The base shape glows. And the paper stays on the lectern. But the pen, like that you kind of, the quill in your hand continues to glow. As basically it's looking for more. You've put the base down.
Oh, okay. All right. I guess then I'll just start, like, just whatever first one, I'll, like, copy the rest of that spell on there, I guess.
You want to copy down chain lightning?
Yeah, sure.
All right. You copy down chain lightning. And as you start to do so, sorry, I want to change the ambiance real quick. I'm feeling the ambiance this session. It's
I was like, wow, I'm
hands.
gonna make a spell scroll, and I don't even do magic.
As you begin to write down chain lightning and kind of draw out all of the thunderbolts, you actually feel, I'd say Lelee, you feel ozone like rising in the air. Things beginning to change a little bit. You hear a little bit of a rumbling up from above. And the rest of the papers around you guys start to rattle from their lecterns. You keep drawing chain lightning?
Honestly, feels like maybe that'll cast chain lightning, so no. What were the spells? They were...
You lift the pen off,
and...
Yeah,
I guess all these are damaging sounds, but...
All of the markings of chain lightning vanish and leaves you with just the base of abjuration again.
Okay, cool. I think maybe before I do any of this, I am gonna go and see if I can put the like base version of the other spells on some of the other ones, which is handy because I did keep even the ones that were deactivated. So
currently,
I can like compare
the lecterns that like are not glowing. If you try to put ink onto the parchments, it just like it's like hydrophobic. It just rolls off.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess with this one, then I'll do. When I look at these, I feel like Fireball and Sunburst are probably worse. So I'm just gonna be like, all right, well, I guess we should like prepare ourselves to dodge. Maybe.
I mean, is there anything telling us that we need to do a specific one? Like,
it doesn't seem like it. I was thinking I'd just start with adding the stuff that's on Chain Lightning, and then maybe I'd add the stuff that was on Lightning Bolt next, and Fireball and Sunburst, so it gets like all of it on there. But I don't know. I'm not sure. So I think I'll just keep going with Chain Lightning, but it might cast it, so we'll have to be careful.
All right.
And then she'll just She's just gonna commit to it. Let's put chain lightning on there.
Commit to the bit, baby.
Commit to the bit.
Once again, feel that ozone rising in the air, the creaking of thunder around you, the rising bits of, dare I say, the rising bits of moisture that rise up to become clouds. Dark ones storming, rolling in. A fog drifts over the horizon. Start to feel electricity in your fingertips as you go and make the last jagged spike of the pattern. The rest of the spell scroll fills itself in. Chain lightning. An abjuration spell. Duration. Instantaneous. Class. Sorcerer Wizard. Known by caster. Appears at the bottom. Just in like this elegant writing. Known by caster? Question mark? Answer. Slowly scrawls out. No.
Yeah, Arden does not know chain lightning. She doesn't know any spells.
The spell scroll jolts. Rises up into the air. And I need you guys to both make me a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, I'm not really shocked. At least it's a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah.
We're good at that. This is why Bennie needs to be off elsewhere taking a nap. Okay. And then I add dexterity. I add 11, so that's...
I'm going to go get some more iced tea. My roll is in rolls. And I have evasion, don't forget.
Perfect.
I guess I'll put my roll in rolls as well.
Okay, 23 and 17.
Yeah, I had
You guys-
11.
You guys both succeed as very quickly these lightning bolts just like rain down from the sky as thunderous as Kiki's voice screaming out "yeah" in the background. As they rain down with this intense fury around you guys. With your evasion, you are able to quickly sidestep out of the way. These lightning bolts, they leave a
Right
gruesome
underneath the
char
lectern.
on the ground as the scroll goes blank again, besides that little abjuration starting point. And the rest of the parchments are going to raise up and are going to get back into position as they were when that initial scene, as you entered this room, played out. And it is going to replay itself for you. They appear adrift in colorful winds. 8 sheets begin to circle you all. Delicately, thoughtfully, they come together to form the silhouette of a man, surrounded by twisting rings that dye themselves a lilac purple. His face looks behind you all, where the twisting parchment reveals another floating figure, winged, back arched. There's malice in the air, a hatred shared by both of them. And everything goes hot. As the purple rings twist, as the silhouette wrings his hands together, the smell of sulfur grows stark as the rings turn orange and... I won't say this again. Leave our home and leave Ethos like your parents. As an igneous explosion rips out through the air in a massive sphere right behind you guys. This light shoots out through anything that tries to block it and roars to life as it envelops the silhouette in orange, yellow, and white hot blue. The scene fades, the papers go back into place, and the paper once again floats over top of that one lectern.
I'm just kind of turns to Leely's like, do you think maybe you're supposed to put Fireball because he cast Fireball?
Yeah, you know,
Fireball,
that
right?
might be a good idea.
Yeah, like,
In my defense.
and that was Fireball, right?
In our defense, we were kind of obsessed with the cloud talk.
Yeah.
He's gonna hand over the spell scroll for his fireball.
Yeah, Arden goes and like, yeah. We'll copy the right spell this time.
No worries, especially considering I last did that description like last session, which was like a week ago.
It's been a while.
Yeah, I do not blame you guys at all, which is why I'm glad I didn't actually hit you with chain lightning. So.
It's okay, that's why you put the monks in there.
Exactly. That's why I bring the monks to this game.
The monks are here.
The parchment, as you write down Fireball, it writes out the spell for you. All of the components and known by caster, ? Yes. The spell glows a bright lilac purple. Belgian's purple, not Lelee's lilac. Different lilac. Still purple. It's a royal purple, we'll give it that.
Orpal.
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 And
This one's Warple.
It basically just like moves back into the lectern and emboldens the lectern with like the sigils that you put onto it. And basically it confirms that yes, you've gotten the right spell. The parchment with the rest of them then spring to life, glowing in orange, as those figures return. Action begins instantly as the fireball slinging protector draws his arm back and reaches into his pocket, pulling out a piece of shimmering adamantine paper. The attacker lunges forward, a sort of black paper materializing within him as he slashes into the protector. The protector throws the paper into the air. No, you don't! And crosses his arms forwards. The paper unfolds into a sheet that then compresses into a strong shield, which the attacker's sword cuts right through. The scene stops, urgently, as the blade shoots towards the defender's neck, and the parchments return to their rotation. Another one of the sheets raises up. This one is in the position of the 7th. No, was it? No, it was the 2nd. This one floats up from the position of the 2nd.
Shield.
Yeah.
Wait, which spells are that?
The spells from that one are going to be... Let me actually see where they are. That was going to be... Oh, never mind. It is going to go to... I am so sorry. I completely forgot which one I was actually going to look at.
No,
that one is
right.
it is at the 3rd position. So,
Okay.
Illusion. Arcanist, Magic Aura, Phantasmal Force, Major Image, and Creation.
I mean, I feel like that would be creation, because if he was expecting to actually
wasn't that
block it...
the metal?
Yeah. I mean, I guess technically you could see it maybe being major image as if it's just a fake shield, but I just feel like it was probably a real shield.
I bet my creation.
Yeah.
Creation.
Lily is so baffled at the argument.
As if
for it.
something
She's
just
like,
gets if something just gets created, I don't know that that'll be that bad for us. So, and then we'll just go.
I will also say that once you do the fireball one, the actual fireball spell scroll that you guys have does deactivate. As it's kind of transferred over.
That's okay.
It's part of the spell, but you can also keep the deactivated one to see if you can activate it later.
That's so true.
We need another one of those high fives, man.
Yeah, we're in the middle of those high fives.
Just high five enough times and you'll get all of them charged. Get the jazz hands on it. They can do it.
We're just gonna all like dance in circles anyway. I mean, Arden will go like do the creation, do the thing.
Write down creation onto it and make out the spell sigil, kind of shield-like in its quality, but with like growing shapes that you're kind of able to like tune to your preference.
Arden's like, if I memorize this.
Who knows?
Who knows? Arden learns magic, but like the weirdest way possible.
Scuffed magic.
Yeah, so real. Scuffed magic, actually true.
Only like writing the spells down. She can't actually like casting the magic any other way. But this does mean there's no.
You can write it down so that casters can touch it and then activate it.
Yeah.
The ultimate caster support.
It'd be
It's
like
like Full Metal Alchemist alchemy circles, like the pre-written alchemy.
Yeah, Arden just like has a bunch of like cards in her pocket. She just like draws one out real fast and is like, "Here you go." I can actually see her experimenting too. She'd be like, "I have all these examples. I have all these deactivated spells. I'm gonna make some new spells. I'm just gonna combine some of these like from entirely different she at some point I feel like she would try doing ones from like different schools too. Just like We'll just layer them on top of each other. It's
I
probably
will
fine.
let you fuck around with that sometime if you actually
The
want
number
to.
of
Let me
explosions that are
know.
gonna happen.
Oh yeah,
Arden's like,
it's gonna
dang,
be
I gotta take
immense.
it. Arden's gonna be like, I think I need to take a level in magic. Whatever that means.
You see as the creation rings out down the paper, and at the bottom, spell known by caster. Yes. It seals into the pedestal, and the scene continues. The blade stops moments before the defender's neck. As the attacker begins to twist, the defender lets out a cry as his hand twirls the air around him. A slight slit cuts through the frail parchment neck before the attacker warps in space and time behind you all, and the defender stumbles back. It's almost a hit. It is then that darkness envelops the scene, as black parchment is wrapped around the eyes of the defender. And the pages are now going to start trying to shield your view from the actual scene. Basically,
No.
black paper is going to reach out and is going to, like, slap over your eyes, Arden.
They just like kind of like, you know, just like,
roll,
hey.
roll contested athletics against this piece of paper.
I think she just like tries to bat it away, you know, like
Yeah.
if you have something fly at your face. Let's see, athletics. So I don't get to add anything, but I did roll a 17, so.
I roll a 16, so you actually successfully managed to like
Damn,
tear the paper away from your face long enough. Lelee, basically, like, the papers have been like doing their work on the ground so far, so like everything has been happening so that you can kind of feel what's going on. But you are unable to feel what is in the air. Arden, as you rip off the black paper, you see a small orb weaving through the dark pages that the defender kind of follows as it guides him towards the attacker. He reaches into his coat, pulls out a scimitar as their blades clash against one another in a sudden rush of movement, leaving the scene to dissipate. This time, 2 parchments are going to float up. The first one is going to be located on the conjuration path. The second one is located on the divination path.
Okay. Let's see. Well, the divination one.
Isn't that the arcane eye, commune, locate creature, clairvoyant?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like maybe. Well, okay. Might be wrong, but that feels like it might have been locate creature, because that would let you locate where the person was, even if you were in the dark, which I think is what's happening here.
Makes sense. Try
And
that
then
one,
the-
and then if it, yeah.
Yeah. So I guess I'll start writing that one down. And you said the other one was
Conjuration, which is Unseen
Conjuration.
Servant, Vortex Warp, Scatter, and Dimension Door.
Maybe scatter, because there was lots of stuff all over the place.
True. Try.
I guess I don't know exactly what scatter does, but it does say on there. What
Neither do
does
I.
scatter do?
Scatter is basically that one meme where someone throws the bottle down and just goes, scatter! It teleports a bunch of people to random locations.
Okay, yeah, I mean that guy did teleport, so that feels right.
Yeah, go for,
I guess
Go
we should probably do them in
for-
order. So
where's this? Yeah, go for locate creature and then do scatter, just so like. Or wait, did you mean like go for locate creature first?
yeah, because that was the one he technically did first. Or the other one was the one he did first. Scatter was.
You gotta write that. I can't.
Okay, Arden will write down
Alright.
scatter first because that was the thing he did first, and then locate creature.
All right. You're going to do locate creature first, or scatter first?
Scatter first. Yeah, because that's what it looked like he did first. So
Wonderful. So you're going to cast scatter, or write down scatter. You
I mean, I'm
write
kind
it
of
down.
casting it.
You kind of are. Known by caster? No. This isn't going to do much, as it is just scatter. So you guys are just going to be teleported slightly a little bit away. I need you guys to both roll me a wisdom saving throw.
God, you're just moved a little to the left, and it's
Yeah, literally.
just disorienting enough.
That's all it is. It's a little bit like,
Yeah, 4, but I add my wisdom, so 9 is 13.
I'm being very tricky with these, by the way. I'm being very crafty. Since you guys have the spell scrolls, by the way, you can look up any of the spells, like on D&D Beyond or something like that, and look at what they do. And you can always ask me to restate the description or, like, say a specific part again. Okay, 18 wisdom save, and what was your wisdom save, Arden?
13.
13? You guys are just, like... You guys are both teleported down a different pathway. Arden, you are teleported down the necromancy one. Lelee, you are just teleported down the abjuration one. It's a short walk back, but a little bit disoriented. You manage to reconvene where there is that floating parchment once again. The two of them.
Okay. Locate creature, and then we try dimension.
Okay.
To reiterate, also, this is like not me trying to like push you guys to the correct answer. I realize that calling them the attacker and the defender is a little bit confusing. So the one in purple raised a hand out, and then the one in red teleported away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Like right before the blade could attack him. The one in purple. So.
Okay.
What would you guys like to write down?
Okay, let's see.
We're also gonna wrap up here soon. I know it's 12.
Reading this. Clairvoyance. Lily's trying so hard. She doesn't know how magic works. She's just like running her hands over these spell scrolls. It's like, yeah, I know what these do. I know this.
Oh, well, clairvoyance does create a orb, apparently.
Or
So maybe that's a good one to try. And I guess she will try to write out clairvoyance first, I suppose.
Clairvoyance?
Mm-hmm.
Known by caster? Yes.
oh no!
Sears into the pedestal. You have gotten 1 out of 2.
All right.
Dimension door.
Oh, wait, I need to keep track of which one of these are being deactivated. Let's see.
Yes.
Clairvoyance. Okay, I don't have that one.
And now you guys just need the teleporty spell.
Shiver.
Shiver me timbers.
Yeah, dimension door.
Your options are Unseen Servant, Vortex Warp, or Dimension Door. Dimension Door.
I think it's probably Dimension Door.
Alright.
That feels correct.
You write down Dimension Door.
Mm-hmm.
Known by caster? No. You were just teleported like 5 feet away. It's truly not an issue.
Yeah. Also, I'll take the fireballs, the deactivated fireball scroll from Lelee, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Since I don't know that she would want a deactivated spell scroll. Yeah.
Okay, God. What? So scatter was wrong, dimension door is wrong. We're just gonna go down the list. Vortex warp.
Alright.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I would move you, so... Unseen Servant does not seem... It just doesn't seem quite right, so...
Vortex Warp?
Yep.
Known by caster? Yes.
Woo.
He used his magic to warp the man out of the way right in time before he could do that blow onto him. Alright. The scene continues. This is the last part of it. The darkness has been lifted as the two blades clash against one another. The attacker's blade slips through the blade of the defender, cutting it in two, just as that blade did to the shield before it. No! The attacker's blade stops, and the defender stumbles back and slumps to his knees. Every parchment is frozen. Still, he slowly, shakily rises to his feet and ties a cloth over his neck to stop the bleeding. He then takes a long breath. An exhale amidst a white parchment, which he then thrusts into his hand forward once, then twice. Please, Corellin. A white parchment begins to push forward towards the attacker as the defender raises another hand, clenches it, and pulls it down as 3 paper sparks appear in the air. Just give me the strength! He draws his leg around in a circle and crushes a small dark orbital parchment into his palm, as a black circle begins to unfurl like a dark flowering blossom. To protect them all! If not now, then in the future! Then everything unfreezes as a bolt of white lightning strikes down upon the attacker, as that white sheet of paper then thrusts him back 30 feet, where another bolt of lightning crashes down onto him, and that sheet continues to push him, where the 3rd lightning bolt slams down onto him. He digs his heels into the ground to resist it, and his heels slide as they are pushed into a dark ring, which wraps up and around the attacker's body, covering it in darkness as wretched particles begin to emerge. It all happens within the span of 6 seconds, as the defender drops to his knees and gasps, "Just die!" The attacker does not, as he ushers away the overwhelming darkness and steps forward. The scene stops. The remaining parchments float before you. Those being from... I need to read this out for myself. I need to see which ones I have float here. There's one in the evocation path. There is one in the necromancy path. There are 2 in the transmutation path. 2 transmutation, 1 evocation, and 1 necromancy.
What were the necromancy ones we got?
Contagion.
Then we got
Contagion, Circle of Death, Vampiric Touch, and Dance Macabre.
I was gonna say, I feel like that one felt like Circle Death, although I'm also quite confident that he used Time Stop. That definitely felt like
Time Stop for sure.
So I guess we can write down that one first, since we're, like, pretty certain.
Yeah, and then these
and also
ones,
we're
by
gonna
the
have
way...
to, like, wait a hot minute.
Transmutation are Time Stop, Fly, Telekinesis, Animate Objects, and the last one was Evocation, which are Chain Lightning, Lightning Bolt, Fireball, and Sunburst. So, you guys want to write down...
That might have been Chain Lightning. I mean, there was more than one of them.
You guys want to write down Time Stop?
Yeah. Time Stop first.
Time Stop. Write it down. Known by caster? Yes. One is correct. That parchment flies into the lectern, embeds it on one side of it, floats away. There is another one from transmutation that was used in this scene. Between fly, telekinesis, and animate objects.
Telekinesis used push backwards.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright. You write down telekinesis? Known by caster? Yes. It was telekinesis.
Woo.
The transmutation path has been completed. So now, you just need the necromancy and the evocation.
Okay. Let's see. Evocation. Where's... I want to say... What could have either been Lightning Bolt or Chain Lightning? I feel like maybe it felt more like Lightning Bolt, but just used more than once.
No,
maybe.
because there's 3 chains.
Yeah? Okay. So I guess maybe it was Chain Lightning.
I could be
put it
wrong.
on there and it was like, no. So...
you guys can also look up the spells if you need to, if you're curious about anything.
Yeah. I think first, though, I feel like it is Circle of Death. So, honestly, yeah. Well, we'll just write it down.
You write down
just
circle.
Commit. Just commit.
Yep. Commit to the bit.
It is a circle.
The circle. The jazz hands are very excited that you guys are actually writing down a necromancy path spell.
Yeah.
You write down Circle of Death. known by user? Yes.
Whew.
Correct.
Did not want to have that happen to me.
The black circle was Circle of Death, and yeah, very strong spell. So, that leaves the evocation spell.
Yeah, which I feel... I mean, I just feel like it's weird for Chain Lightning because it's meant to arc to other targets. Like 3 other targets. Which, I mean, technically that was all the same person. But then again, I mean, I don't know, maybe not.
That semantic I will ignore, actually. I will straight up, I misread that when I was reading the spell, so straight up, the other targets part, yeah, just disregard that semantic.
Chain lightning, guys, I think it's chain lightning.
There's no storm cloud, so it must be chain lightning. So we'll like,
yeah. Alright, chain lightning, known by caster. Yes.
Yeah.
You
have done it. You've done it. Congratulations.
Give me my orb.
We'll have to let Billy know that. I think he had time stop, so we'll have to let him know that that doesn't work anymore. But we have the activated version, so.
There
time
is.
Stop, but it's lightning. Just start adding.
There's actually one more parchment that has not been filled in.
Oh.
As you see all of the papers come together once again to show the attacker approaching slowly the defender. He raises up a hand, and the papers go up into the sky. And if you were to look up, you would see as they start to form what looks like meteors. The defender.
Can I go hold a shield over the poor paper defender?
The defender raises a hand up in retraction.
Or is he good?
And the final paper, the final parchment, is going to fill itself out. Counterspell.
Uh-huh.
With a question mark. And then it changes.
Ooh.
Changes at first to wish. Changes again. It is struggling to choose what the right spell to use is.
I'm gonna look at it and be like, hey, I think it might be like Dimension Door, maybe, or something like that, because it seems like all that fire in the forest earlier was. So she's just like trying to tell this crow what it might be. She's like, or like a portal of some kind, because in that forest over there, there's like a whole bunch of burnt trees, and this would kind of explain that. So
you tell that to the defender. They turn to look at you. And they cast their hand behind them. And you see, as the scroll writes out Dimension Door, as they create a portal behind them. And you guys see from that final area where the trees were burnt, as the sparks come to life. And a very young Belgian Voller topples into the scene.
Oh, hey, are you okay? Like, just immediately runs over, like, hey, are you alright?
Oh.
He stands up. Oh. Oh.
Hi.
Are you? He squints at you guys.
It's like, hi, I think we might be from the future.
Hey.
You people. Oh.
You people.
No.
Sorry.
No. Sorry. It's just this is my first actual technical time meeting you guys outside of hearing what escapades I have to do to keep you guys safe. So
No, that's nice because it's also my first time meeting you. I think. Wait, no, technically I did meet you earlier.
What do you mean?
This was like the first time.
What are you guys doing in here? Okay, hold on. Whose memory am I in?
Actually, I don't know.
We came here for Bennie's, and then we ended up in other ones. I think this is you.
Bennie's?
It might be yours.
Bennie's.
He's got to tell me.
It could be mine. But no, If it
Well,
were
we're
mine,
not sure whose
then
memory.
I
We're
would
not
also
sure
be
exactly
here.
sure. Yeah,
But
see,
the
I'm not
past-
exactly sure
the
whose
other-
memory
okay.
we're in right now.
Small
Because
problem.
we've kind of been in some other people's, so.
Okay,
Yeah,
pause. The smart one is thinking.
Oh, I
He-
forgot how you.
He like just goes like to you when you say that.
I was like, I don't know. I mean, I know it's in space.
What?
No, you don't. You don't even
I
know what a
know it's in
cloud
space.
is, idiot.
Okay, look, this isn't what's actually happening out there. I know that to be a fact because I was just in a fight for my... But I've seen it happen. I'm sorry, I'm crossing things up right now. Subconscious does weird things to the brain of people who have seen so many lifetimes. You end up having them cross over and get interconnected. You know things that you're not supposed to know through deja vu, and deja vu is not a fun thing to mess with, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What year is
with
it?
that.
For you, what year is it?
We say the year because I don't remember because it's a bunch of
There's
letters.
the year. M.
M.
It's M.
It's just straight up M right now.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So the one I was warned about. Okay, well,
What do you mean the year?
presuming that
Don't
future
worry
me
about it.
is currently not
Uh-huh.
fucking around, I'll be with you in a second.
What the hell do you mean?
And he just, like, steps back, pacing a little bit, and just goes, fascinating, I've never actually used the subconscious to do this type of work before. Curious, if my interaction here, would that change the outcome of things? No, that surely only happens with chronology. I mean, unless...
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think
Might
we
as
might have
well
been changing the
change
past a little bit here and there. So,
Yeah.
but then I guess technically we had always made those changes because it's the past.
Then why did Veldrin, probably me, send you in here in the first place? Did he send you in here?
Well,
Was this my plan?
No.
Was this
I
part?
don't
Okay.
know. I don't think
Did
so.
he have any inclination to send you to this place? Was he against it in
I
any way?
don't
Did he actively
think
tell you, do
so.
not go in there?
Well,
He didn't
said
say
not
anything.
to.
Last time we saw him, he was in Wolvenshire Sanctuary, and we left.
I'm getting a little bit of deja vu that isn't correct.
No, wait! Last time we saw him, he was fighting with Alien! I forgot that!
Why would I fight with Elian? I
Yeah,
haven't met him
he's mad
yet,
about
but...
your memories.
Oh wait,
They're
okay. Our character was Veldrin at the thing, the fucking archive thing.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Okay, so I
Roxanne
was
tried to
Veldrin.
kill them.
Yeah, you know Valdrin.
Yeah.
He's
But
just the
yeah,
weird
I think
scientist
last
on
time I
call.
met you, it was like, I don't know. We didn't really talk though, so I feel like this is kind of my first time meeting you. Actually,
Yeah,
Oh.
Alien was mad about you erasing memories, so he was trying to kill you, and then Arden's mom tried to kill you, so it's
When
a
we
fun
think
time.
chronologically, this would
Wait,
also
she
be
did-
my
oh, yeah,
first
that's right.
time. When we think chronologically, this will be my first time meeting you, but that's because you've met me in the future, and then came back to the past
yes.
to talk to me in
Yeah.
the mindscape. This is fascinating stuff.
I mean, we didn't really specifically intend to meet with you, but yeah, that is what happened.
I'm
I don't know what's going
subconscious.
on.
I've been brought into someone else's memory. If I'm physically here, then theoretically I should have something for you. But,
Okay.
first of all, I know I have a tendency to make an entrance.
I mean, I think you did a good enough job already.
No, not me now, here. Me then, later, from you guys' era.
Wait, what
Okay.
happens if you meet yourself from the future? Does that create like a
I mean, it wouldn't create a paradox if you'd always done it.
Oh, I've done it my whole life.
Yeah.
Okay,
okay.
have you ever heard of
It's
the
only a paradox if you make something happen that didn't happen.
Elven Industrial Magical Boom? Have you heard of it before? I invented
No.
it. Because me from the
Yeah.
future came to the past and gave the elves magic.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah, and
And
that's why we had magic before all of the other races besides the Azimuth.
this is
Yeah. Time
Arden,
travel.
this is why I really wish I grew up with the elves, because I feel like then I would know stuff like this. But I have no idea what this guy's talking about.
Yeah, this is probably the fun public schooling better. Although I guess if you were in a cult, it wouldn't really matter.
I'm sorry,
Anyway.
I should have made an entrance by now. He starts turning
I
around
don't-
in the room.
I'm not sure that this was like intentional.
This was not in.
No,
Yeah,
that's the
no,
thing.
this
No, I understand, but I know things. I know things now. I
Yeah.
know you're here now. Because I'm in the past.
Yeah.
You guys are in the future. You came back and you warned me, or rather, you pulled me into this consciousness, so I should have recollection of it, and I never forget a point in time that I need to go back to. I know,
Maybe you
because every
didn't-
time I
maybe you
need to go
didn't-
back in time to a certain point, I've been there. And I've been there.
but maybe,
and he's been there.
I was
and
just
I've
gonna
been there.
say, like, maybe you didn't need to come back to this one. Maybe it's just fine. Maybe this is what's meant to happen.
Maybe running late.
Or we might have been, like, changing the past this entire time. I'm honestly
Also,
not
shush
100%
you, I've literally
sure.
never been late in my life. So,
It was a joke. It was a pun on you, whatever.
I pretty much invented time. So,
Uh,
can I just say,
I hate the
lateness
fact
is
that I
subjective,
always run
earliness is
late.
subjective, whatever. I am just... Deja vu.
He's thinking real hard.
That I am, because I am very curious as to why I would not at least show up and try to warn myself as to why I would
Sure.
perhaps be running late. There is only a certain age at which I have met future Veldrins. Year M is always when he comes back from. That is the latest he's ever come back from. This Veldrin sits down on the ground.
Lily, when we left, did you make sure the place was locked up? Or whatever?
When I got back, I passed out immediately and ended up in here.
Okay.
Locking things up is not my specialty,
No, but,
especially
I mean, it's also not really our job.
Somebody decided to call their mother and to get us hot, Arden.
I didn't think she'd, like... Here's the thing. She's not... first of all, I did not know that you could trace a spell like that back to the sender. Second of all, frankly,
She's your mother,
I'm gonna be
Arden.
honest, I'm a little mad. Like, I'm not texting her anymore. I mean, sending her anymore.
Somebody's made me forget.
Oh,
Do you
that's
know
not
where
good. Oh.
your vessels outside of the subconscious are right now? Are they in a safe, secure place? Like a pod or a vessel or a pocket dimension that, no one else can get into? Did Veldrin not tell you this? Oh my god, I'm stupid.
Okay,
Alright, young guy Veldrin.
Okay, pause, lest I cast time stop.
Please do not cast time stop.
Was there any reason, before you guys got in here, that Veldrin might not be able to cast a spell to get you to a secure spot?
He was getting murdered by Arden's mom, and also we were sent in here prematurely by this
We had
somnambulist.
this long conversation, though, like, just in the living room.
She was trying to murder Veldrin and Ellie, and I remember it very vividly in my mind.
No, but that was before we had that conversation in the living room, though, wasn't it? Because it was after that we all then went to bed.
She vortexed them into she disintegrated them, but then they survived. They were alive. So fun.
Yeah, and that was when we had the conversation with everybody. It was like after that, because that was while we were sleeping the first time, and then we all got up, and then we went to the living room area, and then we had that conversation where Sharpay was like actually kind of just like doing what's his name, like broadcasting it to everybody.
I wasn't there.
What?
I was like passed out.
Okay.
Oh well, that's what was happening. So there was like some other stuff that happened after.
Okay.
Sorry.
No. This is great because it gives me answers as to why I would not be doing what I would actually be doing, and it means that I'm not stupid in the future. It means that I wasn't able to do what I actually wanted to. Okay, let's not talk semantics, because we could talk semantics.
I was gonna say your space wasn't very encrypted. I didn't even know you could
I do not think I would own an archive. I think that was someone else's space that I was probably renting
Yeah,
out.
that's
If I
probably
were to
true.
question
Jasper's.
my own self, okay, Jasper, I will keep that name in my list for when I get to meet that motherfucker.
Yeah, tell him to put some end-to-end encryption on his system.
Yes.
I guess.
What the hell is end-to-end encryption? You just keep saying words, and I don't think I know what they mean. I don't know.
She's like,
Dare I ask? Dare I ask?
Yeah.
Sorry for continuously cutting you guys off, by the way. I genuinely appreciate
it's
the
fine. We
dynamic
can
you have.
talk a
I just,
lot.
I do not know how much time I have here to talk to you in these memories and stuff like that.
I get it. It's fine.
Time and dimensional warping stuff is very strange. So, I guess another question to ask you guys is, has there been any activity within this realm of yours that has been, not in the place that you initially fell asleep in?
What do you mean?
Has
I
there
mean,
been
there's
any
been some
intruders
people-
into here?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Just like this one possessed guy.
He tried to kill us with time stop, and then he didn't kill me with time stop, and he actually brought me
It's,
back. He's like, I'm possessed. And I'm
you
like,
said his actual
"Oh,
name was Grimoire, but right now he's being possessed by Genesis.
Don't say the
Right?
G word in front of him! I think that
I
if he
shouldn't
was
say that in front of him.
honest-
I didn't know that.
Valdrin just like puts a hand over his
I
mouth,
should've
and you can see like just like trauma in his eyes as he steps
I
backward.
was like, nobody told me I couldn't say.
No, it's fine. I haven't. Where you pulled me out from, it was right when the occurrence that caused me to have such a reaction to the name was happening. It's just Avu.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
No, it's fine.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. You didn't know.
You didn't know, Arden.
No worries.
Don't worry.
Veldrin like kneels down to your level and like cups your hand and just like nods at you and goes, "Okay,
That's
well,
you on the head.
I have honestly shocked myself with my ability to be so aware in someone else's memory. Not exactly
Yeah,
sure what
honestly,
that
we're not
means.
100% sure we're not affecting the past. Which, speaking of, like, if you're fighting this guy and he shoots a bunch of meteors at you, you should totally put, like, a door behind him. You know, like, if you do, like, this, like a portal to, like, make it so they don't hit you, you should put the portal behind so they hit him instead. That's all. I just thought I'd give you that tip.
I do that. I do that. I know that I do that, but I never knew that I got that information from you.
Yeah, I mean, I figured I should say, because in here, like, if you go down the little path over there...
He grabs
like,
you by
the
the
remains of a
shoulders and just
portal.
goes, "Be careful." Okay,
Yeah?
I have a feeling that I'm not going to be here for much longer, so what I have to tell you right now, right here, right now, be careful.
I'll try.
Take care of yourselves. But most importantly, when you wake up from this, be ready for some shit to happen. Because
yeah,
from
no, I mean,
what
I
can
kinda
tell,
figured that was
you've
what was
been
gonna
taken
happen.
you have been taken to some sort of spot somewhere, and I don't know exactly, but for some reason I can't get to you right now in the future, so you were in a place where I cannot help you, so I think I need time to think. And I have years to do it, but I won't be able to get the answers to you. You have much less time to think.
Yeah,
Use it
I
wisely.
honestly, don't worry. We did figure out that it would probably be bad when we woke up because
Okay.
this Genesis guy is like a pedophile. So I figure if he kidnaps you, that's bad, right?
Yes. Very much
Yeah.
so, in many ways. If he brought you somewhere, so obviously, so blatantly, invaded your memories, in a way that, I mean, clearly didn't fight back. Or perhaps I did, but I'm out of commission.
Well, he is technically possessing somebody who is like, I think that we're friends with, I guess. So.
I mean, he's also.
Maybe
I'm
a
of the
factor.
opinion that he's getting desperate
Well, there is that too, probably.
because
Must be.
he had us believing his whole shtick up until now. And now he's starting to come into our stuff and mess with our things. And
But you know what? If someone who is supposedly so crafty, I mean, obviously I will not be the one to judge his intelligence, but I mean, he's been alive for a long time, and wisdom brings a lot of things. Especially when you're so old that your wisdom expands to the methods of reality and how it functions. I'm just curious. I don't know what else I can say, but I think he rushed you out of there so quickly and is making this so obvious, like you said. I think there's something in here, in these memories, that he either wants to find before you, or he doesn't want you to find.
we've been finding the origins of the artifacts. You know those ones? The Axe of Instinct, the Staff of Balance.
Yes.
We ended up in one with my adoptive father, where he was given the staff, one with the king of the 2 kingdoms in Sunder. So
He slowly sighs. Well, you guys have done so much work already in figuring these things out. Sorry, I'm just catching up with the situation, considering I just met you guys for the first time chronologically.
Yeah, no,
Pleasure to meet you.
You're kind of basically like losing a significant portion. You
Yes.
basically skipped over the middle bit, the exposition.
I'll gather it in time.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I have this to give you. He pulls out the memory orb. Because I am a player in this game. Dimension door. I'll keep that in mind. A door to get out.
When you go back, this won't change anything, hopefully. But, my mom is stuck in my brain. And, like, it may be in the future if you could, like, help me with that after this whole situation. That'd be great. Just keep it in mind. That's it.
When the moment is right, I'll prepare a spell for you.
I'll prepare a mom breakout spell.
There's a spell called
We would
Gate.
have so many moms in this campaign.
I've been contemplating the idea of something stronger. Trying to amplify a spell that was already there. Dimension door is a good base.
I can't break it. Every time I do, it just hurts my head.
You need a gate.
Yeah.
Ooh, you should lay a dimension door on top of one of those mind ones, like I don't know, telepathy or something.
He kind of like paces the room a little bit. I'll get back to you in 100 odd years.
In due time, buddy. In due time.
In due time.
Don't worry about it.
Well, I suppose from here on out, stay on your toes.
Of course.
I am at the beginning, but from what it seems, you're in the endgame.
The world is going to end, bud.
I have to go return to my time stream, or something of that
Have
mind.
fun with that.
So, take care.
Maybe the orb.
Yeah, you too.
The orb.
And I guess know that I will do everything in my power to make this world safe. See you in the future. He backs up and vanishes. You are given the spell orb.
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 You mean memory orb? Or is this
Yeah,
a spell orb?
the memory orb. Memory orb.
Okay.
Why am I saying spore?
Memory orb.
Orb.
And we're gonna end this
Well,
session
really, it's a
here.
morb.
We're gonna end this session up here.
No, not memory.
Alright. No memory yet. Veldrin Voller, everyone's favorite chronology wizard, back at it again with breaking the time-space continuum.
I mean, we've been breaking it like all these past sessions, so...
Veldrin shows up and goes,
"What the same boat, at least."
Veldrin shows up and just goes, what the fuck? What have you done with the time-space continuum, guys?
I mean, clearly it's fine, because all the stuff we did, I think, actually, like, happened already.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
stable time loops. The time loops are stable. I haven't, like, killed my mom or anything, so we're good.
Time stream gone. Let's do some closing remarks. Kiki, closing remark.
I think whenever we run D&D really late, I just, at the end of it, I kind of start tapering off a little bit.
It's okay. I'm so sorry it kept going.
No, it's really fine. I don't have any school tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'm done. Like, I'm fine.
So right.
But, like, it was really funny, because that whole cloud argument, that's the funniest thing. Not ever, but, like, this is the funniest.
Oh no, that was amazing.
It's so good.
God,
we're gonna get back. We're gonna get back to with the other part of the party. They're gonna be like, "Did you guys also have a horrible time?" And Shellshock, who has just researched the horrors of war, are walking out with jazz hands and
so
cloud.
true. So true.
So we are like, We are doing
Fuck,
so bad
clouds.
mentally, but God, if we're down having the best time ever.
Exactly. And Arden, closing remarks.
Art.
I will say
Morgue.
that I like to think that Arden's comment about knowing what's in space is what pushed Velder to try and get there.
You know what? Actually real. Actually real.
He
Actually,
may not
genuinely
realize,
canon.
but
Genuinely canon.
she was like, "Well, I know what's in space."
He's gonna show up in the future and is just gonna go like, by the way, thank you for the dimension door tip. I'm alive because of you. Also, I went to space, checked it out. No oxygen, you were right. No air.
No, I mean, this thing, Arden did not tell him what she believes to be in space. She just was like, "I know what's there. I know what's in space." Technically, the party did sort of go to space when Squish used the prophecy. We did technically try to take us to space. It's just that like the space that we ended up in was not right.
Yeah.
We may have been the first. I think that may canonically make the Cursed Ones the first people to go to space.
You're right. Yeah. This is as it should be. This is absolutely as it should be.
Veldrin.
Veldrin just sulks in the corner, just like, I wanted to go to space.
Now, mind you, we were not in Quebec space. We were in like reality warp space. I think it still counts.
It works. It counts. I'd say it counts.
We were off the planet, so
yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys for tuning in to this very late session of the Cursed Ones, and tune in next time for Memory Orb.
Orb.
Bye.
Orb.